이제부터 분노 관리도 잘 돼 있고요.
자,
이거 전력보다 한타가 중요해. 한타가 중요해.
눈이 지금
한타.
뒤에 나왔어요. 자, 그리고
있어.
일단
야, 이거 너무 좋고. 이 선수. 아,
나르고
대박이에요.
완전 대박.
노트만 잡혔고요.
베라스 지원 타격.
아,
지원 타격.
너무 센데요.
한번 더.
몇 발이라고?
쿡쿡.
하하.
와, 캐릭 더블. 압박감이 굉장히 클 것 같아요.
구원도 아래서
자,
올라오고.
슬슬 쪼이자.
일단 입시 포탑을 세우긴 했고.
차야 멀어요.
일단 튀기긴 했는데.
차야 멀어요. 차야 멀어요.
그리고 뒤에서 뿅뿅.
차야 멀어요.
킬은 누가 합니까?
그리고
나를.
와.
아이고.
아니, 제일이에요.
감선이 몇 개씩 나가요.
회장님하고 면담. 회장님하고 면담. 아.
일로 와. 일로 와. 그 상태 제스트 너도 일로 와. 너도 테스.
바로 생명 5대0 에이스.
카르페가 혼자 있는 상황이었는데.
맞았는데 이후에 딜이 엄청 찰지게 다 들어갔죠.
그렇죠. 여기서.
이거 카르페가 살짝 앞무빙 쳤던.
오, 그리고 스탑 푸시.
그런데 잡혔는데.
루어.
가 진짜 좋은 플레이 나와.
그렇죠. 화면 KT는 좀 썰렁하죠. 이거 여기 있긴 한데. 자, 되나요?
와서 충공세로 아주
충공세.
오히려.
아! 브로그! 진짜 기가 막힌 플레이. 무수.
답답하다.
승부수.
답답하다.
승부수.
근데
근데 이거 되나요?
아 이거 좀
뿅.
무리한 스포츠 같거든요.
들어가요.
뿅.
근데 데미지 이거.
아니,
아니,
나
너무
너무
아니. 데미지가 지금.
그리고 바로.
와.
진짜 지옥이 따로 없네요.
도망가! 이게 도망갈 수 있나요? DRX.
해야 된다. 얘기하겠죠. 그래서
이거 괜찮아 보이는데요?
경기병
근데
와,
이게
이게 또 판정이 이렇게
그리고
돼서
불 꺼가지고
뒤태
역으로.
레넥터
세템이 빠르게. 그리고 하이퍼가 잡힙니다. 하이퍼가 잡힙니다. 웨이까지 제거 완료.
근데
이거 맞아요?
보통 궁극기 좀 있으면
근데
오거든요.
일단 먹자. 일단 먹자. 먹어.
이거 다 뺏겨요.
아니, 진짜 먹으면 어떡해요, 이거는.
아니 이것도 뺏겨. 덕담.
덕담 진짜.
대황담. 이게 2라운드 MVP다.
아니, 마음을 놓으면 안 되죠,
그렇죠.
KT.
마음이 다시보다 길어나.
왜 들어올 거라는 생각을 안 했을까요?
보내준다 이후에 다시 살아나가고.
G'dowdy everyone and welcome to 2023 Summer Playoffs of LCK Challenger. I'm Altus, aka Atlas sometimes, and this is the Cronny Wonny Kekler, otherwise known as Chronicler. And we're here, for a banger best of 5. We were discussing in chat earlier on about another best of 5 that is on the horizon. That one pales in comparison to what we're about to witness today between D+ Kia and Humble Life Esports.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
No, that's all I got.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So today, if you're wondering, well, what's going to happen? Well, we did the LCK playoffs, a lot of games in about a week, from Tuesday to Sunday, straight gameplay. And then you might have thought, but what on Monday? Do I have to wait a week? No, because you're here. You know what's up. Outside of Wednesday, it is challengers every day into LCK, into challengers on Monday, Tuesday. That's what you're getting.
Basically, we're giving you a day off on Wednesday to finally catch your breath from sitting on the edge of your seat with your breath held because of all of the
Don't do that.
absolutely
It's very unhealthy.
extraordinary League of Legends. It's not unhealthy if you're passionate. It's just what's expected. It's the way that it goes. But we'll give you a day to breathe. Wednesday, we'll allow some breathing to go on. We're going to attempt to breathe as much as possible. It does help us out when it comes to speaking. Recently found out that, pushing air out of your face is actually how the speaking thing happens. So haven't been able to hold my breath for quite some time since I started this particular gig. But you guys at home, you have the luxury of doing the breath holding. I don't know what I'm doing. Why am I talking about holding breath? It's going to be a lot of banger League of Legends. That's all I'm saying.
In the seconds before this, I put out a tweet. I was like, Atlas and I, it's going to be fun. We're going to cast DK. It's Baby Canyon and his friends versus Rooster and Roamer and the gang. It's going to be fun. And we're actually going to talk about the game. And we have not been online for more than 2 minutes, or we're talking about holding our breath for the entire week. And you know what I think? I think that's challengers, baby.
That is challengers, baby. Just like this. This is a lot of Korean stuff. It's basically like it's an online cheer event where you can send in your sweet fan cheers.
Look at fun.
And you can make sure that you represent even from home. It's beautiful.
Why is Bible in the sky?
Because Bible is God.
Yeah, well, I guess
is the word of God, and now he's actually God. He's transcended. Bible has really risen.
Very well done.
Yeah. They've challenged to the top.
Great artwork. Always challenge to the top. It's a really cool online cheer event, as mentioned. I do think you need Korean social, so I don't know how much you can participate. You can try. Yeah, just follow the link.
You can get
See what
cacao anywhere.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, give it a go.
Yeah. You can see that link down there.
See what
PO
happens.
event, which stands for playoff event, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know what happens when you follow the link, but it can only be good.
Yeah, following links is generally something that is
you can trust
absolutely advised.
You can trust us,
yeah,
really.
Yeah. I follow heaps of links in my email inbox, and I get loads and loads of responses. Like, I get free content sent to me about all sorts of things afterwards. It's absolutely fantastic. I think they put me on a list, so I get all of these sweet deals.
As we take a look here at the bracket, swift dispatch of Gen.G Global Academy, unsurprisingly. DRX also dispatching of a KT that beat Sand. We talked about it a lot during it. There were some circumstances there that I think definitely led up to that moment, not just KT being good, which they are, but unfortunately not going to make it through. The really interesting thing is D+ had the choice to pick, and they picked Hanwha.
They did indeed. Didn't want to go up against. They didn't want to go up against DRX because they know how well DRX plays in playoffs. Also, even though Hanwha are the higher seed, there has been a little bottom lane change with a certain MVP. I don't know what it is with like DRX and just making MVP players, but they tend to do it.
There's a lot.
They traded their previous MVP player to a different role so that they could get another MVP player in that role. That's basically how it goes. So Dokdam is pretty scary at the moment. I'm still thinking that Nongshim have a shot in that series, and the really cool thing is it's the same format as the LCK, as you can see here. So the loser of round 2 will go to the lower side of the bracket, and the winner will stay in the winner's side. So really cool stuff. And D+ versus Humble Life Esports is going to be happening right now, and it could be a similar scenario to what we saw with KT and T1, right? KT might have chosen T1 even if they were the stronger team, because there is that grace period, there is the ability to play up from the lower bracket if you do get pushed down. And you saw that they were able to do just that now heading over to Daejeon. So a similar vibe here perhaps for D+ Gear, because if you win, you're like, oh cool, this could be our toughest opposition, and we've already done it.
And we will see, as I'm sure that D+ about to get onto the stage. In the last 4 finals that have happened, they've been in 3 of them and won 2. Even though we did see Saint for a little bit, doesn't look like he will be playing today, but
The Thumb!
it is Thumb, not Bible. And it makes sense, even though he didn't play. I'm pretty sure Bible is still, it was actually at Lol Park, is still part of the main DK roster. So it is going to be the standard lineup, but instead of the Bible, we have Thumb.
And he is not just a thumb. In fact, his hands have proven to be pretty good as a whole.
Yeah.
Not just one of the digits. The man's looked pretty good towards the bottom side of the map. Not necessarily a place that D+ Gear play through all that often, because Rahel hasn't really been a carry threat for this team. It's been, if the team wins, it is through Lucid and either Thanatos or Pulbe. It depends which game, it depends who Lucid chooses, and then they carry as a duo. And this team has a lot of flexibility because of that.
It also means that they are somewhat reminiscent of, I think, T1 that we saw both in spring and last year, right? It's all very much win lane, win game type of styles.
Yep.
I don't think that this team has bad macro by any means, but we have seen them struggle, most notably in recent weeks, including against Hanwha, is when the players' form kind of drops, particularly when you are a team that's so used to just having leads everywhere and winning through skirmishes. It can be a little dicey, but for me, the biggest reason why I think they are still the favorites to win the entire thing is just because of the peak of these players. What? Who could have known?
And he didn't get MVP. I'm actually still so salty about the fact that it's like, do you know why? I think it's because a lot of people split their votes between Thanatos and Lucid when they knew that it was going to be a D+ player, and then, like, I don't know, someone mind controlled everybody else to pick Doctor. It was very, very strange. I think Lucid deserved MVP by a massive margin.
The only thing I'm like looking at, I'm like, kills per game is 14.
Yeah.
But
that's a lot of kills.
So this is for D+, the team.
Right.
Then. Yeah, because I was like looking at that average and I'm like,
but it's Lucid that does it.
It's, oh, no, 100%. No, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
I was just caught off guard. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think, I know Lucid's good, but I don't think he gets that many kills. And their competitors, a team that was definitely aided by Grizzly in week 1, but after that was standing on their own legs and did an exceptional job at showing that they are indeed one of the top teams. Actually beat D+ not too long ago.
They did.
In the regular split. And I think one of the reasons why we expect this to be a competitive game here today, I am not aware of any of the info, but I'm gonna assume that Rooster is currently playing remote as we get the confirmation of that, as he is not with the rest of his team. So unfortunately, we will not be getting multiple angles of his amazing haircut, which I am a little bit disappointed about.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a shame.
You know, Ophelia's already knocked out. Rooster really is the only guy.
No, but Ophelia got a haircut anyway. So,
yeah,
like, he was already knocked out in my heart.
But I would have loved to see, you know, the Rooster main. It would have been cool.
Yeah, but we do get to see it because, of course, he is still on camera at home. And hopefully he's going to be A-OK. And, yeah, the fact that... were you watching Pioshik confirm his berth into the World Championship last
So
night?
I played Baldur's Gate with a bunch of the other casters yesterday, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up. And I woke up in perfect time for the second Game 5 that happened. Because there was a remake, right? Because of a bug, and it was like a whole thing. And it was good. I enjoyed it. I really liked Pioshik. I saw Pioshik smile. That's a great way to start your day.
It is a very nice way to start the day. And here we have some stats that have improved when you don't include any losses. Isn't that cool?
And when you don't include talking about the opponent at hand.
Yeah. No, so it just shows that Hanwha Life Esports are a way better team at the moment. Lots of firsts in that column. We obviously didn't show it for D+ because they didn't play in the playoffs. So their stats are all 0.
Boo.
So honestly, I'm feeling a bit stupid for the fact that I predicted a D+ victory here today.
How could you?
I know, I'm just like a moron, I think.
I'm right there with you, because
Yeah.
I did it as well.
Yeah, the other two didn't. Valdez and Wolf both predicted that Harmor Life Esports were going to be able to take this. And we're going to have a look at some of the regular season stats here for both of these teams. Of course, skewed a lot by the fact that D+ were on like a 20-game win streak at the beginning of the season. And then things did start to fall down.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it's always tough to talk about when a team goes 22-0, and then afterwards they're just like still a first-place team, just not booming everyone anymore. You're like, are they bad, or did they just revert a little bit? Like, what's going on? Because the expectation is when you win 22 in a row, you're going to keep doing that, which I don't also know if it's realistic. I do think this first playoff series is really important, though, because D+, as mentioned, I think should be the favorites for at least making it to the finals, given their track record over the last year and a half, plus the fact that they, again, went on an insane streak this split, even though they tapered off somewhat during the ending. But if they don't, if they get knocked down to the lower bracket immediately, that might mean that we see completely different matchups than what we've seen recently, because it's been, for the entirety of last year, Nongshim and D+ that have made it to the playoffs. Then obviously last spring we already kind of moved away from that.
And
But,
DRX, of course, that have always been up there towards the top.
Yeah.
And here are the predictions. And on the Korean side, there are a few more D+ predictions, or at least one extra one. And the fact that we have 9 predicting as well is actually kind of interesting. We've just barely broken the tie between the two, slightly in favor of D+.
And I do think that that makes sense, but I expect it to be a close series here today. I went with the 3-2 prediction as we've do you think Harmor Life deserves
We've got the perfect
respect?
balance,
We do.
actually. Outside of any 3-0s, we have every other outcome.
We just need a 3-0 for Hanwha, and then we would have gotten the whole set.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, but like as
Could've been
as a
cool.
global team, we
yeah.
have the full set outside of 3-0s.
Yeah.
So a bit of optimism here. Love that. Zayn's going to predict Harmor Life Esports 3-0, and so we just need a DK 3-0er. Who's going to be the DK 3-0er? Then we've got the full set. Someone. Who thinks it's going to be the DK 3-0? Let us know. There we go. Oh, Yundo. Yundo is DK 3-0. There we go. Easy peasy. So someone has it already. Gorgeous. I just need to make sure that I keep paying attention to Yundo, which is something that I really should consider doing.
In general, it's
my
just
whole
good
life.
life advice.
Yeah.
Very dependable.
But
Good old Yundo.
yeah. You know, I'll invite him to my wedding. There we go. Anyway, let's jump into the draft for game number 1. No, let's not. Let's jump out of the draft for game number 1, and then let's think about jumping back into the draft for game number 1 in a few moments. We'll just have to see whether that is going to be the thing. Still waiting a little bit here as the Hanwha players having a bit of a chuckle about what's going on at this point in time. Looks like Poolbay is just looking across at Harmor Life Esports going, get your stuff together, guys.
Is it a
I want
fun
to play
problem?
I want to play some video games.
As we do have a referee currently looking at him PC.
Oh, someone check him PC. Is it Thumb PC? Yeah, it is.
That
It's
way.
Thumb PC. Oh no, disaster.
Wait.
We ran out of draft music.
I mean, we don't have a draft, so actually,
Oh yeah, we ran out of intro to draft music.
I think that is actually accurate. And now you guys just have to listen to the eerie silence, which I think is very, very fitting for a draft that is supposed to come and then doesn't arrive. It's like you order your package, you know, something you're really looking forward to, and you go on the website and they tell you it's going to be delivered today. And then you see it, you know, you see like the little graphic of the driver, and he's like, I'm on my way. And then never shows up.
Yeah. Thumb's client is apparently just a black screen.
That's suboptimal.
That, you know, sometimes that happens. He's going to turn it off and on again, and we're going to hope that that fixes it. Is, I think, the most technical solution to this problem.
On and off, yeah. Maybe plug in a cable, plug it out.
He looks like he has my dad's old keyboard from his Pentium 1 back in 1993.
Maybe it's like a keyboard gifted to him by a StarCraft pro. So it's like a not StarCraft 2.
Did you watch Video Game High School?
Of course I watched Video Game High School.
Do you remember his keyboard, his like lucky keyboard?
Yeah,
it reminds me of that a lot, actually.
I could see that. Maybe it's just a retro keyboard though. It's like a really new mechanical keyboard. It just is made to look old.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that are actually like that as well.
Yeah.
But I like it a lot. You missed the old StarCraft Brood War keyboards? That existed? Golden Dwarf X? Oh, one of those. That sounds dope. I really miss... Do you know what I really miss? Music. That's what I miss. What?
Very quiet. No, you can actually... If you... Yeah, you hear it, right?
No, not really.
You don't... It's coming from the corner.
Huh. Oh yeah, I can kind of hear it.
Yeah, just had to give you.
Then what the heck? Why is it so quiet?
I don't know. We're not meant to know the answer to these questions.
Can everyone hear it? Did the
Can
sound
chat-
just like
can-
completely die for us? Because I want to be able to hear the sound in game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. We are in draft this time around.
Yeah. So Nocturne and Poppy have been banned away here. D+, just making sure that they get the jungle matchup that they're looking for.
Okay, it's also not on stream, so we're good.
All right, cool. So we just need to get that turned up, and then we're going to be
silent draft. Okay, so you do the draft, and I do the music, and then we swap.
All right, cool. And so the Vi is going to be locked away as well in the ban list. She is in prison, even though she is a law enforcement agent. Very, very interesting. Or is in one of the skins that she does possess. We're going to see what D+ are going to ban away last here. Maokai and Sejuani both up and available as we just say goodbye to the draft. The draft disappears into the ether. It evaporates.
Don't leave us again, draft.
And the draft discontinues its resumption. And we will now go back to pondering whether Thumb actually has other fingers or just thumbs.
You know how important the existence of Thumb is to human civilization?
Yeah, quite.
Having
opposable thumbs are pretty important.
Yeah, it's crazy. Just think about what if we didn't have opposable thumbs?
Now I wouldn't be able to pick up my coffee in the morning as easily.
It's not really the deep philosophical pondering I'm looking for, Atlas.
I don't know. I mean, does it change your ability to write things? Not really. Don't need a thumb for that. Lifting things? Not really.
I mean, it
does.
For you know, creating tools, a lot of tools without a thumb.
Yeah, but I think you use your palm pretty effectively.
Kind of.
Like,
I don't think that works very well.
Yeah. I think thumbs are overrated, personally. I don't think I need mine.
He's right there, man.
Well, no, I think thumb isn't overrated, but I think thumbs in general, they're overrated.
The concept of thumbs.
There was my favorite animal that I did a project on in primary school. It's called a mountain pygmy possum, native to the mountains of Victoria in Australia. It's a very cute little possum. And they have opposable thumbs, one of the only other species of mammal outside of the monkey family.
The more you know.
There you go.
Had no idea.
Yep.
You do have a lot of weird animals down under.
We do tend to have strange
I would say
ones.
weird.
Yeah.
I'd say, yeah, strange or peculiar or unique.
I would say just different, yeah.
Just different. Like you.
Yeah. That's basically how it goes. Faker can't do thumbs up without a thumb. That is very true. Bigubosu Bobarosso. I'm always scared when I read out your comments, but I'm going to do it. If thumbs are so great, then why is that thing still a possum and not evolved into a better animal? True. That is very true. Probably because it got stuck up a mountain and then didn't figure out a way to get down. That might have had something to do with it.
We actually know what the issue is. It's a Hanwha Life coaching staff mic issue.
What?
So we had a whole different issue. So it's not.
So we
Thumb's
had
fault.
a thumb black screen of his client, and then the mic decided to die.
It's a whole emotional roller coaster. Someone says "Love you, Chronicling." Oh, and then it's like Wookiee Slayer 1, 2. What did the Wookiees ever do to you?
Whoa,
They're a-
Wookiee Slayer 1, 2, 3.
They're a kind and actually no, they're pretty versatile.
If thumbs are so
they've been
great,
in a lot
why
of
don't
wars.
humans have two of them?
Though I
I'm
never
pretty
really
sure they do.
delved into the depth of the Star Wars extended universe. I know there's a lot of stuff. About
Hi,
Wookiees.
Catboy Cooties. How you doing? Which champ would be broken if it had opposable thumbs? Rek'Sai.
Music, pulse champ.
Does Rek'Sai have opposable thumbs?
Oh.
Nasus?
Oh, we are cranking it.
Nasus has a vertical.
Ooh.
Cogmore. I like that.
Back into draft?
No, not there yet.
Look at Bull Bay. We're looking up.
Yeah, Pool Bay's like meditating or something. I wonder how Pool Bay's going to play today because we didn't see him in there last week.
No.
Ooh, someone got a message. Very cool.
We went to silent draft back. Okay.
We'll be back soon, I think. I'm starting to see some readiness starting to flicker amongst the players.
Okay. Look at Romer. He's like, guys.
Ooh, the zoom in onto Pool Bay. He's like, I'm so ready to push buttons. I think I can see an Ethernet cable that is not plugged in. That worries me.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't need it.
Maybe Pool Bay just like exerts internet.
Pool Bay looks
Like exerts networking.
Well, I don't know if this is networking. I think he just needs to take a nap.
That's nap working. That's,
Nap?
It comes alongside.
Nap Bay? Pool. Oh,
All right. So.
who do I bet on? That's not the question.
I bet on you being dead in chat.
Way.
Woo! See you later, Echidna. Bye-bye.
You think it's a Knuckles reference?
I don't care.
No. I don't
Okay.
think it matters.
So, we do have a Jace being banned away. There we go. That one's going to be taken off the board. Interesting that it's going to be the Jace ban, so I'm assuming that means D Plus are going for a Sejuani first pick. We'll see whether Humble Life Esports addresses this in some way, and there it is. So now D Plus have the option of just going for Tristana and possibly winning the game, and so there it is.
I do think you go Tristana because I think that D Plus, of all the players to pick Maokai, don't do Toulouse, man. Put him on something with character potential. I think Maokai's. We get the chair shot of Rooster.
There it is.
I love this.
All right, Rooster, you can do it as a chair.
Lock it in. So we had Chalks before, and now we have
Chooster?
Choo-choo. All right, up to Guwon. As what happened to Bible? He's currently with the main team, and Fun has actually been really good. We've been very pleasantly surprised by this player. He's 16, so I'm a little worried about his mental in his first best of 5 ever, but we'll see how he does. Kai'Sa, Maokai, obviously extremely strong picks here. At the moment, do you think we've seen that particularly the shorter range compositions have an exceptionally hard time playing into this tree, and Kai'Sa's stocks have dropped a little bit, which I think is warranted, but the champion is still exceptional.
This is feeling a little bit problematic for Humble Life Esports in the draft. The Xayah is going to come in for Rahel, which isn't exactly like I prefer it if teams actually hold the AD carry pick until afterwards to allow that Tristana flex to come through. But I think that's okay. We are going to see an Alistar locked in for the answer to the Rel. Even if Rel is going to be flexed into the jungle in teamfight scenarios, you can still boop her out of there if she wants to get that Magnet Storm happening. So I do kind of like the option, regardless of where the Rel is going to be heading.
And I'm wondering, what we've seen is teams actually pivot a lot more to try and ban or play around the range problem that Xayah can have. I do think with Tristana that's not as pronounced, but if you can get a poke core here as Humble Life, I think you have a lot of power. The problem is, what will you actually pick? Because there's no Azir, so you can't go for Xerath. Play Xerath and Tristana sounds like a terrible idea.
What do you mean there's no Azir?
Well, like, you can go Azir, but then...
Oh, okay.
On the opposing side, you can't go Xerath unless it's into Azir. And I think that Xerath has been one of the best answers, even though it's not in lane, into the Xayah, right? And I also think that with Jace already banned away, there's not that much poke left that you can go for as Humble Life, so you'll end up playing more of a teamfight style, which I do think is strong, but then you take away... or rather, you don't really get to abuse a lot of the weaknesses that Xayah specifically has had in some of her recent LCK series as well.
Well, there's the Jax ban. Rooster not going to be playing that one to allow them to have a bit of side lane pressure. And Lua is going to find a pick for Roman to head towards. I just had a feeling it was probably just going to be Azir anyway.
Yeah.
But like you were saying, not exactly the most...
Still good.
It does not whelm.
It's just there. Yeah, really will come down to the execution. I think Tristana, when played well, just has such a comfortable matchup into the Azir with continuous lane pressure. We'll see what the round out is going to be here. Now, I would like FUM to play something aggressive. Nautilus is extremely reliable when it comes to the point and click engage and ways to lock down.
Oh my
And
goodness.
it's very D+. I do get a little bit worried. I do think that the combo of Azir, Maokai, and Alistar can make it very hard for an Aatrox to actually pop off. And this is blind, but it is also Thanatos on what is probably, outside of Fat Jax, the best top lane carry that we have in the meta at the moment.
But Rumble,
I like that a
solo
lot
AP
more.
Rumble sounds like a pretty nice way to
Rel
round out
Nautilus
the Rel.
is blind though.
Yeah, it
A
is.
test for Rooster. If he picks Renaxen, we will be very upset.
Imagine if that happened. Kled, that would be
Yes. Come on,
damn
Rooster.
cool. We're like mount. Oh no, this is okay. Well, I mean, congratulations to D+ Kia for taking game number 1. And I'm really looking forward to how it's going to go in game number 2, Chronicle.
The Cassante does not spark joy. I think that free carry compositions have been great, and I think blinding Rumble is not something that you should be able to get away with. Obviously, the champion is extremely strong when it comes to his lane, and I think it is hard to have like a real counter to him. But picking melee character into Rumble is just never going to end well. And Cassante obviously can like shake off some of it. It'll probably be the early Negatron cloak, you know, like Abyssal Mask, Aftershock Cassante. But I think they could have tried and punished Thanatos there. How about Homolife have, though, is still a very strong composition with a lot of team fighting power. What I am worried about, though, is that where is your mid-game power? Because it isn't really there. You have a mid-jungle 2v2 that's Maokai Azir. When it comes to control,
Yeah.
amazing. When it comes to early fights into Rel, Rumble, and Tristana,
I just think that, like,
I think Hololive needed a pressure point on top side, and without that, I think this draft is not going to get to the point where it will shine, which is later in the game.
Homolife Esports need to demonstrate that they're a way better team if they're going to win this game. Because this draft is, of course, playable, like you're talking
It's a good
about.
draft.
Like, it's a fine draft. It is a two-threat draft, which we've seen find less success so far. But the problem is that they have drafted as if it doesn't matter how D+ play, they can still win. Because they've given D+ exactly the style of composition that they dominate on.
If this was against Gen.G and I see this Homo draft, I'm like, 10 out of 10. Perfect. Really good, stable draft. You will be able to get the team fights and then completely bop them. But that's not the case.
Yeah, let's rock out a little bit, guys. Ooh, there's almost a secondary do-do-do-do, but it's more like a you know, like it's a bit more subdued, but like it's very cool. So we're pausing again, yeah.
Yeah.
We can look at some runes
So
and some
it
summoner spells.
It is Aftershock, which is cool. That's the tech that we've seen a lot for Rumble. There is also...
I love Aftershock Rumble.
No, the tech into Rumble.
I know. I was just saying. I'm a big fan of Aftershock.
You are
Rumble.
you are not a fan of Aftershock Rumble.
I am. Once you've got your Everfrost, it's really strong. It's really good because then while they're stunned, you've got some resistances.
So many layers of cursed.
No, but like
Because
while they're
Everfrost
while
on
they're
Rumble
stunned,
as
though-
well. It's like, oh, cool. Yeah, I love the mana on that item. That's great.
Yeah.
No, Atlas.
Yeah, but like
No.
sometimes you have to make sacrifices. Garen used to build Trinity Force when it still had mana.
Chat, don't encourage him. Where's the fifth player from Home Life? He's playing from home. We do not know why, and I mean,
Stop gaslighting.
I'm not gonna.
WD.
I'm not gonna speculate, but Rooster is playing from home, so hopefully he's fine and will be returning later in the playoffs. But right now, not the case.
Rooster doing his hair routine, 160k. Absolutely, I think that's probably how it's going. As here we are, we're actually onto the Rift. We've done it. We've got in. We're here. We're ready. It is party time.
So Thanatos did go for teleport, so he must go Gathering Storm, as not to upset Huni.
Do Challenger players dodge the Huni judgment? Or
No.
must we give it to them regardless?
We have to.
All right. Well,
And
he's a
it's-
Scorcher. We
yeah.
knew he was a Scorcher because
Many
he's
on
probably
the
just
sense
copied the
of their
runes from
cinema.
every other Rumble player. As we know, Canna hasn't exactly been one of our favorite Rumble players in the LCK. I think if you were watching T1 Challenger, then maybe Zeus could have given some tips.
That's my point. I actually think we only have one Rumble that really satisfies.
Two.
Two?
Three.
So it's
It's Zeus,
yeah.
Huni, and Marin.
Oh, okay. No, I
Yeah.
I meant right now. No. That's yeah. I'm okay with that.
Well, and Smith, but he's
Obviously.
real retired.
Yeah.
Marin still plays in the fun games.
Yeah, and also apparently still like challengers or challenger on Rumble specifically, which is not surprising to anyone.
No, he's just like,
very
I am
funny.
S tier at Rumble, and I am C- on everything else. And I am 0 on anything released after 2019.
And it doesn't need to be.
Absolutely.
Which is the beauty of it. But Thanatos definitely
Oh.
gonna have a large amount of power in his hands. We'll see how he's able to actually utilize it.
Yeah, especially when he keeps dodging these Qs as well, which is certainly working out for him. I do really like Gunnar Drag saying Zeus, Huni, Marin, Dyrus, and Balls. True, though. Although I'm a big fan of Balls, Darius. That is
That's a classic.
Probably my favorite.
Oh, Pulbe went for the Bulldog tack. Love that. Went Demolish.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, he's playing Demolish.
That's,
really
that's
big
Faker
fan.
Tech as well. Faker picked that one up.
Yeah.
Also loves. I think Faker basically takes Demolish on every champion ever at this point in
Get
time.
plates.
Just get plates. Win game. Dyrus feels Boomer Man. No. Feels committed, man. Because even if you're just a League fan, you should go back and watch all of the old TSM VODs. I think that's
Romer.
very important.
Really good spacing there, because he kind of was on the very bad end of that trade, and then was able to, with Conqueror proccing and a couple of extra Soldier autos, actually kind of pull it back. But still, this is a wave that is pushing in favor of Pulbe here as he goes in again.
He just does not seem too afraid of just jumping on top of Roma. That is continuing to happen here. Of course, Roma has been a real upstanding player here in Challenger. He's been one of the big success stories, I would say.
Yeah.
I think Roma has improved a whole lot over this season. So far in this lane, I mean, we've seen more experienced Aziz than Roma really struggle in the Tristana matchup.
And now on Vision is Guon. Oh no.
Dear.
Might have to flash.
Well, there's another explosive charge that's going to come through. Roma does make it back to lane, but Lucid's going to be there. And so Guon's going to have to vacate. Lucid going to be able to pick up a Rift Scuttler, and he already has the one on the bottom side. So double Scuttle here to start things off for the Rel. Feels pretty good.
This is definitely one of the situations where you can see the early pressure come through here. Pulbe, his prio actually being utilized, and Thanatos roaming, not just staying in his lane. Roamer is positioning very nicely here, so shouldn't be at any threat. And double Scuttle, not going to be game-breaking by any means, but it is what we'd expect. We expect D+, it's in the early game, really run the map until we get to the point where Humble Life actually start putting items together. Because when you look at the 6 spikes again, I think for D+, there was so much power there. And early objective should be going the way as fun.
Not sure about that one, but that's 6 points in my country, so I guess we take that. Still, it's a decent little pullback there on the feathers by Rahel. Lua taking a lot of damage. The Ignite's still ticking. But looking a little bit dicey down here towards the bottom lane. Hopefully Thumb gets his eye in for these dredge lines as Guon's making his way in. Not a lot of vision here prepared in the river.
Ooh, we do have a ward in the mid-brush. There's Pulbe in again.
Yeah, he really does just like going after Roma here, as there is another jump, and not going to quite be enough because the Shifting Sands shield is going to be there. But that means evicted from the lane once again is Roma, and he's going to have to walk his way back this time. Pulbe only just teleporting in, so it could have been okay if Roma traded a little bit better, but unfortunately, Pulbe going to get all of that advantage.
Yeah, this is a cannon wave, so when it comes to creeps, I don't think Romer is going to miss as much. But this is still an
18
incredible
CS lead.
amount, incredible amount of lead being generated by Pulbe early. By himself, FYI, As Thanatos is, oh, that's greedy. Definitely want to make sure you get the cannon. Poolbay also really interesting there. I think I was expecting him initially to go and pick up the plate, but actually going for a tempo back there. So I don't know if he got the plate gold or not, because he was in range. The minions were able to get the plate. But even if he didn't, just looking to reset so that he's full health again and actually maintains the maximum amount of pressure that he has in the lane.
Also gets a null magic, I think,
yeah.
off that
yeah,
bag.
yeah, picked it up as well. He did have his Kerchais already, but
Kachizis.
he was able to pick up the null magic mantle on the back of it as well. And he will also be full health for what might be a contest here on the Dragon. We'll see if Humble Life actually wants to try and commit to that, or whether D+ just going to pick it up, which I think is what I expect.
Yeah, Guon gonna do what he can to try and find some creeps to steal away. I don't think that there was anything towards that top side, and as we can see, there isn't. Does get a control ward down though to try and grab a semblance of vision and information on the top side. This Drake just going to be secured. D+ get on over there and take that one down. And with not a lot of control all around this map, pretty obvious that they are going to be able to do that. So the first time that Hanwha hasn't been able to pick up a Drake in the playoffs in the early game. Thanatos going to put down the red carpet and ask Rooster and Guon if they want to walk it. And 1 versus 2 decides that he wants to do some damage here to Rooster.
And we did have Lucid and Poolbay. Lucid walking through mid after picking up the Dragon. So it was a very successful, I think, defensive ultimate there from Thanatos. If Rooster and Guon actually get on top of him and Lucid is in time, you give up a kill to the K'Sante and really skew the matchup. And Rumble, again, always needs to be on the forefront and remain winning as Poolbay.
There's the Emperor's Divide, and Poolbay not going to be able to get the buffer working. That's first blood going over to Roma. Really nicely played. Just a bit mistimed there by the Tristana.
Yeah, big mistake from Poolbay. Laning phase being played out very nicely, but the ultimate goal there for Roma and Guon, they would have been happy with just getting like a flash, right? But instead, picked himself up a kill as a dredge line, or the ultimate rather, a bit unfortunate as the flash does come through. As no ultimate for Thanatos here. Romer also on his way back, as is Poolbay.
Yeah,
Might
not
have
a lot of
3v3
information
here.
is a great sidestep from Thanatos. 2v2 at the moment. Lucid just biding his time. They do get the sapling down.
Up.
And everyone's going to come back in. They throw in this Rumble, and he's going to get taken down immediately. That is some gaming there by the K'Sante. But now we're getting resets, and Poolbay is angry. Going to be able to get his revenge here as D+ say thanks for the leash and take themselves a Rift Herald.
Oh, and this is exactly what we were worried about. Even with this is without Equalizer again.
Yeah.
You do see, and I think this is not a mechanical misexecution from Rama Live. This just comes down to the power of these champions in the early game, because the fight isn't that clean from D+, right? Lucid only hits a single person because Rooster gets to pull back. But the consistent damage that is going to be available here for Poolbay.
You said pull back. No, it's Poolbay.
Was making a point.
Ah.
I got so thrown off. We might have 4 more games after this, Atlas. Come on.
I know, isn't it going to be the best?
That was so bad.
I know. But this is where I can do it. You know, like you realize
I
every time in the LCK, I still think of those things, but I can't really say them. But here, it's a free space. It's a free space where I can just say things
what was it?
Makes people upset.
Yeah, yeah. No, I respect it. You know, I have to respect the game, even though I am on the receiving end of it. And the Herald ends up going over to D+, which, again, everything that D+ does in the early game, they need to. If Humble Life gets to the mid to late, without being put behind with both their carries, Romer and Lure in a good spot, who right now, obviously Poolbay is ahead, but Romer still got an early kill.
Yep.
Lure has been completely even when it comes to the CS. So there is plenty of power in this composition, but we have had 2 Drakes, and one is Cloud, which is unfortunately can't get that soul, but Camtech already being on really means that a second Drake is going to be, I think, insanely valuable, because any early Drake stacking, if you get Infernal, it's going to be a nightmare for Hanwha, right?
Yeah.
If you are able to pick up a Mountain, it's a nightmare for Hanwha, because chewing through the front line, when there is a Mountain available, it makes it so much harder when you run a two-carry
What about double
composition.
80 carry Hextex?
Yeah, well, I didn't even mention that one.
Well, there's a killer instinct. Yeah, Thumb is going to get a decent depth charge, finds a dredge line as well, and he's out. He is absolutely fine. That is a solo kill from Rooster. All right, Equalizer was down, and Rooster says, I don't really care, buddy. I'm just going to kill you. So Hanwha back on the board in a big way here, especially towards the top side, which was going to be a big factor here for D+. Not working out like that right now.
Xante counter pick actually working out here. Rooster picks up a kill. Was able to get himself one earlier on as Lucid's going to find Guwon here. Doesn't have a lot of damage though.
1v1 sort of happening all over the place as plates go over to Pullbay. Guwon is going to blast cone his way out of dodge. And it looks like even the Rift Herald money is not going to go over to Roamer as there is a demolish proc for Pullbay wanting to get through this turret. Let's see what happened here towards the top lane.
As we take another look, and again a reminder, Rooster is already ahead here, and the Equalizer against Xante I think is always hard to hit, and this wasn't a great one either. Didn't really get himself in a position where he was able to walk it out safely. And Rooster also itemizing really well. You're playing into, outside of Pullbay, a lot of magic damage on the top side of the map, so he's able to pick up Mercs, he had a Negatron cloak at that point, is
okay,
bit awkward
we're
here.
teleporting in. Duro has already been lit on fire, but he does have his ultimate available. Still, he's going to get stunned up, and eventually he's going to go down. Can they get anything more? As there is potential Reset City to start for Pullbay, but doesn't quite get there. And it's just the one going over to D+, but it should guarantee this Drake. It means that they are set up for a soul point coming up 5 minutes afterwards.
Yeah, costly mistake from Duro there. Understanding wanting to cancel Lucid, who by the way went Hex Flash, which I'm sure you're very happy with.
Oh yeah.
But was not able to make anything happen. The main issue, I think, for Hanwha is that, well, topside has been going amazingly, and if Rooster can even build further upon this lead, you're going to be feeling great. It is indeed Mountain, and the mid jungle has been very strongly in favor. The one mistake from Pullbay, which was really nicely forced by Roamer and Guwon, right? Roamer with the ult in, and Pullbay messing up the buffer. Made me believe that maybe it was going to go another way, but right now the Rel and Tristana are still sitting on a very sizable gold lead in either of those lanes. We'll see though how well D+ can use this lead to actually get more, right? You need second Herald. You need yourself a Fur Drake as well. And from that point on, I think that you can afford to make a few mistakes.
I would agree. I think that the fact that Hanwha do have a lot of power here towards this top side, that is definitely a great thing. As Roma takes a little bit of damage. I think mitigating Thanatos' impact, because I think this Rumble, if he was out of control, there is actually zero way that Hanwha will win the game.
Oh, 100%.
But so far, actually kind of going all right. D+ remain in the lead as far as money is concerned, but not that far. We are going to see new Rift Herald in just under a minute. The Drake just under 4 minutes time before that one comes through. So topside vision control going to be the battle for both of these teams. Rift Scuttler there, going to spot Pullbay moving towards the top lane. And he's sort of done with these last couple of plates. He's just going to try and get to work on this top lane turret. And as the plates fall down, Tristana going to be in position to get a few autos if he would like to. Decides not to, actually. Feels like he's a bit scared of overextension.
Yeah, I think also wants to be here so they can set up, start the objective as soon as possible. As Thumb is here by himself. Don't think he got spotted there, but will be vacating the area, needs to wait. I think Rahel and Lure both have finished their Kraken. We also have Rooster and Thanatos both sitting on TP. And do note that Thanatos can't actually cancel Rooster's TP. Other way around, obviously, is a possibility is Lucid. A little bit of damage going down onto Duro here, but nothing crazy.
No, just dashing forward, finding some crash downs, things like that. And he was moving up the map, so maybe it's a crash up in that instance. Not entirely sure. Need to figure that one out. As Pullbay just sharing waves here on the top side of the map, making sure that he is in position as his teleport is down. Roamer doing the same thing. So this Rift Herald going to be the next thing in contention. We have Xante remaining on the bottom side, and in fact Thanatos is going to stop his back also. Definitely wants to go back before teleporting in, so it might be that Rooster can get a little bit of a tempo advantage, but I think both of them probably wanted to finish an item.
Yeah, Rooster also sitting on the cusp of an Iceborne.
Ooh, D+, really worried about starting this up, as yeah, Rooster is going to be going back. And Hammer Life Esports just going to catch this wave as D+ delivers it to them. A lot of vision, available for D+ in the area, but as you can see, it's just that control ward in the back of this pit that is going to now be finally removed by D+. Teleport in here from Thanatos, and we'll see whether this equalizer is going to be a good one. These sort of fights, exactly the ones that Rumble are looking for. Let's see whether it is actually going to work out. Thanatos finding that flank angle where he can, as the Rift Herald is going to go down. And now Humble Life Esports might look for Thanatos, but he gets himself out of there. So it's just not going to be too much of a fight. And Lucid's going to secure the objective, and that's it. And Equalizer is going to be used to clear the wave in mid.
That's a lot of build-up for not a lot of action.
Yeah, I feel like the blades still be blue, you know?
Yeah. Even without Draven in the game, it's kind of how we're feeling looking at this. As we will have a fight come up in about a minute. And this one, for Humble Life, I think you have the opportunity to kind of sit back. Next one, no. Guwon, you press that R button, and I don't care if it's a good angle or not. If you give over the Mountain Soul point, we think this game becomes very, very tough. Looking at one of the spikes have been hit across the board. Only Guwon still a decent amount behind. Obviously, due to the gold lead that Lucid was able to build up. We now see some vision being set up here. I do think that the Humble Life bot side were able to get some vision down, as we can see.
Will there be a neutral objective secured by Humble Life Esports? 20 seconds until the first Mountain Drake is going to spawn, and I think this is a really important time. If Hanwha can start stacking Drakes now, it's absolutely perfect. As Lucid getting pushed out of the way, and Poolbay, he's got teleport now, yeah.
This, that's very D+. Yeah, just there's no teleport on Hanwha. Like, Poolbay can just keep on pushing. He's Tristana with Demolish.
Well, Guwon and Roma are going to get to work on this Drake, so it should be at least the Drake being picked up, but like you say, I have a feeling D+ kind of going to be okay with that, especially with Inner Turret Gold, which is just worth so much. Thanatos, oh, I thought he might just throw in an equalizer, but he didn't actually have it up off cooldown just yet. They didn't have the option. Poolbay moves back towards this inner turret once again, as Rooster's going to move up. Still, explosive charge comes down, 2/3 of that inner turret, plus the entirety of the outer gold going over. And Rift Herald now going to be employed in the mid lane. There's a flash. Magnustorm as Lure has to cleanse flash immediately. The start of the team fight. Go on, a lot of value with that first Bramble smash, but man, the Blade Caller was good from Rahel to keep them in position. Poolbay's going to have to flash out of the way from Rooster, who is just a monster in this game. And now he's going to be on distraction duty, I guess. He's not going to be able to survive them. So he is going to successfully distract, but D+ not going to capitalize.
Yeah, I think what happened there is that the fight was started by D+, and then Poolbay pathed into the jungle, and then was met by Rooster, who obviously is going to win 1v1 if he can get it on top or get the drop onto, on Poolbay, as we expect. Once you get on top of the Tristana, life gets very, very hard for Poolbay, and even with his ultimate, isn't... Oh, he actually tried to go... Okay, well, yeah.
I think he went aggressive.
Yeah, never mind. I'm like, he definitely could have gotten out, because I thought it was a response, but it's not. Poolbay gets overconfident. Rooster plays really nicely there around the vision, and then Roma flashes in to make sure that Poolbay can't get a jump and get executed. And this means that it is kind of a neutral play, which I think mildly favors Hanwha Life. The map control gained by D+ is nice. No mid lane turret does mean that you can push up a lot further, but getting both a shutdown kill onto Lucid or onto Poolbay with Roamer, really big. Getting a Drake and denying Soul Point, really big as well. And I think D+ still have a ton of time when it comes to finding the big team fights, but I do think Hanwha are gonna get more and more agency as this game progresses.
I would agree. I think that map control is a big deal, though. So the outer ring of turrets being almost completed. The bottom outer still there, but Poolbay is still investing time towards the top lane. Guwon as the spooky tree coming on over to try and defend. Lucid also in the area. As look at all of the Baron vision. Do you think perhaps Baron might be attempted relatively early in this game?
They do have 280 carries.
Yeah, it does go down relatively fast. But we'll see. Humble Life Esports now coming on over and looking to try and get as much vision down themselves.
Yeah, enemy team also, because it's Xayah and or Azir, Kai'Sa and Azir.
It's
So as
not-
soon as
it's
Nashor's
not
is done,
Leandri's Azir though. Leandri's Azir does.
yeah,
a
I
lot
think
of damage.
Nashor's will help. Leandri's Nashor's is obviously the actual crazy one. And we also haven't talked about this yet, but we're going for AD Kai'Sa, which I do think is considerably weaker and really kind of changes my opinion on how a lot of the late game will play out as well.
We've seen so much of this, even in the LCK recently.
And
I'm not a huge fan.
I understand it from a power curve perspective, because one of the big issues that Kai'Sa was running into and why she was losing more is because teams were not letting you get to the free item point where you just W everyone and they die. And I think the 1 and 2 spikes of AD Kai'Sa are a lot better. I still think she like scales very smoothly, but it is definitely not as broken, because when you do get to late game, and I think for Hanwha that's always going to be a win con here, having the opportunity to just poke people down is so valuable. But I think they didn't want to be full AP. Does mean that Lure will be weaker than he could have been otherwise.
Yeah. Double Quick Blades is now done with second items in for both Rahel and Poolbait. Definitely for these 80 carry compositions, it is a huge point of power. Thumb moving on in as the Shiny Chandelure. Not a huge fan. I think this was mentioned in chat a little while back. We know that Astro Nautilus, of course, not a huge fan of this particular skin also. But Guon and Roma now moving towards this Baron Pit, and it looks like both of these teams pretty interested in what this Baron is going to be getting up to over the next 10 minutes. I think trying to deny these early Barons seems to be on their minds. And the Drake going to be coming up in 40 seconds, and no one really having any vision in that area. A crash down from Lucid gets himself out of the way, as Duro did have an opportunity to go in for a bit of a headbutt pole, but just not trusting the fact that Lucid is alone.
It's a pretty uneventful first game.
Well, I mean, there's been 7 events technically, I guess, and a bunch of neutral objectives. One of them going to Hummer Life Esports, and the rest going to D+ Kia. And there was a stat that we saw earlier on, which was Drake's at 14 minutes, the amount of Drakes taken at 14 minutes. In every game that Hummer played in the playoffs in their first match, they managed to get the first couple. It's the first time that they've really been challenged as far as early game macro is concerned, and it is partly down to the draft, to be perfectly honest. We'll see how they're going to be able to get themselves back into this one with a composition that can look really, really nice in late game team fights.
We've seen as well, D+, they don't seem to be overly bothered. They don't have a lot of vision control here.
Rahel
is in trouble.
Maybe could die. He's going to have to Feather Storm as Guon throws down the Nature's Grasp. Rahel tries to get behind Thumb, but it is going to be okay. Poolbait just dead.
Yeah, TP behind him.
The flanking Tristana is the deadliest, I think is what they say. That's the Z quote, pretty sure.
Really big mistakes there from D+ and Our Life. Say thank you very much. Going to be making their way over to this pit. And Poolbait TP'd as well, so even the death timer running out, not going to be enough. Duro.
Oh, this could be a huge Hex Flash. There he goes. Pulverize does come in. Special delivery of the Rel. Not exactly ideal target. And now Rahel is just free hitting. Duro taking so much damage. There's 2 kills already. And Thanatos is just melting them. He does go down. Thumb's also able to try and help out here as Rahel is popping off. That's the triple. Thumb dives forward, but now it's Roma that's able to get, what is that, a quadra kill in the end? Okay, sure, but I don't think it's a Baron, and it is just a bloodbath.
And then by the end of it, nothing has changed.
It is exactly the same situation as before, yes.
Oh, challengers. Never changed.
It's a nice 4v5, though.
Yeah, this is a really good, because this is the actual value of an equalizer this time around, right? Like, Thumb and Lucy do such a good job of setting up for Thanatos' ultimate. And, like, imagine if Rahel has Feather Storm here. Imagine if they have Poolbait. I really, very,
that flash was really
from
nice
Rahel.
from
Yeah,
Rahel.
and then walks into 2 soldiers and just dies.
The two sides of Rahel, absolutely beautifully on display here.
Oh, Romer is going to be the one guy that really wins off of the back of this. As Poolbait tried to take the Drake by himself, Romer wouldn't let him. And now it's going to be a second Drake for Our Life, and I'm starting to favor them more and more as we get later into the game. It's deep, like Poolbait in particular, man. There are moments where like, this guy is so smart. He knows exactly what he's doing. And then you have that TP, you're like,
I don't
no
think, I
idea.
haven't had very many of those times. I've had a lot of times where I'm like, Poolbay's hands are really good.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I've never really had the time where I'm like, oh, Poolbay made a really intelligent macro decision here. Because that doesn't happen all that often. And we'll just see whether D+ are going to be able to make some better ones, as that was a really nice buffer of the dredge line, making sure that Thumb is going to be all right. And Roma heading towards the top side to try and answer the push. And Poolbay is very, very good at putting on a lot of pressure. He just puts on pressure wherever he goes, but sometimes it's a bit too much, as Guon is going to be able to spot this out. Oh, please,
He's going to sapling, but it's too late. I don't think he'll be really in a position. He does have his flash available, though, so he might try to flip. I think it's good.
Yeah, it's just gone. He gets into the pit, but not going to be enough. Lucid utilizing the Rel for a lot of damage potential there as he dives immediately on top of Roma. There is the Emperor's Divide that he's partying on for quite some time. Thanatos not in position to try and help out, though, as the Buster Shot comes in. Poolbay gets rid of them. 2 Barons remain. And I don't know whether that's exactly worth, or maybe it's just even again.
I think it's just even again.
I mean, it is a 72 Baron power play
yeah,
so
and
far.
they will
and they'll
lose
get
a
a turret,
turret.
so it's definitely in favor of Home Life Esports.
Right now, yeah, but I think that the buff still might allow them to pick up more, particularly the bot side turret definitely has to go down. Okay, if they lose in mid as well, then, which it looks like is going to be the case, Poolbay doesn't, or Thanatos rather, doesn't have his ultimate available, so we'll see if D+ in the 2 minutes that are remaining can pick up something on the upswing, but while this objective being picked up is nicely done, we do see, yeah, really Rahel still getting caught there by the ultimate, even though Lucid tried to block, and then there are no summoners available here. As you point out, Romer really doing, again, I think an exceptional job, and then even without it being AP Kaisa, we do see the snipe come through onto Rahel, and yeah, Romer is sitting on a death cap now.
He is a big boy.
It's a messy game, Atlas. I feel like D+ are like a little bit ahead of the curve on some of these plays, but I haven't actually seen them have great team fights yet. And outside of that one where they won effectively a 4 versus 5,
Yeah.
there's a lot going on. And that's just how I like the first game in my Challengers Best of 5s to go. Do we know anything after this? We know Romer's good.
Well, I think if D+ don't win this, then it's pretty unfortunate for them. Like, I think that it becomes a very Home Life Esports favored series if D+ don't win this game, because I think the draft edge is massively in favor of D+ gear in this game.
I definitely favored D+, but as mentioned, I think that the main thing that I was looking towards from Hanwha, they also did really well, which was mitigate the impacts of mid-jungle. And I think that D+, the main thing that scares me going into some of the later games, so that I would be worried about, is that they have definitely lacked some of the decisiveness and the snappiness that we've kind of come to associate with this team. The team fighting has always been good, though, and it wouldn't be Challengers if it doesn't all come down to like one objective flip at some point.
True.
The last one was kind of that, but I think we can do better.
Well, we're going to have one because it's Soul Point available for both teams coming up pretty soon. I think D+ is going to have to get to work on trying to find some mountains because, as you can see, Rooster with a couple under his belt seems almost immortal here as he just wanders around the bottom lane willy-nilly, doing as he pleases. The gold has never been more than 3,000 in either direction. And I think that that is largely on D+, unable to really snowball a bunch of advantages that they managed to pick up in the early game. And now, Home Life Esports just starting to get that scale and working. And I think that as soon as if this next Drake goes to Hanwha, then it's almost impossible for D+, I think.
Yeah, I do think it becomes very hard. I think that also with the direction they've gone in animation, Poolbay didn't end up going for a Lord Doms because he does need bot first because he's going to be sidelaying a lot more, so the extra sustain is very valuable. Are going to run into some serious issues, as there is also another issue, which is, as I think Lucid's engages have been great, but this is Lucid with 3,000 damage. And that's because he's playing Rel.
Yeah.
But that does kind of echo the problems we've had with Canyon on tanks. As we do have an engage starting here.
Yeah, Thumb is going to be engaged on as Dura takes a lot of damage, and if Rahel keeps himself safe, and DK, they're pretty dangerous to engage onto. It's just generally the Xayah situation.
Give up another dragon. It looks that way. Can't just keep giving these up.
You really can't. And the Baron is
But they
up
are.
in a minute and a half. So, like, they do just walk towards the top lane instead without very much of a plan outside of Pool Bay push turret.
Yeah, I think they will definitely get the inner. Main issue with this is that I want to give credit to Hanwha. With Rooster and Duro moving up that much, they gain prio of mid-wave. They're able to move into first. I think the objective control for D+ has been really bad, and Hanwha Life is making great use of it, because every time they just walk in, and the moment that you don't have vision, I actually think it's a right call for D+ to not go in, because if you just face check into Maokai and whatever else they have, you lose. But you should never be in the position where you have to face check and you have zero control of the objective when you know it's coming up front. And now the amount of tankiness that's going to be available for Hanwha Life is insane. We also have Lure sitting on a 4th item already. Got his GA, can play so much more aggressive, and yeah, I think Hanwha Life are looking really good here in game number 1.
And Thanatos has 3 items, but none of them are avoid stuff. So Force of Nature Rooster is never going to be an issue for him. And Rooster also has Randuins and this Frozen Fist, and he's just feeling pretty good. Yeah, with 3 mountains. I mean, the Cassante problem is even like if they get Mountain Soul, I think like Cassante is a monster in a side lane as well. It's crazy to even think about. And it's feast or famine, it feels, for Cassante's at the moment in the current meta.
I would agree.
And he's feasting. He is definitely feasting today.
As the Baron will be started up, this is the final hurdle for Hanwha. We'll see. There is still a lot of power for D+, but I don't know if it'll be enough. Making their way in through the river.
So I'm going to come on over. Let's see whether he can find a miracle here as Lucid trying to get towards the pit, but the Baron is just gone. D+ and getting themselves towards objectives. Not exactly a thing that's working out here. Decent Featherstorm from Rahel, but he's going to have to flash away. That's an amazing Magnus Storm, though, as Lua is going to get taken down to his GA. Massive AoE damage as Poolbay just finds the backline. There are 2 AD carries just blasting them apart. The Azir going to be taken down. Lua comes back from the GA, takes down Poolbay, but that is going to be an ace. Nice Baron Hanwha Life, and well, it's not an ace. Rooster is still alive because I think he's unkillable, so it's about as close to an ace as you can get.
So if Lure doesn't get that kill, I think the game is done. Lure getting it actually is huge because there is no AD carry for D+. Thumb is dead. Yeah, 100%.
Thumb is big time dead. And Rooster may kill Thanatos as well.
Yeah, I think Thanatos should be able to get out. But more importantly, Lure getting the kill there onto Poolbay. If they played a little bit slower, Poolbay doesn't die, I think they can maybe end. Without that damage, though, it's not going to happen. And again, the team fighting from D+. In this moment, looking incredible. Lucid with the pullback there. Then the flash from Thanatos right on top. And then this ultimate from Poolbay that gets a multi-man knock-up is really pivotal. And then once the Shurima Shuffle comes through, it is So
the Q damage is ridiculous on AD Kaiser.
Yeah.
It's very
so legitimately, if Poolbay lives there, might be the end of it. Might be able to push through. Rooster obviously still has Nash and is really hard to get through. So I don't think it's guaranteed by any means, but this game is a continuous back and forth.
Yep, and maybe it's another negative Baron power play in a row. That would be pretty fun.
Very fun. I think it's happening. I love this.
It's the classic.
So dumb.
The absolute classic. Baron is, in fact, a trap. But it's 1 minute until Mountain Soul. And if D+ aren't able to actually get any control, then I think the game is over. It's very, very hard to play against this composition when it picks up a Mountain Soul.
I would say that, but I've seen Hanwha Life lose with Infernal.
Yeah, and I mean, Infernal I think is easier to lose with, because if you don't actually do damage with your champions, you just get CC'd to death, then you can't do anything, whereas Mountain Soul means you just don't take damage, and so you can always generally do stuff.
I hope so. But there is oh, Thanatos, that is not a Void Staff, my guy, that's a cookie.
Oh,
I don't know what that's about.
What?
Yeah, I will see. I definitely...
I guess he wants to melt the squishies.
Well, I think that's legitimate, though, right? Like, he just doesn't care about Rooster at all.
No, but I think you need Void Stuff to get through the 3
at this
mountain
point,
drakes.
Yeah, at this point, like, it's
more
interesting.
damage,
Well,
yeah.
it's... It might be. Well, we'll end up seeing what it is, because it's around like 65 MR, for example, here for Romer. If it's the same for Lure, then it isn't actually that bad. As D+ hugely cut out. Home Alive doing an amazing job here. Really aggressive push, knowing that D+ tried to set up for the objective.
Pulbe could just be dead. He has to go golden, and Lua can just get back into position. There's an equalizer. A lot of damage onto Roma here as Thanatos, is going to be able to avoid the Emperor's Divide. Yeah, but I think it's just game. All right, Home Life Esports just say, all right, well, we don't really care too much about this Drake. We're just going to take your inhibitor and then maybe kill everyone as well. As now Rooster looking for an opportunity onto Thumb. Thumb turns around and hits a minion with an anchor. And that is not quite going to do it. Blade Caller is decent there on Duro, but there is no engage option. And Hum Alive, they can just move back towards this Drake. It's a teleport from Roma to make sure that his health bar is full. The Sand Soldiers are going to take care of it.
Yeah, this is gone.
And yeah, this is, it should just be game over.
Yeah, I was a little worried for Homo there because they were funneling into a Xayah with 5 items. Definitely don't want to do that. Again, credit to Lure. I'm really, really impressed with how this player has been playing here. Actually going in there, sets up. Pulbe is forced to go for the stopwatch, ends up going down, and then Thanatos trying to salvage it, gets taken down as well. Again, credit to Homo Life there. Very good read. They know that D+ are always going to contest, so they move over. They just go for the hard shove, are able to actually make it work, and now I think are highly favored in this game, but at the same time,
I think it's done.
No. Ooh, I don't think it's ever done. But he does have almost 400 armor, so
yeah.
Good luck getting for that.
Yeah, I want to have a look at the good old 192 armor on a Kaiser.
Hey, that's GA right there.
Yeah.
That's 200 armor.
That's
a lot.
It's a lot. He's got 70 MR, and Thanatos is going to be able to finish his Shadow Flame relatively soon. Hopefully a Void Staff does eventually come in. Probably Deathcap last item if he ever gets there. But that's probably not going to happen. The gold lead is still not stretched beyond 3,000. It does feel like, at least in the gold department, things are fine. But when you factor in the amount of stats 4 Mountain Drakes gives you in comparison to a Cloud and a Chemtech, I think you're...
It's got to be
It's about a 7,000 gold
Yeah,
lead,
it's got to be some crazy like split push angle here, which I don't think that D+ is going to get. Or they need to majorly outfight Home Alive on the team fight. If you can somehow get both Romer and Lure CC'd up, then maybe there's an angle, but I don't think that's looking very likely. As long as those players and the front line of Halma do their job. Halma's about to go up a 1-0 here. We'll see. With the gold and with the items, I think you always need to respect, as we will see objective about to be started up here.
Yeah, Pulbe looking for that flank angle as Rooster hanging around in this mid lane. And Lua going to start this one up. They do get information exactly when it starts. And Pulbe is on that flank angle, does have Buster Shot available. Let's see whether Lucid can actually get into the pit as Duro going to avoid the anchor. It is going to be the Baron taken, but is it a curse once again, is the question. Equalizer, fantastic position. Magnus Storm, they're all burning as Pulbe going to get dove on top of, but the rest of D+ winning the rest of this fight. My God, Thanatos, you monster! Lure is going to melt. It's a triple kill for the Rumble, and I think you may have been onto something there, Chronicler, because once again, the Baron curse comes in, unless Lure just kills them all, but Featherstorm is going to come down. Rahel still has GA, and like we said, Rooster is immortal, so don't think about killing him. They're still just going to be hunting here. Are they going to face check? Okay. They get out with the blast cone, and D+ they're being ran around the Rosie just a little bit here.
What does it mean?
I'm not sure.
What did we learn?
2 Barons escaped.
As Baron doesn't seem to be enough. And the equalizer value actually insane. Again, Lucid's setup together with Thumb on these objectives is so big. And if Lure doesn't do what he does here, for the second time in a row, game is over. Is actually able to blow up Thanatos here. Guwon gives his life. And then this is with him still having his GA available as well, is able to actually make it out.
Lure kind of a monster.
Yeah, I was really leaning Romer.
He doesn't have shoes.
Yeah, I was really leaning Romer in mid game, but it's if Homolab win, which I think is still the most likely, but at this point I don't know anything.
I'm always okay with 80 Kai'Sa votes if they are actually POG worthy, and he is an 80 Kai'Sa because it actually requires a bit of mechanics to,
It does.
to play.
Yeah, no,
instead
the
of
AP,
just press
the
W.
AP Kai'Sa vote really has felt like the. Remember the Corky vote? When was it? 2021?
Yeah,
Oh, that was dark times.
it was dark times.
But that's not this. This is
No?
Lure just playing really, really well.
And I think he's going to have a target on his back in the next team fight.
It does have
As his
GA though.
GA
It makes
is,
it
yeah.
so much harder. But it's really interesting because what actually has been the main issue for Humble Life to deal with has not been that Lure or Roamer are dead from the get-go, but that Rooster, Guan, and Duro get CC'd on top of Thanatos' barbecue extravaganza, and then they just die.
Yeah, and Roman now with his Baron is moving towards his top side. Pulbe is still having a very fun time. Well, yeah, the 6th item Void stuff. Congratulations, Thanatos. Fantastic work. It's still, 6 items coming in for Rahel, and we've got 5 sitting there for Pulbe, who wants to get his last one. Sitting on 2.1k, so can at least get a BF sword when he goes home. See what he is going to be purchasing with that last bucket of cash. And we got elixirs coming through for everyone. We've got we're hitting the late game as far as the itemization. And man, Thanatos really looking like he's having a hard time, 4, 5, and 8, but still has done the most damage in the game. The guy is kind of huge.
This is one of those situations as well where I'm like, maybe Duro should have just gone Locket. Like Locket or any form of a redemption could have been so valuable here.
Yeah.
If you look at how close these fights are, as D+, I know we've given up a lot of dragons, but they know as well. Elder, oh, is it Elder for Nexus?
Oh, the classic. Well, that is an immediate killer instinct from Lua, and Pulbe almost dies.
He does have his, he does have a BT though. We'll see if he's able to actually sustain back up. They don't know that Rooster is behind them.
Well, is he even behind them? As
Nope,
Thanatos
never mind.
is going to spot him out. Okay, now the Drake is going to jump up. Oh man, I'm so worried for whoever picks up
It's
this
challengers.
objective. Is okay.
It's
Thunder's
happening.
going to have to flash away. Duro's going to get CC'd up. There are turrets falling over around the rest of the map. That might
Soul
have been
value.
Yeah, this is so difficult
gone.
for D+, and that is the Elder that's going to be taken. And now the Drake is just going to eat Thanatos. That equalizer was not it at all. And I think they are going to go out with a whimper here, Chronicler, as D+ have no one left. Pulbe going to get eaten by a dragon as well, as Rahel is just going to bail from the whole situation, and that is going to be that. With the Elder, they're going to grab themselves an almost ace and then look to win the game.
Oh, what an extremely anticlimactic ending there to game number 1. Oh,
And
they
I
just
thought
get
it was going to be okay because Pulbe teleported
Yeah.
and then didn't instantly die. And so I'm
Yeah.
like, oh wow, now his TP's on
Yeah.
cooldown. He's going to be okay. But it wasn't the case.
Life is not okay.
No, it certainly is not, as no Featherstorm, no chance here for Rahel. And he's just going to have to watch as his Nexus turrets go down. He sort of just dies. I didn't even really see pile of bodies there as Humble Life Esports will take game number 1. Mountain Soul comes in and full control of the later game objectives. Gives it over to them. But honestly, that was D+ Kia's game to lose, and they unfortunately lost it.
I think we're going the distance. Like, after a game like this,
I think my prediction was very wrong.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the takeaway. They won multiple fights that they never should. Like, I think I think we see very clear strengths and very clear weaknesses. I think that the team fighting from Humble Life has been really rough. And I think that this is a composition where given that you get to a mid to late game, you should definitely be able to win. They won this one very convincingly, but like lost a 4v5, lost the previous fight as well. But also, D+, their objective control was non-existent.
Yeah, it was woeful.
Wasn't there at all. And it's a 43-minute game here for game number 1.
A lot of damage there from Thanatos. Did a lot in the team fights, but the laning phase on this Rumble, not really living up to what we expect in this Rumble versus Cassante matchup. Probably should be barbecued Cassante more often than not. Maybe getting Lucid onto a carry could be a way for D+ to feel a little bit better about this, and maybe getting a different pick for Pulbe This is not quite the showmaker Tristana that we expect from D+. It was a little bit more dicey. Did get into a few side lanes, and I was impressed by Rahel's play, but Lua kind of outplayed him. And I need to do some voting. Do you want to do a double on the Lua?
Yeah.
That would be great. As wow, what am I doing? My
I
phone
got
was
you.
open in my pocket, and now it's like changing notification settings.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that's not good.
Can't change the note. You need to get your notifications, Max. And I want to reiterate.
Why did my phone open WhatsApp? I have no idea.
So Lure did this amount of damage with an 80 Kai'Sa build. This is not I press W Kai'Sa. This is actually really impressive. Humble Life coming out swinging here, I think, in-game #1. And Lure in particular looking amazing. See how the drafts shape up over the next few games.
Yeah, we're going to have to see some adaptation, I think. I'm a little bit worried just based on the gameplay. I think that Humble Life Esports coming in with a plan here. It's going to be Rooster that picks up the POG, I think largely to do with his opposition. But, he did play well.
Yeah, he had a great game. But it was 80 Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
It's
Lua did
all
very well.
Cassante, though, was something that we were very suspicious of when we loaded into the game. Got, 2 solo kills? At least one.
Well,
actually,
one.
it says one.
Yep.
It has solo
I think it
kill
was.
there.
I think it was.
I think it was one. But did a lot of tanking in the team fights, was able to provide a lot of space and create a lot of opportunity for the backline, which Roamer and Lure made great use of as well.
Yeah, also made great use of the fact that it was a mountain soul this game as well.
This is so weird. I joined the stream expecting chaos and I heard actual casting. This is fake challengers. Yeah, we are letting down our loyal fan base a little bit, Atlas. That is very
Sorry,
true.
Uncle Puppet. I will never do it again. I promise it's going to be actual shenanigans immediately after we get back from the break.
And Rooster, even though he's not with the team on the stage, coming up huge here in the first game. And we'll see how the next game shapes up. D+ will, of course, have side selection, but I do agree with you. Some of those mid-game objectives got to look a lot better.
Yep, we'll see whether Thumb can turn it around as well. Wasn't his greatest game, but it is time for a bit of a break. And when we get back, game #2. See you there. G'dowdy everyone and welcome back to LCK Challenger Playoffs in 2023 of Summer of 2023. One of those things, that game kind of threw us through a loop because D+ Kia looked like they had it under control until they absolutely did not, and Humble Life Esports kind of rolled over the top of them. Mountain Soul working out very effectively with a quad-stacked Mountain Drake situation. Roma playing out the mid-game very, very well, and then handballing it over to Lua for the late game was beautiful to witness. And D+ had side selection in game number 1. We'll see exactly where they're going to be moving to in game number 2. But I think some certain adjustments are going to have to be made if D+ is going to come back in this series because it's looking a bit dire.
Yeah, my main point after that first game would be the objective control. There was a couple of early points where, like, I think the first, second Mountain Drake were still fine to give up. But beyond that, I think we are really seeing the difference between Bible and FUM. I think that one of the things that made D+ so tough to face when they were on their big win streak was the fact that they always had control.
Yeah.
Always had full vision. And it made it really hard. And if you think I'm choking up, I am. I love objective control. It's one of my favorite things in the world. I love it when teams get a good tempo back in, you know, like a minute in advance, and they push the vision lines, they set up control, and they make the opponent face check.
And D+ did that in the first few minutes of the game, and then they got bored of it. They decided that, nah, I don't really want to have any control of the map. And instead, they forfeited any sort of neutral objective control that they ever had. And then hoped to turn up to objectives a little bit late, let their opponent have it, and then see if a team fight would just happen. And that was actually a relatively effective way of playing out the game until the Elder happened, and then it was an unceremonious dispatching.
Up until that
team.
point, I also, it felt kind of counterintuitive that they were still winning fights.
It was very strange. It was like you got a Baron and then it was over for you.
Literally no team, I think, got a actually, like, maybe like technically positive, but I don't think
no one got over 1,000 gold
on the Baron
power
play.
play.
Yeah, out of 3.
Yep.
Free.
Just did not really happen. And that's a dude saying you're the best and crying and being very upset. So it's just a huge Roma fan, and maybe sometimes you just cry a little bit.
Maybe
because you're such a fan.
Yeah, likes Roma. Maybe he likes objective control as well.
Maybe he's getting a bit choked up, and that's why there's tears streaming down his face. Would make some sense. Dear casters, when is LCK CL 2024 starting? Probably next year, but you know I can.
We
can't
couldn't possibly know
nor deny. But actually, it is recorded already, so. But that's a leak.
No, don't give it away.
I apologize. Who's winning? Yeah, the viewers. It's us.
Always.
It's all of us. Some cheerfuls on display once again. As what is happening here? I kind of love this. We in a bus yelling at people.
Is Lucid the bus driver?
I'm not sure, but
Because I think top
that guy's
right.
huge.
I think top right is maybe it's Thanatos.
I want to know who the little boy is at the bottom right.
I don't know. Saint?
Yeah, maybe. That would be very, very cute. Are you in the studio with the players? No, we're a little bit down the road. We've got our own little studio. And the Korean casters are in the arena with the players. But there is no stand for us. So we're off in a different room.
Even talked to Nuclear, which was fun.
Did indeed. I gave him my predictions about the Worlds qualifier and the fact that Beryl is inevitable. We can have that discussion later if we want to as well, but we'll keep it a little bit challenging for today.
Yeah, I think it's fine. We can just talk about herbs instead of Beryl.
Are herbs inevitable as well?
Depends on what dish you're making. In some cases, I would say so.
When you play like a JRPG and there is a herb item that recovers HP, do you get confused when it says an herb? Because I do. Like you used an herb.
An herb, yeah.
Yeah, but because I don't know. I always pronounce it herb instead of herb.
Instead of herb. You're a herber.
I'm a herb.
You're
a
herbivore.
I'm a bit of a herbert.
As opposed to an herbivore.
Yeah, and so I get very confused. And so I'm like, Golden Sun, like, can we at least, translate effectively? As let's dive into the draft here and stop talking about herbs or herbs. And the Nocturne, going to once again be banned as D+, remain on the blue side.
Yeah, I'm not going to see any major shakeups. And this is one of the few occasions where I wouldn't necessarily hate a run back of the draft. Because I do actually think that D+ had a good draft that allowed for early playmaking, which they did. They got every early objective. They got 2 Heralds and 2 Dragons. And then from that point on, it was kind of a disaster. And I hope that in this next game, they are going to be able to kind of get it together. Because while they're team fighting, I think pound for pound was better. You can't win the game off of just that.
True. We are going to see, so far, an exact run back. Kai'Sa and Maokai would be coming in here if that is indeed what we're looking at. And I think Harmalife Esports handshake this 100%. I think there's no way that they change this up. And DK, no, we're not pivoting. That is going to be the rel once again. And I would assume Xayah is coming in here on Bullbay's pick. There it is. Azir to follow up here on Harmalife Esports' side. And then I guess we might adjust something. Oh, sorry, the Alistar, as the Azir was coming in as the next pick. And yeah, so I think that this benefits Harmalife Esports because as we saw in the last game, they won.
I don't know. I've seen in LCK, I do agree with you because I've seen way too many Kwangdong games. But in Challengers, the amount of games where I've seen a team run back and then win, and then making us go, why didn't you just do that in the first game?
But the Azir is banned now.
It is a pivot, which I do also not mind. And we will see what Roamer ends up going for. Tristana has often been matched by a variety of different champions. The Jace is one of which, but that has already been banned away by D+ in the first rotation. Annie is another. See what they end up going with here.
Annie and Ahri, 2 of the choices that Roma has, but none of them make you feel all that great when alongside a Maokai.
Ahri Maokai, that sounds cursed.
Yeah, it sounds pretty dire. Especially with the Alistar already locked in, no flexing the Maokai towards the bottom lane as the Nico is going to be banned away. And Lua, what is he going to be picking here? We could priority pick the Cassante for Rooster and then just leave that mid lane pick till very late in the draft. We'll see where they do decide to go. And yeah, the Ahri Maokai situation feels real weird, man.
Yeah, the Merc Tread value in this game is going to be completely out of control. I expect D+ to not be too bothered. I do think, though, that the counter pick for Rooster last game actually ended up working out very, very well. We'll see if this time it'll change. I do think that the Azir being taken away makes a pretty big difference when it comes to the late game damage that Humble Life has compared
True.
to last game. Roamer did do a lot of heavy lifting, but it also means that their mid game is a lot better than it was, right? Because Ari actually has a decent amount of threat, while I think that it is pretty low damage that is available if you can sync up with the Kaisa in particular, and you add a Jax on top of that. I do think you're going to be feeling good. Jax into Rumble, though, I think is way worse than the Cassante.
Yeah, can you tell me what Counter-Strike does to Flame Spitter?
It reduces the damage by, I want to say, like 25%.
Okay.
But it doesn't block all the damage.
No.
It doesn't actually do that, because that's auto attacks.
Yeah. So, Thanatos will be having an okay time. Of course, Jax, if you take control, will always be able to win in the later stages of the game because he is indeed Jax. But you don't have as much flexibility as far as itemization, right? Like, we're not going to see a very early force of nature on this champion. Merc Treads could definitely come in, and that will certainly help him out just a little bit. But I think that the adaptation made by Humble Life Esports, or, well, I guess the adaptation made by D+ in the draft phase in the second round of bans is going to help them out here. If Humble Life Esports win this game, though...
Oh, it's done. Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah. Things are a little bit rough.
I am a firm believer in the possibility of reverse sweeps and challengers, but I don't think it happens here today. But I've said that. I think it was the DRX series as well. Last was this spring? Clear was still playing in spring, right? When he picked Nasus and they reverse swept. That happened.
Yep.
Was that us?
I remember a Susan was picked. I can't remember whether I was casting or not. But I definitely watched.
It all blends together, doesn't it?
It does. And whether I'm casting or not, you know, the challenger experience is just the same. I'm just talking about silly things, whether I'm by myself or whether I'm here on the desk with everyone.
Atlas, 1-1. Are we looking at the quick 3-0?
Oh no, I've pivoted. It's 3-0 time. Let's rock out. I wanted to try the deep do just to see how I felt about it. Don't know how I feel about it.
Thanatos.
I just went with the base version. Yeah.
Into Jax. Just toast him. Didn't toast him. It's not toasting anyone.
No, nor is he gathering the storms.
Well, I wasn't even thinking about that. I've already given up on that.
Yeah, no. But you know, just adds a bit of insult to injury. As Lucid going to be trekking through the jungle as the Rel once again. And the early game for D+ was absolutely fantastic. In the last game, we'll see whether Humble Life Esports now with a slightly changed up draft is going to have a better time. Ari into the Tristana in the early game. How are we feeling about that matchup in comparison to the Azir variety? Because we know like jumping over the Sand Soldiers has been something that Tristana can abuse in the early stages of that particular matchup.
Yeah, I think Ari has a little bit more agency than the Azir does early on. I do think that landing charms consistently can be very hard, as we do have Phantos going for the E start here, as does Rooster. And he's lethal tempo, so his level 1 is insane. Phantos might have to flash here. Not going to be the case. Exit trade shouldn't be too horrible if he can land the second spear as well, which he will. And this just means that both junglers should path top. Because whoever gets ahead in this matchup is going to have a good time. And the opposing laner is not going to have a good time, even remotely. But especially like level 1, lethal tempo, and he did actually get the stack at fully is so insane. Works really well with Jax's passes as well as in we go.
Hook. Yeah, I think we actually saw this exact trade in the last game as level 2 hit by DK, and they do throw out the hook. So Guon moving towards this bottom side, level 3 gank opportunity here.
They should know, because he's not spotted on the top half of the map, but I don't think they will.
Yeah, that is going to be the headbutt back onto Rahel. We'll see whether he is going to be able to flash his way to safety. The cleanse is decent, but the ignite is still ticking, and that is first blood going to Lua. Thumb just going to wander his way out. Lua is real scary even before any items have come through. That is a great adaptation in play here to get the bottom lane ahead early.
And Guon, just a free camp into bot side camp. I just want to highlight, this is exactly the same gank that happened to the main D+ roster, which I just think is really funny. The exact same, the pathing from the jungler a little different, with a level 3 gank, no early vision secured here, and you have Rahel's ward, right? Should have really just put it down with how far you were up in the lane, as we do take win rate not that great. KDA though.
Yeah, looking pretty good. That is going to be a great buffer from Poolbay this time around, going to ignore the charm, but still going to lose out on the trade as he trades positions with Lucid. Lucid moving towards the Rift Scuttler on the top side. We'll be able to secure that one. Don't know whether it's double Scuttle scenarios here for the Rel this time around, though, as Lua moving down towards...
Might be able to invade.
Yeah. Oh, good one. We'll see whether he does get spotted, as the sapling does spot out Lucid moving his way over. But yeah, that wave. They can't leave that, as Guon trying to deal with this, as Flamespitter really does eat through those little Krugs. And Lucid going to be able to get this steal. Very nicely done.
I mean, this is nice, but this is still not worth the kill on the summoners, right? That were forced on the bottom half of the map. So it does equal it out a little bit. It does mean that Guon is going to be substantially set behind. We'll see what Lucid is able to do with this early advantage that he has built. Could even path towards the enemy Raptors if he wants to, but I don't think that that is going to be the case.
Yep, and you can see Thanatos and Rooster kind of even in this lane as the dust does start to settle. 30 to 29, nothing to write home about at all. As Roma taking some explosive charge splash damage. Still Poolbay losing out on the majority of these trades. And Harmalife Esports, I think, feeling a little bit better about how the early game has gone this time around. As Thanatos collects a wave of his own. And is going to be able to get most of these here. So no worries. Tries to stop a potential back from Rooster, but Rooster is already at home. Now has a Null Magic Mantle and a sword. Come back towards the top side of the map as Thumb. Going to try and just muck around with Duro here. And the headbutt is going to deny stopping that wave crash from coming in. It's Rahel in position though, so not going to lose any of this CS. So even though that first blood does go over to Lua, it hasn't affected the CS numbers just yet. So that one's okay here for D+. And another Demolish proc going to come through here from Poolbay in this early stage of the game. And there goes the plate as well.
So the early game, at least in mid, is looking very similar. The early kill does mean that Harmalife does remain within touching distance, but this topside matchup is the one that I'm really going to be looking for. Rooster with that solo kill really took all the sail out of Thanatos as the hook lands, but
I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, Thumb taking so much damage back here, as at least Rahel able to chase down Duro. There is a flash to get the stun. The Ignite is ticking. Rahel wants to grab the kill. The Ignite doesn't have an extra tick, though, as the Blade Caller going to come through onto Lua, but he is just going to cleanse it, and he should be all right, as man, that was close. Both supports limping out of the situation.
Yeah, and with a single flash available, that could have been the end of it, as, oh, I like this contest. Thumb is so low.
Oh dear, he eats honey fruit.
They should know. They should know. They know that they're in that brush. Now they definitely do.
Yeah.
As all the health bars are lower, I think D+ might have to peace out.
They're trying to go for the split fight here. As in goes Poolbay and out goes Poolbay via the Death Chamber. Not sure about that one. Some quizzical plays from the DK mid laner so far this series.
Yeah, that one, that's one of the most split calls that I've seen in a very long time. And we cost a lot of challengers.
Yeah. And that is going to be an early Drake going over to Harmalife Esports with this composition. Definitely a pivot in play this time around, as we're going to have a look at it again. And I like the idea from D+, but the hook missed.
Yeah, the hook doesn't land. And then at that point, Poolbay commits. Lucid doesn't have Magnet Storm either. And even if they do go in, it's really a high variance play. And oh, not again.
Well,
maybe
Romer
again.
is going to flash. They trade flash for flash here on the top side of the map. No equalizer used by Thanatos, so at least there is that. He can use it to clear out this wave, and there it goes. And he's just going to stand here. The Rooster doesn't have his ultimate left available, and not going to go for any all-ins or anything like that.
Maybe we should just start calling him the Rooster.
The Rooster.
It sounds kind of cool, no?
Yeah, I'm into it.
The Rooster.
Ooh, nice max range charm there on the Poolbay. Does take a lot of damage.
Also, I think A moves into the ward there. Do have Thumb here. Maybe it was just an elaborate setup for the bait. Romer does have his flash. Thumb not going to go for it.
X-Flash availability. Definitely a fun time.
It's a full wave pushed in there as well. So I guess Rooster faked it back and then was able to still get the wave shoved in. That might end up costing him the Herald though, as we do have the rotation from coming over as well.
Yeah, I think Thumb may not have shown either.
No, he didn't.
See Duro moving over.
They know he's out on the map though. Hasn't shown in bot side for a while, but might still be a gold favorable trade here for Humble Life.
Still, Lucid collects the eye, so maybe investment style. It's going to go in favor of D+, given the fact that they can theoretically collect themselves a couple of plates off the back of it.
Hell.
Yeah, he's level 6, so does have Featherstorm as Guon is coming in. There is the Featherstorm. It's going to be used. Blade Caller threatened. There's the flash. Good flash in response from Guon. Tanks up the turret beautifully. They're able to grab themselves their 4th kill of the game as Duro gonna flash away from D+, and they cannot catch a break on this Rift right now. Everything going the way of Humble Life Esports.
And we do see that the kills are very, very much in favor here as Lure does have his flash. Guon uses his ult.
There's a flash forward into the crash down there. Great hook this time from Thumb as the Bramble Smash does push him away as Poolbay looking for some of these resets. Lucid Magnet Storms, but then he's immediately dead as Poolbay's dead once again as well. Lure doing so much damage. This should be a triple for the bottom lane, but no, they give one of them over to Roma, spreading the love here on the side of Humble Life. And Thanatos pushed out of his lane once again as well.
Yeah, when you are continuously ulting to try and get a wave at most, things are not looking good. And here the crucial point is that this is initially a setup. They get the kill on Guon, but you are, remember, down, right? Romer is already on his way, true to his name. Beautiful Q there. Lure also making sure that he stays alive, that the reset doesn't come through. And this game looking extremely dire as Thanatos gonna be denied even more CS as Rooster crashes in another wave.
This is definitely going worse than what we saw in the last game. I think D+ probably going to retire this composition in game number 3. The problem is
if
that
we
they're
even
sitting...
get there.
Well, I mean, I think we'll get to game 3. I just don't think we'll get to game 4.
It's a joke.
As Poolbay going to once again be charmed up and is going to go back from inside a wall, which is very, very cute. Roma was looking for him, spotted on a ward actually, and you're going to see that Poolbay going to stick around for another wave. Man, Roma has been playing very, very well.
Yeah, him and Lure both looking incredible today.
Another
Reads
charm
him like
going
a
to
book.
connect. That could just be a solo kill as the rocket jump does get Poolbay out to relative safety, but we can see Guon coming in. Oh, the Void Seeker almost finds him. And Thanatos is just having a roughie here towards this top side. Does have teleport, but there is a ward here in this brush that he's thinking about backing in. And he's going to have to go all the way back to the inner turret.
Yeah, if D+ aren't able to get this dragon, I think the game is, or at least win a fight, I think the game is very quickly going to be over. They're basically relying on getting one of these shutdowns. TP comes in.
Yeah, Roma coming on down towards his bottom side as Lucid just CC'd forever. Magnastorm does get used, but Lua just immediately cleanses. The Rel going to be taken down as now Rahel not going to be able to do anything. He'll just be food for Lua once again. 5-0-2. On this Kai'Sa, it's just getting out of control for Humble Life Esports as Thanatos is at least pushing here in this top lane, and Poolbay will be able to get more plates in mid.
I think that Poolbay teleported to mid the moment that Romer TP bot.
I like that. If they're able to get first turret blood, then that's kind of cool.
No. Like Romer or Poolbay TP'd and then Romer TP'd in response. So there was no opportunity there because D+ were kind of priced into trying to contest that. And yeah, they don't even get the mid lane turret. So it's just Humble Life are doing an incredible job. But let me look at the timing here. No, actually, we do see, yeah, Thanatos or Poolbay Rider has already TP'd. So D+ being this far up gets punished so nicely. You see the confidence here from Humble Life. They go in, even with the fatter pullback hitting on Lure, he is still more than safe enough. Did he die at all? He did maybe like once or twice last game?
Lure, I think, yeah, a couple of kills.
On this Kai'Sa is going to remain very, very ridiculous as might have gotten a kill on Romer here.
as well. You love to see it.
Yeah, pretty sure Romer just dies.
Yeah, he is just dead. Managed to get that auto attack.
That's
and
very
they take him down.
necessary. I don't think that equalizes it at all, but it means that at least D+ has a fighting chance. The kill, the shutdown actually going over to Pool Bay, plus him getting the first Turtle Blood. And there's a Cloud Soul as well. Look at that.
I know. So Hamalife Esports set up for Cloud Soul point if they can get over there in 4 minutes time. And D+ just going to have to pick up the pieces of, honestly, the series at this point in time. And you can say what you want about like running back drafts and stuff like that. I don't think we have any qualms with this draft at all. I actually think that it is pretty good.
Hamalife's just playing better.
Exactly. And that is a rough thing to come to terms with in the middle of a series. Of course, they do have a buffer series as well, so they'll be heading down towards the lower bracket if they do lose this one. It's going to take a fair bit of pivoting here from D+, as there is a rocket jump in from Pool Bay. Does try to avoid the Everfrost, but is going to be charmed as a result. Not going to take too much damage, though. Merc Tread's working out quite nicely as Thanatos continuing to lose out on these trades.
Oh, he's so dead.
Void Seeker going to be avoided, as Duro is coming in and he has got an unbreakable will. There is a flash, special delivery. Still the flash comes through, but the killer instinct is going to be there. And now Hamalife Esports might be able to just take this turret. We'll see whether they can. Not a lot of minions in the area. As Rooster picks up the minion wave, they're going to wait for the next one to conga line in. So, go on. Getting to work on Shirley. And Pool Bay's in the bottom lane, and he does get some time to himself. Maybe with some pals coming over as well.
And I think the biggest difference maker to me in this series has actually, looking back at what we've seen when it comes to map impact, has been Duro. Duro has been doing so much in both these two games, and I think in this one it's even more pronounced. And it kind of echoes the issues that we had in Game 1, from not really having that much of an impact. And if with how it's looking right now, obviously maybe D+ are able to somehow fight their way back into this game. I think that's the only angle, given what happened in the last game as well. And maybe they can bounce back. But I think Bible was being very sorely missed. And I know the Bible experiment didn't work out for the main D+ roster, but him still being called up when this roster might end up in the lower bracket after being the favorites, given the run that they went on, the fact that they're the first seed, would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's just really interesting to me that D+, we know this roster is so capable of so much incredible stuff. Like, this team looked nigh unbeatable at the beginning of the season.
They were.
And it is, you know, ever since that loss to Bro, they've just not looked the same. It
always comes back to them, doesn't it?
Honestly, like, the Giga Chads, they generally start the majority of things. As Thanatos is just trying to set up the fire in the right spot. He equalizes the wave, and that is the amount of confidence that he has in surviving that trade. And yeah, wasn't a lot of an option. Did at least, like, he's still on farm parity, even though every time we look towards the top lane, it's Thanatos getting bodied. That's basically how it's going.
And for Hamalife, it's the continuous pressure from this jungle support duo. Guan and Duro both doing an incredible job as...
Ooh, that minion just charmed up by this Ahri.
Pool Bay unfazed, keeps damaging structure.
Yeah, I like it. Damage to object. That's what you need. Well, no, you steal object.
Yeah, true.
And do you damage object as well? No, you don't. You damage tower. You damage structure.
No, it's damage structure, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
And
anyway.
Yeah, if you try to engage on Guan and Duro, you already know that you're not looking too hot. And I think a really big difference with the previous game is that D+ had a worse scaling composition, but they won the early game. Now, I don't know if the composition scales worse, because I do think the team fighting power is great, but you are Jax and you're fed, you're playing into double AD carry, and the bot lane is 5-0.
I do think that the like jungle support core, like the utility for Hamalife Esports, scales a lot better. Is kind of how I feel in this game. Just with the setup that you have with the Maokai, like for this this particular scenario, the fact that they're able to get this free soul point is because of Maokai existing.
Yeah, I do think that the giving over to Maokai again, we've seen as well that D+ have been sometimes, you know, we make a lot of fun of it, but their flanks, I think, have actually been good. As they might have to hold it.
There is another flank. That is Rahel avoiding the Nature's Grasp, though, as Lucid is going to feint a bit of an engage. Poolbait getting some work done here. If he's able to grab this turret, then it is going to be absolutely massive. Rapid fire helping him out. And
Might have to give his life for it. I think he is just saying, all right, I am definitely dead.
there are a lot of buddies in this area, as yeah, he's just dead, but he's not going to be able to take the turret. It is, you know, right for the taking, but Poolbait certainly just sort of unceremoniously dying. As Lua not going to take the long way around, almost walked into Thumb and Lucid, although there's the dive. Rahel not really there to offer too much damage. Nice little pickup with the hook, as there it is. The Featherstorm going to come down. Roma looking for it, and the D+ Kia desperation does kind of continue. Rooster's also going to get one as he takes down the Rel, and Thumb, he's just left out for the Wolves, man. The sapling going to slow him down, and he misses the dredge line on a wall. Could it have been any worse?
The irony, if the only prediction that we didn't get today is the one that happens, would be very funny.
It would.
And all Thumb there as well. Like, obviously, we're not going to go in too hard, but right there, if he goes for a Q or an auto as opposed to a flash, they actually kill him. But because Lucid had him locked up, right? So if Thumb uses auto or hook to chain the CC so that he doesn't get to flash, you actually get to 100 to 0 him without the flash, and then the play works. But because he goes for the ultimate instead, the play doesn't work out. And if you get that play and then back off and you get the shutdown, you might still have to deal with the Jax. That might be tough, but at least there's something. But now it is just a complete disaster. And imagine the 3-0.
I know.
The only one we didn't see coming.
I think immediately after game one, you kind of did start to suspect that perhaps Life Esports have it together a little bit more than D+ on the day, right? And I think a lot of it does come down to on the day. We have to remember that this organization has really just, in general, had some issues with keeping it together mentally more than anything else. We know what even the main roster of D+ Kia are capable of as the individual players. Is once again caught out of position. That is just a dead Rahel, standing in the middle of the mid lane with no information, and will just be crashed into.
It is. It might be, as the kids say, very hover.
Yeah, it's feeling Brover, my man. But the Baron, this could be the way for D+. As a hook is going to connect onto the cow. There's an equalizer to deny them an exit from the pit. As the Nature's Grasp, maybe a little bit too early, but that is a great pushback. Oh, the Buster Shot is good, but it is the Maokai that secures the Baron. There goes the Nautilus as well, as now it is just Lua's playground. Oh! Rooster as well popping off in the fight, and that is everyone except for Rahel and Thanatos dead. And Rahel's only alive because he just got out of the death chamber.
So you're voting for POG?
It is Duro without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, I'm with you. Although a Guwon vote, even though it is just Maokai, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
I'm just against Maokai votes.
Yeah, principally, I respect that. And here, if they have an extra AD carry, maybe it would be enough. Not going to be the case. Luca doesn't make his way into the pit. And look at this on Roma. Doesn't even die.
Nope.
Actually flashes on top with the Counter-Strike. And Rooster's been having a great day. Living his best life.
Both Rooster and Roma, I think we can expect it from Roma because he's had such a renaissance this season. He's actually looked just better and better. I was singing the praises of Lua in the spring season a whole lot.
I know, I was
but
with
he
you.
has had a little bit of a quiet one here in summer, but it looks like he's coming into his own, especially in this series, man. 8-1-6 now, does die that one time, but that means that he's got 21 deaths in total on this champion. And that KDA is still going to be well and truly intact. As D+ trying to defend this inner turret. I don't know whether I recommend that, as the charm is going to connect. Lucid taking a lot of damage. Roma Spirit rushing around, and they are going to be able to take down the Rel. It's an easy pick-off onto this Tristana as well. Headbutt pole comes down. That's the triple for Lua, who's sitting on 11-1-6. As now Roma is looking for even more, wants to find the charm as Rahel. Now going to try and turn it now that that is on cooldown, but it's not going to be on cooldown for long. Still, inner turret falls in this mid lane, and Life Esports, that is one heck of a Baron power play. That is like 11,000 times larger than any other Baron power play that we've seen so far this series.
I think if you add up all the other ones and you triple it, you still would get less than this.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And that is going to be Cloud Soul as well. So they also get the best soul possible. 6,000 gold Baron power play. Cloud Soul, the ultimate soul. Yeah, this is looking even more difficult than game number 1, and that was very, very difficult.
I think game number 1, there was moments where D+ looked good. I don't think there were.
I haven't seen them in this one, yeah.
Yeah, no, this one is definitely it's Hover, it's Crover,
it's Brover. It is.
It's Brover.
I mean, there are things that you can talk about. Like I see you talking about the draft issues and stuff like that. There is nothing wrong with this D+ draft. There is a lot of things wrong with how it was played.
It's just how they're just not playing well. And given that this is a team that has struggled in the tail end of the season, going into this, wouldn't have been surprised with Humble Life winning. But this is somewhat of a full collapse here. No one looking very good, and we're having some banning happening.
Not some banning. This one's just a tiny.
Just a timer. Just a reminder, in case you are thinking of Flame. These are Thumb is what, 16? You're flaming a 16-year-old. That's
yeah. That doesn't make you a big person, you know. It makes you a silly Billy.
Who are big though is Humble Life, and Roamer continuously looking for the flank here. 16-stack Magi's, by the way.
Yeah, Roamer is just living his best life as the Nature's Grasp is going to grab a hold of Lucid, and he is unable to do anything. Thumb also not going to be able to get out of this one. The inner turret is going to fall, as Thumb is actually able to at least get back to this inhibitor turret, but I think that the future may hold another death, as that is going to be a decent buffer of the rocket jump from Poolbay. But as we were talking about, that's a dead Thumb. The pullback is decent on those feathers, but the carries are still alive. That is an ace. And Humble Life Esports, 27-5. Cloud Soul, the Baron power play of the gods. And now some dead Nexus turrets. It is looking real tough for D+ Kia here as they move towards match point for Humble Life Esports. They haven't dropped a single game here in the playoffs. This is an incredible run from this team.
And I'm going to remind you, first of all, to vote. I'm already there with you. Might just put the 2x in, because I am also a Duro enjoyer in this 100%. One. Although Roamer, I think, also a perfectly fine vote. I think that there are two sides to the story. One, obviously, D+, they struggled somewhat during the end of the split, but a lot of it was against teams like Hanwha, right? Yes, they lost against T1, but all the other games or the series rather, that they dropped were against good teams. Today, we're not even seeing a glimpse of that. But also, as you said, Hanwha Life are just looking incredible. It's the early dominance. It starts off with Guwon going for the early impact, gets the level 3 game.
Yeah.
Then Roamer, his timing on so many of these plays, combined with the fact that Duro and Alistair has just been doing a stellar job. And this game, a complete blowout, and I'm 100% certain that D+ is going to completely try and revamp the draft, because the Maokai in particular, I think, is maybe more important than the Tristana at this point, with Poolbay being pretty middling on it, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. We're going to need a pretty Herculean effort here if D+ want to keep this series interesting.
Exactly, and as Kevin Kim said, of course, there is no sub-out of Thumb possible for this series. He is going to be playing because Bible is in the Worlds Qualifier and was in the playoffs roster for the LCK, and therefore is not going to be playing here. So, unfortunately, no subs available. Could have been a time to give him a little bit of a rest. Certainly looking a little bit green in this best of 5 so far. They're going to have to dig deep if they're going to find a way back into this series. I think taking a look at the mid lane, I think giving Poolbay something that is, I don't know, he hasn't looked that great on the Tristana thus far. Outside of like specifically just general laning, I've liked the amount of aggression there, but a lot of his decision making outside of that has been pretty rough.
It's also Lucid playing Rel.
That's
like
true.
Lucid, I feel like playing the reason why this team has been as good as they were is because mid jungle is so oppressive, and I think Poolbay is still playing like he has Lucid on Lee behind him, but he doesn't.
Yeah,
you're playing with Aurel, and it really changes a lot, and I don't think Poolbay is taking too kindly to the swap. So I think D+, you know, maybe they'll grab a game if they completely go for something that has worked for them in the past, but Home Alive look incredibly well positioned in this one. And Roamer, yeah, him and Duro were the standouts for me here in this second game. And game number 1 was already very good, but the charm's absolutely on point here, and that combined with the early roams, which, you know, you can't really avoid it, but it was actually extremely impactful and set up. And when there is a 14-1 Kai'Sa in the game, and that's not the guy you talk about, that's pretty telling.
He's like the third guy that you're talking about as well, and it's the AD Kai'Sa as well, which is a little bit more impressive. And Lua had a phenomenal game as well. The guy is just extraordinarily talented, but I think the game was about Roma and Duro getting around this map early on, making sure that early impact, and the switch over to the Ahri, because this was the adaptation in the draft, right? This is especially the point that we were like, oh, this could be where it falls apart, because Ahri and Maokai not exactly known for having great mid-jungle synergy, with the fact that the Merc Tread's value goes through the roof.
It was 1 vote difference with Duro. That's what I like to see. That's the votes that's the votes that we want.
I mean,
that's the votes that we need.
I mean, these are the 2 that we should be voting for. But I think that Duro, if we had got across the line, both of his games,
but we
went
there.
Have been great.
We went there. You know, we did our job.
We did definitely put our best Duro foot forward. But it is Roma that grabs it in the end. We're not too upset. Definitely not too upset about this one. Yeah, I'm with Sajax. You know, Duro's still robbed, but to be robbed by this guy,
it's fine.
It's okay. We can ruminate on that though, because it's time for a short break. When we get back, potentially final game of this series. G'dowdy everyone and welcome back to LCK Challenger Playoffs 2023 Summer. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler for what could be the final game of the series. And maybe yet another run back of a draft that failed worse the second time.
No, they wouldn't do it 3 times. It's not Kwangdo. Believe me, they wouldn't do it 3 times.
You heard it here first. They wouldn't do it 3 times. Atlas looks tired. Does he? Atlas is fine. Maybe it's just the lighting in here.
So this is something that is interesting to note, though. I do think that often, and this is just due to like how skin tones work, we look a little bit paler than we are because of the way that a lot of Korean makeup is done.
And also the lighting in here. I think the white balance is a bit, it's a bit greener.
Because I am pretty tan. You might not know it, but I'm generally leaning a little bit more tan than just, you know, pale.
At least our
Which
necks
is weird,
still look somewhat similar to our face.
I don't really go outside that much, so I don't know why, but that's just how it's always been.
What can you do?
As tired as Atlas.
I don't look
well,
tired.
Atlas
but
has
who is Atlas?
Well, Atlas is the guy that has to.
He's the not tired guy.
No, he's the guy that holds the world, so of course he's tired.
That's true. He does have to lift up a planet.
That's his fame.
Where are his arms? If he's lifting up the planet,
arms?
where are they?
Who are their arms? I don't know. Does he have thumbs?
Ooh, that's a good point.
I don't know if D+ has thumb. At this point, he's and this feels very similar to me to what we saw with Grizzly, where it's like I think this player is a really big part of why the lane specifically, or I guess with both jungle and support, it's also if you're struggling, the whole team is. Jungle and support to me are the most important when it comes to how you look around objectives, how you look around roam timers and whatnot. It's also why teams like KT are so good. Or why D+ in their heyday was so good. It's because they had good jungler and support combo.
Absolutely.
Don't take this as an excuse to start talking about Barrel, please.
What do you mean?
Please.
We don't need to talk about Barrel. We can wait until he's the world champion and then we can talk about him. We can talk about what skin he's going to choose this time. What skin do you reckon he's going to choose? I think if he can get a Lux skin, he's going to go. That's it. That's the choice. Misfortune.
He'll play like one game of support Kai'Sa.
Oh, yes.
It's just like full AP support Kai'Sa.
They're going to be like, they have to be up in Swiss, you know, like up a couple of wins in Swiss before they're going to go there, I think.
Waifu Nautilus skin, how would that even work?
A waifu Nautilus skin?
Like
maybe it's just like, it's like Samus Aran, you know, like she gets out of her suit and then, you know, you can make waifu skins that way, like Zero Suit Samus. Like Zero Suit Nautilus. And as it turns out, he's just a sexy lady under there. You never know.
Well, canonically we do, but, you know, we never know.
Astro Nautilus is like, don't crush my dreams, guys. Sorry, Astro Nautilus, we apologize. We'll never do it again. Let's jump into the draft once again. It's D+, this time going to ban away the notable potential POG holder, Duro.
Robbed at least once.
Exactly, and now won't be able to prove himself because the Alistair is now banned away. The Nocturne continuing to be banned, but there's a Xayah ban as well. So D+, I think, pivoting towards a first pick Kai'Sa this time around.
I really want him to not give Maokai over. Maokai to me is like, I think the one edge that you have above everything in this matchup, because Rooster today, I think, has looked better than Thanatos. Has been playing really well, and he's gotten the counter pick, but still, I think he's also looked good in team fights. Roamer, self-explanatory. And Maokai to me is the ultimate equalizer, where if you are set behind, doesn't matter. If you're a worse jungler, doesn't matter. You're just Maokai.
Yeah, I think he's the ultimate equalizer if you have a Rumble. Otherwise, I don't think there's an equalizer. As Tristana is going to be the answer here. There is a very exasperated Chronicler next to me. But Tristana and Kai'Sa together going to be locked in here. So now Lua going to be trying his hand at the more AP variety of this champion. And D+, thinking about...
Aphelios Rakan, maybe?
Thinking about this champion.
I do wonder, though, you can also not pick up the Rakan and just stick with Maokai and actually rotate him over and go for a jungle pivot later down the line. I think that Aphelios is still fine. We actually saw him win 2 games in the Gen.G versus T1 series, but he is a lot more conditional, and I think the support matchup matters way more than it did before. I'm expecting a Nautilus pickup here, which I don't love, but Nautilus and Kai'Sa is really good. Rel is another. You can also go Rel, and then you have like the double flex. Whoa. We are going in a very different direction here. So D+ are like, okay, you know what? Our homework was bad. We're going to copy Hanwha's homework.
And now Sejuani's going to be locked in, so it demands a Jax Renekton ban from D+, and Humble Life Esports can kind of ban away whatever they would like. I think that Humble Life Esports could set themselves up for a Rakan R4, but I do think that having a melee support can help Sejuani bot ganks extraordinarily, and Guon has been trying to get his bot lane ahead quite a lot this series.
Doing a really good job.
Yeah, we'll see exactly where it's going to go first.
Oh,
The Kha'Zix's going to be taken away. And I don't trust it either. I actually think that Maokai's support is the best option here because Lucid then just needs to go to Viego or Lee Sin and just go full Bash Brothers.
Yeah, they have to. And this is, we were actually talking in the break as well. I'm like, I think both of us very strongly favor Hanwha at this point, but I could see D+ get a game by being on blue side and getting like Lee Ari and just dunking on the early game. That's what they do best. Will that actually come to fruition? We'll see. We don't really know yet. Lee is still available, so that might be the angle, but I don't know how happy you are playing Lee into the rest of Humble Life, because trying to play Lee into non-immobile AD carries definitely feels worse.
Yeah.
For the playmaking potential when it comes to the later stages of the game.
Looking for that Renekton button. Struggling to find it now. 3 seconds to go.
It's not. Maybe it's Cassante. We just haven't seen any Crocodile at all.
Well, Nautilus
oh,
actually.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. Because I think Rakan, you are looking to rotate this Maokai into support anyway. And Maokai is good into Rakan.
Yep.
That's where Beryl originated it. Rakan Sejuani obviously is an extremely strong combo. So I don't think Humble Life are going to be unhappy by what has been set up thus far at all, as I really hope that Lucid does not play another game of Rel.
Me too.
This is
Lulu.
fine.
So it is going to be the Maokai-Ari combination.
Yeah.
Not over the moon about, but is this the time that we bring out the Aatrox? Because I actually think that like Aatrox would be better than the Renekton, but they will just take the Renekton instead. Just if you pick Aatrox, then Humble Life Esports gets Renekton Sejuani, and so you can't really afford to do it.
Yeah, it doesn't
they
feel
need
like
to do it for the denial.
Oh, Rooster.
Oh man.
No, why do we keep
keep hovering great picks and then picking Cassante?
First Kled, now this? Ah, now I'm mad.
Yeah.
Volibear, the old school Renekton counter with a Sejuani? Unstoppable Bear and Boar synergy in the 2v2?
It would have been ridiculously cool.
So I think that D+ draft has a decent amount of power when looking at the 2v2. Aphelios Lulu actually has been really good into Rakan lanes and should be able to punish early. And there is also pretty lackluster setup for Guon here on the Sejuani, but I still don't really trust D+ just because of how the gameplay has looked. I think Humble Life have a lot of power still. This time around, Romer gets more early agency with this Tristana. We have Duro on the Rakan, one of the picks that he is most notable on.
Yeah.
That synergizes really well. It's double front line. Lure can finally go AP Kai'Sa as well for an extra power boost. It's like a 4% win difference or something. It's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, no,
and that
they're
obviously is in solo queue, which isn't necessarily translating always well into.
And you mentioned already that AD Kai'Sa has a little bit of an easier power curve.
It's a smoother curve, yeah,
and that helps solo queue a lot more.
But when, well, no, so AD is actually way worse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, AP is at like 50. So it's just the raw power of AP is just nuts.
Yeah, so I guess you just people struggle to shut it down.
Yeah,
as effectively
because there's no cohesion.
Yeah.
So if you get accelerated with AP, you just auto
Press
win
W
permanently. Yeah.
Makes sense.
But I think the D+ comp makes sense, right? You have a lot of engage power with the Maokai. Pick potential is good. If you get ahead, this comp is really impressive. That's what they've always done. But after this series, Atlas, I have to see it before I believe it.
Me too. I think that Hammerlife, momentum-wise, are in a great position. Draft-wise, should still be fine here. But let's rock out before we get into game number 3. I went medium that time. I'm really glad that I got the base support. Love to hear
actually,
it.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah.
I'm very comfortable going going low. I thought that was a good one. Am I the only one feeling like DK are absolutely yes, you are. There's no one else that has that emotion.
Well, I don't know whether, like, it depends what you mean by absolutely trolling. Because if you mean that in, like, a Twitch chat way where you just overstate everything, then D+ definitely look worse than what we've seen from them so far this season.
That was team. Oh, absolutely. And by a pretty sizable margin, I'd say.
Yeah, I would agree. And I thought that for playoffs, we would see a little bit more of the playoffs D+, right? And Hammerlife Esports had a very easy first round into Gen.G. And so we didn't really get to gauge them all that much.
It's Lucid
And
2-2 here on the Maokai.
Yeah,
and
and
be super,
8-2 for Rahel. So Rahel is definitely feeling comfortable.
Yeah, Pool Bay as well in the Ari.
Yeah. But this is dating back to, you know, a nicer time this season where they basically didn't have any losses at all. So seeing any losses in that column is actually a little bit of a worry because there are a lot of picks that they haven't actually lost a game on. Thanatos also 8-4, and those 4 losses coming in more recently. But I think should be having a much better time now finally off the Rumble. And I think if you're not a Rumble player, Rumble's difficult. And I think Thanatos is better than what we've seen of him.
Oh, 100% agree. I think the main takeaway should be that clearly the DK players aren't actually amazing and they shouldn't. Yes, I agree. That's actually a takeaway. These players are all overrated and they should stay in our in Challenger, the LCK, you know, because like, what's the point?
I always knew that I was a fan of miscellaneous sci-fi. And I have it now confirmed.
Yeah.
I do actually watch a lot of miscellaneous sci-fi.
I've seen your YouTube algorithm.
Yeah. Oh, well, like, that's more just miscellaneous science.
Yeah, oh, you mean like actual movies?
Yeah, like, TV series, you know.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I still need to watch The Expanse. Everyone keeps telling me that it's amazing.
Have you seen Battlestar Galactica as well?
Yeah,
both of those are absolutely fantastic political dramas.
Yeah, but
political
Battlestar has
space
been a while.
dramas.
Yeah, The Expanse I would like to watch. Everyone keeps telling me how amazing it is.
I loved the first season. I didn't love the remaining seasons as much. But it is, like, it's a great world that they constructed. And so I would definitely give it to that. Valdez, welcome, my friend. Hope you're enjoying this. As we're about to witness either the 3-0 or D+ make a resurgence in the series. So far I haven't seen too much, but that is a rocket jump into a charm and a lost trade, as Roma is going to have to rocket jump his way out again. Thankfully does get a reset on that, and Guon is in the area. The piggy bank moving its way forward.
Oh, you can feel Pool Bay's looking for the flash charm.
Oh,
Definitely
100%.
shouldn't take it, and Roma knows as well. He is being a juicy target. Guon was right in position, and Lucid actually going to get double scuttled here. It looks like
Guon really coming into his own here, as we've got a back being performed by Pool Bay. Has the wave in a position that he likes. And now Rooster and Thanatos fighting it out a little bit more honestly towards the top side of the map. As you can see, everything tied up there. And the back is finally going to come through. Teleport back from Pool Bay probably going to come in as well, as Duro does find himself a nice knock-up onto Thumb. The Lulu able to walk back, though, and get a decent trade in the end. Rahel with his Infernum offering a fair bit of splash damage off these minions, working out quite nicely so far. As this lane from Hammerlife Esports doesn't do a whole lot in the early stages of the game into a Lulu and Aphelios that we have seen still have a lot of lane dominance. It has been D+ that has relied on this as well. They utilized it into T1, and even though the game was a loss, the lane was a win. So we'll just see whether D+ can actually utilize it throughout the mid-game as well.
And they are relying on this as well, because I think their most notable pressure point is that Thanatos is not really expected to have anything going on for him in this matchup. We'll be able to get some prio, but He really has been on the receiving end as well when it comes to draft priority. I actually really like what Hanwha have been doing, where they have very consistently been giving Rooster these counter picks. Because that wouldn't have been the angle that I expected coming into today's series. And I think it's a really clear sign of how well this player is playing at the moment. Somewhat reminiscent of what T1 has been doing, right, in the LCK recently. It's making sure that Zeus has the best matchup. And it's been working out here. And it also means that Thanatos gets somewhat neutralized. And then on the flip side, we have the mid lane matchup, which is going to be pretty non-eventful. So Rahel and Fum actually applying damage, getting these plates, and getting early leads, I think is very pivotal, because if you take that away, the D+ composition is going to be wholly relying on finding leads in the topside 3v3, which is strong, don't get me wrong, but you don't win it no matter what, like you should have in game number 1, most notably, which they kind of did, but also not really, because Rooster solo killed 1.
Yeah, he did.
Solo kill 1, yeah.
Solo kill 1 is what tells the story of how his first Cassante performance did happen. As Lucid in position, Roma able to do what his name suggests.
They do know this.
Yeah. And Lucid moving on in, keeping his eye on the piggy bank, not the piggyback.
Well, maybe he wants to get piggyback, right?
I mean, technically, Sejuani is getting a piggyback.
She is.
Right now.
Yeah, by definition.
Yeah, by Bristle. Bristle, the piggy bank. So it's a piggy bank piggyback, which is confusing to say.
That's cool.
But that's what it is.
I respect it.
And Lucid should be able to lock this one down. Bramble Smash and a Smite. Should be able to get him there as Thumb in position. And so there it is. Lucid gathering that extra money. Roma here in the mid lane is going to continue shoving as Thanatos gets a nice little stun onto Roma.
Conqueror fully stacked. But you always have to respect Cassante with ult.
Yeah.
Around a turret, as there is a Chemtech Drake here, which I haven't really talked about yet. We've been very game-focused today.
Indeed.
It's crazy.
And I wonder when this first Drake is going to be taken, as Thanatos is going to get pushed back into the turret. There is an all-out, but not exactly the angle that Rooster was looking for there. Does get the Dominus out of Thanatos, as now Guon is making his way up towards this top side. Let's see whether Thanatos is going to be all right. The Dominus is going to wear off relatively soon. He slices. And he is going to be okay, no flashes required.
That was really cute there. Guon smited it cost mean, so he hit 6. But I do think that if Lucid is anywhere near and you try to 2v2 or Renekton, you are definitely going to end up getting completely kaboomed. Particularly with Rooster not having the ultimate available, so they end up not going for it, which I definitely think was the right call. Do see that Rome are still getting the better end of Pool Day, has been. Outside of specifically just early lane is, ooh, that is a heal being used there for Duro, so trade that for an ultimate, does Rahel.
Yep, you're going to be happy about that if you're D+, as Lucid going to start off this Rift Herald, getting some more control of this map right now. And Lucid, he might be wearing pajamas, but he looks a little bit more awake in this game, especially in the early game. And D+, even though the lanes aren't necessarily going clearly their way, does look like it's their run of the map at this point in time. But what we've seen is that Harmalife Esports have been very happy to just hold on and trade objectives and get themselves into a better position, as that is plate number 1 going over to the Tristana. Understandable in the matchup, of course, happened in the last game as well, as Roma was able to also pick up POG in that one.
Fun might die.
Yeah, he is just going to walk on in and needs to flash, but there's Glacial Prison, and Roma is there, just gets the first blood so comfortably. They'll grab themselves a dragon as well, and Thumb, the woes continue.
Yeah, and experience really showing there for Thumb. Given that you just picked up a topside objective, it's reasonable to conclude that Harmalife will definitely be, at the very least, posturing towards dragon. So walking in there when you can also take a safer pathing, it's going to be a big mistake here for the most inexperienced player on this team. And Harmalife, yeah, they give up a Herald, but they get back a snack in the form of a kill, as well as the Chemtech Drake, which mainly is just set up because with Chemtech and Ocean gone, we are officially in a position where there are only good Drakes left.
Yep, absolutely everything is going to be impactful.
Love that.
Yeah. And Static Shift now done here for Lua. See where he goes with it next. It'll be the Nash's Tooth, will it not? Because of course, Roma is taking care of the AD carry job in the mid lane. And Rahel continuing to shove in. So Thumb still in a fine position as far as the lane goes, right? Like, this is more than a 20 CS gap in favor of D+, and Rahel utilizing it very effectively. But I am still worried about how the rest of this game is going to go. Aphelios, of course, not really sparking joy on this patch, almost at all, because everything that he has loved has been nerfed. Kind of into the ground, which is a little bit of a shame. And, oh yeah, are you taking care of that one?
Yeah, no, you're first.
I can do a bit of a boom if you'd like.
Yeah, take him. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye forever. Good luck in esports. Okay. Pullback going to find a charm here onto Roma. Very, very nice.
What if it's... Pays Aphelios does spark joy. And I think Aphelios has...
No Aphelios sparks joy. Aphelios is just... He's been nerfed too many times. Pick a good champion.
Still, no, you can counterpick him. I think he's fine in specific setups. Into specifically Kaisa and Rakan, I actually think that he has a really, really favorable matchup, as Lucid might have to pile himself out of here.
Yeah, Roma is just going to turn on him and start shooting him with that explosive charge there. So Lucid is going to survive, but suffers a loss of his health bar, and they don't get any control of the map. Lucid comes in, and saplings go down. As Lua with the static shiv is actually going to start catching back up now. I feel like the lane becomes less interactive, which is only good, I imagine, for Harmon Life Esports.
Oh, yeah.
And he might even be able to get himself a plate. Great news here. Dura in position as well to try and grab anyone who is coming on over. And with the piggy bank moving in, this could be a dangerous time, as it's just Rahel. Thumb is a little bit late to the plate. 2 plates go over to Lua.
And it's kind of mind-blowing that there is still about a 550 gold lead here for Rahel. A large part of that is the call, right? Still, being up CS is one thing, but with the plates now being equalized, it really is just the call, as Doro doesn't actually get cancelled. And I do think that it's very important that D+ get themselves this objective here. And we've said that a lot, and they haven't really been able to in like a game and a half, I want to say, because they did the first 4 and then they didn't pick up anything after that, really.
Yeah, and Lucid going to be able to put down the Rift Herald here towards the bottom side of the map to give Rahel even more plate money. Guon in the area. They're not going to be able to deny this charge, I don't think. 3 versus 3, and HLE on the Rift means that is guaranteed money. Rahel not actually going to get any, as it all goes to Lucid. So a Maokai getting fed, not exactly end of the world here for Harmon Life Esports. A little bit of a doozy. Still, there is time, 1 minute left on these plates, and Rahel might be able to grab another one as some resets are coming through on the side of Harmon Life Esports.
Yeah, they really want to get this, and I think they will. Lure currently on the back cycle. Are they going to go in on Duro instead of Turret? Yeah, I don't think they should. Just picking this up, going to be a really big boon, and it's the bot side counter pick that ends up paying dividends combined with an early Herald. D+ will set themselves up for a lead. Now, Harmon Life have an incredibly strong composition when we get to the later stages, so I don't think they're going to be too worried, particularly not after game number 1, but it's nice to see D+ not repeat the events of game number 2.
Yeah, or game number 1. And it started by not repeating exactly the same draft. It was going to be very difficult to do the same thing with completely different picks for absolutely everyone, as Rahel may just die. There it is. The grand entrance does come forward, and Rahel is going to get taken down. Lua even makes sure of it with the killer instinct as Pulbe wants to try and find a charm. He gets it, but it's on to Duro.
Reinforcements are coming, though.
Yeah, exactly. Lucid coming in there as they do block out the Nature's Grasp. Actually decently played. Nice interruption there from Duro, as now they're looking for Thumb. And still, Duro is going to go down, but just a 1 kill on the Rakan, and everybody else gets out. You kind of take that, I guess.
Yeah, getting the kill on Rahel was really big, and looking at the summoners being used, Lucid is forced to flash, trades that for Lure and Duro's flash. So my main question is going to be, you will have Prio on the Dragon following up, as very cleanly done here. Duro gives minimum time to respond by going in with the flash, having the quickness ready, so unless you immediately cleanse flash, you don't really have an opportunity to get out. Then here, Fun, again, positioning, looking a little bit rough. We'll be able to get out with the vision denial plus the wild growth, and then we have the segmentation of the enemies. Thanatos might be in trouble here.
Yeah, Guon going to come on over. The permafrost value going to be there. Good flash out from Rooster, dodges the dice. But that means that Thanatos just going to be, he needed the respect himself in that 1 versus 2. The 1 was the more powerful one.
That's deep. That's deep, Atlas.
I don't know whether that was deep. I think it was poor English. It's probably how I would describe it.
trying to bail you out, man.
No, it's all right. I think I'm
You
willing.
always
I'm willing
bail
to
me
take
out
it.
when I say weird. Actually,
No, I don't. I put
you
you under
don't.
the bus. That's how it goes.
but it's funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I think so.
I like it.
Just like it was deep, right?
Maybe
yeah.
it's more of a I'm 14 and this is deep, as opposed to a this is actually deep. You know, there's actual layers. And
I think as soon
subtext to
as
it.
someone says that something's deep, it is.
But what if you're talking about the ocean?
I mean, that's deep. That's different. Yeah.
What about a flavor profile?
I mean, it depends. Like, is that part of the ocean actually deep? Are we talking Mariana Trench?
Well,
or the
maybe
beach?
you are a toddler, and anything that goes above like half a meter is deep for you. You don't know. It's all relative.
I mean, that is very true.
That's deep.
That is deep. That's very deep. In a I said that it's deep kind of way.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, I think that the D plus are looking a little bit better. But given how game number 1 went, I'm gonna have to see as we have to look at that. What a wonderful day.
It is a beautiful time to be alive. And it is a lot of, weather-based dragons that have been gone through as well. I kind of like the theming. It's like everything gets cleaner as the game goes on. We get rid of the chemtech, we get rid of the water, and it is only the clouds that remain. Beautiful times. And D Plus moved towards this third dragon timing with a slight gold advantage. They grabbed themselves 2 heralds as well, and this second one could be heading towards the mid lane right now. Lucid in position to put that one down. And I just feel a lot better about D Plus's control of the map in this game, outside of, I guess, this Tristana push that is coming through. Dura needs to be a bit careful here, as there are chakrams built up all over the place. Guan clearing out vision, DK knowing that there is a flank angle here.
This series is just turning me into a Maokai hater, man. You know how Veldis always goes on about why he hates blast cones because they take away action? Right there, if that's not Maokai, Guan goes in.
Yeah, I know.
But he can't,
Sapling.
because it's Maokai. He throws a sapling,
Yeah.
and he presses his R button, and nothing happens.
It makes me feel better if it's DRX Maokai, because then at least the saplings are really cute.
Alpacas, yeah, no, and then it's great.
I do like the kitty cats, but I like the alpacas a lot more.
Wait, you like a deft-based skin more than
I
just
know,
random
isn't
cats?
it
Who
crazy?
could have known? Not me.
I think they're like white alpacas, and it reminds me of my cat, Dong Chol, who, if he was wearing glasses, would look very similar to the deft
He is
alpacas.
white and fluffy.
He is very fluffy. He was on stream just the other day. He was very aggro.
So, what do we do in D+? Where we heading? We still have our Herald in hand. And this is, with Lure going for AP build, I do think that the power curve for Humble Live reads very differently. Because now, when you get to late, I do want to draw your attention. As long as D+ maintain tempo and control, I think this composition is extremely aggressive. But if you lose control, your engage is not good. You have your Maokai, and like Thanatos and Poolbay can maybe find the flank, but that's about it.
Ooh, there's
that's a
a
lot of
Nature's
damage,
Grasp.
though.
We're going very aggressively here, as that is just Lua dying to just damage that was coming through off the back end of a Moonlight Vigil from Rahel. This guy is very happy to be on Aphelios by the looks of things, and maybe I need to readjust how I feel about this champion. I don't know.
If Aphelios is not blinded, but picked into a matchup that you control and you know will be good, I think the champion's still fine. I think that he just dropped, as he should, from haha, we B1 him every single game because every AD carry is busted. It really is. You know what Aphelios is now? He's AD Lee Sin.
Hey, there we go. Kinda
It's
like
just
that.
right. It's just a champion where it's like, oh, is it an Aphelios angle? And all of them are always like, yes, yes, it is, no matter what. As we do take a look here, it is the oh man, it's a green ult, so he actually gets the extension there, able to take him down.
Yeah.
With the last couple of autos, Kraken Slayer already online. I think Guild 4 is done after that as well. And now, as long as you have map control, this DK comp, oh my god, is it obnoxious. Because
And
you
also-
can't flank.
And map control is free.
Yeah, because you have saplings. But also, if you don't have control as Hanwha, and you try and move up, and there's a Poolbay or a Thanatos in your backline, you're screwed.
Yeah. And now Hammerlife Esports are trying to fight for the control as Thumb dashing around. Does have the Shirelles completed. That is going to allow them to gain that extra movement speed. Thumb is going to struggle to find, you know, warding and things like this. The Lulu does need to follow some friends. As Lucid going to steal away a Raptor camp as well. Just
smites it.
Yeah, feeling pretty giggish at the moment is this Maokai. And 2,000 gold is the approximate lead, a little bit more for D+. So definitely a better look, but I am still waiting with bated breath to see what is going to happen when we actually have a team fight around an objective, because that's where all hell can break loose. That's when we can start saying things like it's challenges and stuff like that, with Baby coming afterwards and things.
That one's optional.
We're not quite there yet.
No, just that's challengers is often enough. But if you're really feeling it, if there's like a flip,
I'll have to test the moment.
A team loses a 4v5, well, because I can do it, right? But it's better when it comes from the play-by-play, because there's more gusto.
I haven't done it before, I don't think. Maybe I have. Maybe I forgot. Maybe it was in a dream.
When D+ inevitably ends up reverse sweeping after they win this game and Humble Life inexplicably become way worse, you know, maybe you can save it for that.
Could. Duro almost got out of position there, but is able to keep himself alive. He's now no longer on the map.
It's challengers adults? No.
It's challengers toddlers.
No, don't do that. Pulbe might be at the risk again. Dover is Ari.
Indeed, is going to immediately Spirit Rush away. Just wants nothing to do with this situation at all. As the jungle is top lane, and that should mean that the Drake is going to go on over, as I don't know where, like, I mean, that's not even Narnia. You missed the cupboard.
Well, he flashed. Well, he flashed. It's fine.
All right. Was he actually going to ever be dead?
Yeah, I think he would have hit.
Okay. And never you.
That's fine. But go on flashing aggressive there to get the flash Q. Does mean you get the turret guaranteed, but you do give up a dragon.
I think it's alright.
I think all alive are still chilling. Again, because Lure is going Rage Blade, which does hurt me. I would have much preferred it if he went for the poke
He went
build.
for the Sork shoes as well. So often we do see, like, at least Berserkers.
Yeah, but it's like double dagger, and he already has Nasher, so it's ruined.
I mean, he's definitely going Rage Blade. That is happening. And I love Rage Blade. It's my favorite item. I just think that the item's very fun with what it does.
I just love seeing a Kaisa press W and then Ludens goes off and then everyone dies. I think that's cool.
That sounds like fun and interactive gameplay.
I do love fun and interactive gameplay. And I think Kaisa, specifically Poke, great example of that. And I call it, you know what really gets me is that we had the this is on Vision. They are just starting this up,
and they know that it's on Vision as well. Like that's just how confident this is.
Oh, D+. Maybe just trying to force a TP. No, we are committing.
It's a flip. It is definitely a flip, and Lucid is going to win out on it as well. Guon is going to be taken down in the process, and D+. They just take a Baron and kill the enemy jungler, and everything is K. What series is this?
Okay, so this is an Ox special, but I think D+ realized they were playing bad before, and this game they decided to not play bad anymore.
Whoa! And Roma is, I mean, this is some Ulbe flanking shenanigans, as he is going to flash, try and get himself out of there. Lua doing a fair bit of damage, but now everyone's health bar is in dire straits, as the Charm almost connecting there as well. And D+ will just be able to move forward, grab themselves an outer turret. And Rooster's going to turn up. Feels like the first time that I've seen him this game. Wandering towards D+, trying to deny them these resets as the health bars are getting very, very low on their side.
Yeah, don't try to bait us, you know. We know Lucid is not going in when his entire team is at 40% health.
Who are these players?
Where is Bioshik?
It's a good question,
He's coming back.
He is. Come back to Korea.
Nice.
He's on his way. Might be on a plane right now. You never know. That's probably not. He might
I was
be in
Humble
bed.
Live leading 2-0. They killed the Nexus twice.
Yeah, they did. And also D+ picked the same champions twice, and it didn't work twice. And now they pick different champions, and it's working gooder. And I think the main thing is a certain tree that throws out little versions of itself that are sometimes cats, sometimes alpacas. And that is a dead Pulbe.
Nice bait. Or a nice trap rat already. Well done here by Humble Live. These type of plays I love because they take away so much Baron tempo. Now, I say that, and I do think we have a couple of people converging on the mid lane, and they might give up the turret for this, in which case it will be not as worth, but Pulbe is dead, so they can't really hard commit to this, because Romer also has TP, and D+ playing it a little bit risky here.
Ooh, Thumb can't tank too many more of those Void Seekers. They're doing a fair bit of damage. Roma moving this wave up this lane once again, though, and I actually really like setting up for those sort of gank rushes during a Baron time, because I think it really
100%.
does help mitigate it. So, nicely done. Very happy. You already congratulated them, of course.
Yeah, you double congratulate.
I love a bit
I
of
don't
double
mind.
congratulation, because I think, like, there are a lot of teams that will start to feel that desperation, and then at any stage, it's set up a death rush. This is all we can do. But I think that it's extra specially a good idea when there's Baron.
Rahel is very big.
He is a large man.
Very, very big.
Look at the items. There's some good items. And he gets to build fun items after this, like Bloodthirster, that make you feel happy.
Oh, yeah. And right now, I don't think that D+, their lead is really going to completely blow us away. This is about a 1600-something positive Baron power play. I do think it sets up very well for a subsequent play towards this dragon in about 30 seconds. As Lure might be in trouble.
Oh dear, he's got
He's
cleanse,
dead.
he's got flash, but he doesn't have his life. So he is just dead. Doesn't actually use any of those summoner spells. I think knowing that it wasn't going to be worth it.
That. Like, Lewis didn't even have to flash for that.
And now we've got a large minion wave and red-white guns for Rahel. I mean, this tower is going to last all of half a second if he does get close to it, and he does. There it is. Goodbye. And that is just how quickly you can straight up win this whole situation. And the Baron had just worn off, and then they find their angle, they find their window, they managed to take it down. And now Soul Point available as well. And I think we're seeing demonstrated the value of prioritizing a Maokai. As Pulbe possibly caught out of position here, does Spirit Rush away, and everything is fine.
Yeah, going to be Soul Point set up here. Mid lane inhibitors down. And yeah, they really are just doing that thing where before they didn't fight objectives and now they do. And they didn't get any picks and now they do. And they're winning.
Yeah, and Lua thought that he was safe, and he was then very unsafe.
It's some wards to the left,
There was
which didn't actually give him any vision over the wall.
No. False sense of security, I guess you could say.
I think, was Valdez or Wolf the 3-1 Hanwha predictor?
I am not sure.
I know
think
it was
might
one
have
of
been
those
Valdez
two.
is a bit of a 3-1 of these playoffs.
He might
Valdez,
be looking good. Yeah, might be feeling good about that one.
Your prediction's still on the cards.
It
If
could
the
still
reverse
happen.
sweep does come in,
He was at 3-1.
I
D+?
was my prediction's dead.
Yeah.
They got that one out of the way very quickly. D+
They
were like,
really did.
Atlas is not going to be correct.
So on
We're gonna
average,
make sure of it.
on average, it was fine because it was a 43-minute game and a 25-minute game. But individually, especially that second one, really got your prediction good.
Yeah.
And it's just Maokai. I guess that's just the what we're learning here. I think that I know the LCK has a reputation for being very low on you know, kills and whatnot, but I think I blame the tree man. This champion, I want it gone.
And it should be a champion that's on ban lists all the time, as Hanwha are actually poised for a bit of a team fight here. Dura taking a bit of damage off to the side as Pulbe somewhat far away from this one, but Spirit Rush is up and available. He can always be there pretty quickly from over these walls as Hanwha still trying to fight Void Seekers. Every single one of these that lands is very important. The three-man queue comes through from Roma as they deliver Thanatos to the backline. I don't know about that one as the Moonlight Vigil does so much with this Infernum. Pulbe goes golden there as well, and D+ will just destroy Hanwha Life Esports. This time, Lua the last man standing. And the twisted advance lands onto Lua, and he's just gonna get punched. He just smited him to death.
Or was it just a sapling? Because the smite didn't go.
It could have just been ticked sapling damage
Oh my
with
God.
his demonic embrace, and he decided that that's what he wanted to kill him. And D+ in under 30 minutes will be able to take game number 3. And we have, let me just take some notes from my palm here.
Do it.
It
Hit
says
it.
game. There is game all over these hands. Oh, there's no game on this hand, but there is game on this hand. I can see it. I think we have a series.
It is happening.
It is.
I'm a Raheller. Raheller or Lucid, I think would be my my front runners for votes in this one.
We don't
vote for Maokai.
We don't vote for Maokai. That is the rule, so it has to be Rahel.
It's definitely not fun. I know that. Sorry, bud, but still.
Whoa, my phone
bit,
almost auto-corrected to Rava. It's been a while since we've seen the former sub mid laner for Griffin.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. Isn't Rava from
Griffin?
No, that's not what I'm thinking of at all. From Avatar.
Oh.
From Korra.
Oh, that Avatar, not the blue people one.
No one cares about the blue people one.
The one with that the guy from Skins in it.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I don't care about the Avatar movies.
I didn't really like that movie.
No, I
thought it wasn't very good.
What, Avatar?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, the blue people one I liked.
No, the blue people one.
The Sam Worthington, I'm a bit of a fan.
Okay, yeah, well, I wonder why.
Because he's an
Ra-
Australian.
I
Did you know
know, that was the joke. Kind of messed up. The casters are Boom Boom, Aphelios damage. Wow, Serrano.
Whoa, Serrano.
Unbelievable.
Who would you vote for, Serrano?
Tell
us.
us.
Are you
Huh?
a thumb voter? Is that what's happening here?
A thumber.
Rather
thumper?
aware. Someone is rather aware in the chat.
Oh.
I'm glad that you're
Not
rather
just
aware.
aware, but rather.
I'm
Well, that's
rather aware as well.
Rather aware.
It's a bit of a choppy goal graph, but it's one that's moving up and to the right. And you'll take those if you
Hey,
D+.
You know, what if game 1 was the highlight of the series and the rest is just going to be stomps? Because game 1 actually, I think, was pretty fun.
I think Maokai will get banned, and then we'll have
I
League of
hope
Legends
so.
that will happen.
Please.
That would be great. I think now, Rahel is a pretty obvious POG here. Unfortunately, it is a bit of a boom boom vote. We don't like that, but there aren't any other options really, because it's illegal to vote for Maokai.
Can't do it.
And Poolbay has been caught out of position throughout the whole series, to be perfectly honest. And it was just this Aphelios doing so much damage that won them the game.
I love that Yundo is talking about the Aphelios CC score. I'm right there with you, man.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a...
229?
229.
I mean, it's not quite 3,000 or whatever, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah, so this is a best of 3. We just play out all 3 games. So it's just done now.
Oh, right.
Because it's 2-1. Like Humble Life 1, but we just played the 3rd game as well.
Yeah, for good measure.
Yeah, it's just fun.
Yeah.
Well, let's see a different draft, you know? Now we never have to do the hypothetical. But what if D+ had changed the draft? We know.
Yeah.
To change the draft, they win a game.
Yeah, it is.
Easy.
It's quite interesting asking about
Funny
whether
how that
it's
works.
like when you're in game 3 and it already says a team has won twice, and then asking whether it's a best of 3. I mean, there is a cog missing. I
Reverse
think.
sweep angle. Oh, Yundo. Oh,
I
why
mean-
would you say that?
He's saying that because that is the likely outcome. Let's hop to a break, and then when we get back, game number 4. G'dowdy everyone and welcome back to LCK Challenger 2023 Summer. It is the playoffs and it is another match point for Humble Life Esports. It will also be a match point for Humble Life Esports if D plus Kia win the next game. But it'll also be a match point for them as well. And we're going to play a silly song that gets played after 4 games have concluded.
Yeah, we're getting called out. People in chat finally figured out that we're vampires. Both AIs and vampires. They know.
Hide the teeth. Hide them.
They can't know, Atlas.
They must not know.
We cannot give away our coven.
Why is it that when I do the cover my teeth, I sound like an old man?
I don't know.
It
But
is-
they figured it out. The skin, the jokes.
Do I look less like a vampire now?
I actually think you look.
more.
I think you look more like a vampire, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I think for some reason it makes my face look longer, and then it makes my hair look bigger.
Yeah.
And it really does make me look more vampire-ish.
Someone was making a joke about vampy skin tone, so we just kind of ran with it.
Yeah, it makes sense. Sounds like an old white man. Mal just sounds like a Dutch person.
Yeah, that works.
Then like Denunciator gets auto-modded for that as well. I'm going to allow it though. Let's give that a bit of an allow. That one can be there in chat history forever. Absolutely beautiful. Can your hair get bigger? I don't know. I can move it around. That's one of my things that I can do. Just move the hair.
Mine doesn't move. I'm just moving my eyebrows. Yeah, you're
I
actually
was-
moving your scalp.
Yeah, I was trying to teach myself how to move my ears, and all I learned was how to move my entire head. That is all I could do.
I mean, your ears are also moved.
Yeah, no, so I nailed that, but unfortunately
It also
everything else
involves
goes
the
with
rest
it.
of the moving.
Yeah. My
Oh.
whole head is shifting. Or is it a wig? I mean, we'll never know. You could just try and grab it. Just try and
Can't
take
grab
it off.
it.
You can.
Doesn't work.
Oh, it's because it's not actually real. It's a hologram.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah. And look, we haven't actually ever interacted. We're in different studios. It's just very clever the way they do it. Am I joining for Bold Gators tonight? Oh, perhaps. We'll see. I still have to actually install the game.
It takes a while.
Let's jump into this. Let's see what happens for game number 4.
We are in agreement that it comes down to, does one champion make it onto the Rift, yes or no? One pesky tree.
There are going to be a lot of trees on the Rift, though. There is a jungle in 4 quadrants. And so I think no matter what you do, there will always be a tree on the Rift.
You know what I mean, Atlas? Come on.
Oh, so you're saying Maokai?
Yeah.
Ah.
You could have actually annoyed me even more by going for saying Ivern.
Yeah.
Missed
I thought about
opportunity.
it, but I just wanted to be done with the whole situation and move on.
Get it over with.
Yeah.
So ban Maokai.
Yeah, I think that's it's probably the way. And then once Maokai gets banned, we will discover which team is the more capable one of doing victory. We're going to see Humble Life Esports on the blue side for the first time so far this series. They're going to ban Vi first off. I imagine that D+ probably keep the Nocturne ban, but they're going to take away Jace first, which we've seen banned in the first round every single game so far.
Maybe on red side you leave Nocturne open, and then when they go for Maokai, you go Nocturne. Makes it a lot harder to get good Maokai also when you don't know where the opponent is.
Hey, that is a very good point.
It is steering, though, towards not have that happening. Please ban Maokai. Please, D+. Please.
I mean, D+ has to do it, right? They have to.
Please. You figured it out last round. You went B1 Maokai.
Or do they try and mind control Humble Life Esports into priority picking Tristana that has lost every game this series?
Could be.
Do you take the champion that's won every game this series or lost every game this series?
Well, that's results-oriented analysis, Atlas. Thank you very much. So I think they'll refrain from that.
I mean, but the results were 100% win and 100% loss.
Doesn't matter. It's still results-based analysis, bro.
Yeah.
Get over it.
No,
Results don't matter.
Oh, right. But, like, maybe it's still worth taking into consideration.
Oh, no, I'd still ban it. Don't get me wrong.
All right, Jack's going to be banned. And so Hanwha picked the tree. And we congratulate them on their win, I guess.
It really has
I
come
mean,
down
if it happens,
to
dude. If it happens.
get 3 win game.
Yeah, Kai'Sa.
They're gonna Tristana first pick. It's happening.
Sejuani first.
No, we learned.
No! Okay. I mean, Duro has been absolutely fantastic on this pick, but it's not a tree. And so the tree will be picked up. Tree Stana? Do we get Tree Stana? Is it Tree Stana?
Yeah, or Trisa.
Whoa. DK pick Kai'Sa tree and win?
Watch them not pick. You know, if it was Lucid Nocturne, I'd be down with that. But you can flex it as well.
Yeah, it could be
It's
Trocturne.
so good. You say Trocturne?
Yeah, Trocturne.
That's great. I love that.
Tree Nocturne.
Yeah, no, I get it.
But it's Tree
Imagine if
Stana.
you
It's
have
got to
a
be
Nocturne
Tree
strat
Stana.
and you press R and it's just like trucks like flying over the screen for your opponent. That's why they can't see.
Yeah. All right.
It doesn't turn the lights off. It just summons the trucks.
I wonder whose name we're going to have to add into this word fusion once the third pick does come around.
So it's Tristana and
Ooh.
Noctali.
Cowturn.
It's way better.
Well, Cowturn locked in. And the final pick, the Ari. And
I thought
I
it
think
was Kai'Sa.
I actually kind of like this, though, because we've seen the Nocturne Ari work out very, very well together. Often it's used with a
good combo.
Rakan, which we also like, but Duro's Alistair is not to be denied. And so I think Harmon Life Esports have a decent answer here.
Yeah, and it will be the Tristana unless we see it flex.
Is it just Rel?
No, I'm like,
No,
we're
it
just
can't
going to
be.
pull out like Swain or something out of nowhere. Actually flex. Looks like instead they're just going to go for with the Kai'Sa for Rahel. And I think Maokai, Tristana, Kai'Sa is about as good as it gets. I really like the Homa draft, don't get me wrong, but I know that the Tristana, we were joking around it, I still think the pick is really good. I think Kai'Sa is still very strong, but I think it's just, the more we see of it, the more like, it's actually the Maokai that makes it work.
Oh, yeah. And
It's
I think
the Maokai that brings it together.
And it's the saplings, it's the setup around these objectives that have been so incredibly good
the
for these
R-button.
Maokai compositions. I agree with
Everything.
you. I think that it is a bit of a rough one, and we haven't seen Tristana and Maokai together. A combination that does work out very, very well. You can, like, my favorite thing about this combination is the Twisted Advance can be thrown out, and then you bust a shot the enemy away, and your Maokai goes 600 million miles.
Oh man, Thanatos is really, he's such a homie. Because he could be getting counterpick, but no, not going to be happening.
Counterpick to the thumb.
Well, or himself.
Or himself?
Sorry, to Lucid.
Or to Lucid, yeah.
Yeah, that's, and I think that is actually really valuable as.
Oh wow, it's Silver Scrapes.
We're.
I like that a bit more. That would be
a lot of emotions happening here all at once.
Certainly a lot of things, but that is a Zeri. I think that is the better choice out of all of them. I kind of love this.
I love the on.
Ooh.
I'm neutral about that.
I am also neutral. But nah, Indica Sante is an oldie, but a goodie, I guess. And Rooster has been playing very well. I think that we should give him a little bit of trust here.
Trust him, for sure. My main issue with the Gnar specifically is that I think Inter Tristana Kai'Sa can be tough to actually play out, because getting on top of them can be a bit more difficult with Gnar, as opposed to a lot of other champions. What will be the final pickup here? It's like Viego, or what will it be on the other end? It's just Rel?
Oh, I'm not sure about that. Of course, it is just very powerful for the composition, but Rel and Rel into Alistair feels a little bit rough. Still,
But it might
Zeri
not be.
Alistair doesn't really do anything in the early game, so like Rahel and Thumb should be just fine navigating the lane, even if the Rel doesn't have a great time into Alistair.
Yeah, but it might also be the Rel for Lucid. We'll see. We'll see what it ends up being. There's a couple of options here that they can go for. I think it will just be the Kai'Sa Rel setup here.
I think Lucid had such a good game on Maokai in the last one that I don't think they're going to go for the swap.
I'm with you.
I think this is pretty locked in. The Nari is something that we've seen quite a few times in the past as well. Good old Na and Ari paired up together, something that T1 were playing a lot of back in the days. Does give you a lot of tools, especially in the early stages of the laning phase. And I think that the 3v3 in top lane is going to be pretty good for Harmon Life Esports.
But on the other end, we have Maokai, Tristana, Kai'Sa.
True.
With a double front line. triple front line, really.
So are we saying that D+ technically doesn't need to win any team fights?
Yeah, I think we're going to game 5. That's what I'm seeing here. And don't get me wrong, I think the Homa comp is really good. I think that it has a lot of power. I think the 2v2 is decent. Not amazing necessarily, but it's more about how he can enable those side lanes. I think that Zeri actually works well in comps like this. But if Fun can keep it together, if him and Rahel don't get completely blasted in the early game, which it's... Zeri is pretty strong in lane at specific spikes, but Ali, really, you should be able to get early prio. And that might mean that it is not a free 0. It's not a free 1, but maybe it's a 2-2.
A 2-2?
Yeah, we just end on that.
Whoa.
For the cliffhanger.
We're going to end it on a ballet dress. Absolutely amazing. Let's rock out. Wow, I really went workman. I don't know why. I felt real workman vibed.
I have no idea what that was, but it was cool.
Yeah.
Were they mad? Do.
It was like an angry
Angry?
do. I wasn't
didn't look
angry while I
angry.
did it. I just like I was just I don't know. I wanted to do something different. That's what happened.
He was
That's what my face
It
did.
was being silly.
Yeah. That was someone getting really excited and then super auto modded.
No, not
That was the
God.
best yet. Love the intensity. Completely yeeted
We're,
by Nightbot.
Thank you, one community. Oh, it's alright. Oh, it's a RuneScaper.
Ooh, one community.
We have 2
Ozarus.
RuneScapers now. We had only 1,
Yeah.
but Ox converted Valdez.
Is Valdez actually a RuneScaper though, or a crab killer?
I think he must have been promoting like today or tomorrow. From killing crabs to doing other stuff. Yes, he has been promoted.
I'm pretty sure he's still in Tristfall Glades, just murdering boars, RuneScape style.
He's doing quests now.
Whoa! Crazy. Actual gameplay? That's nutty.
Remarkable.
Indeed. Also, what is remarkable is the amount of vision that Guon is on while he does his red buff. A lot of information being given over to D+ here, who are desperately trying to keep themselves in the series. They played a composition twice, it did not work. They tried a different one, and it did. Decent little pulverize on the thumb there.
Nice Q. If he doesn't also hit Lure, he actually takes a ton of damage there. And with landing and being on Glacial Auckland, damage actually doesn't end up being too bad. As I have no idea what everyone is talking about. I don't know anything about RuneScape, but good for you guys. So we have junglers pathing to opposite sides of the map. Do have Guon making his way towards top, which is known. So Thanatos should either be able to get the crash, or at least get some vision down so he doesn't get completely caught off guard. Because if you die to a Nocturne gang, you messed up.
Yep, that is very true. Oh, nice charm there on the full bay. Roma actually, I think looked like the better Ahri in this series, which is interesting to say because Poolbay has in the past been an absolutely fantastic Ahri player, but Roma has been very, very good in it. Not only this series, but also this season.
I think Roma just has been, by a large margin, the better player today. I think that we do see that Rahel, most notably, I think just really fluctuates from map to map.
Yeah.
Rooster obviously has had a wonderful day here against Thanatos, who, you know, KDA win rate all looking good, but that's to be expected. His team has won a whole lot.
Yeah.
But Thanatos definitely has not been looking his usual self. And you know, Lucid really the only one. And even he had that Rel game, which was kind of tough. Although being Rel, you know, once you start falling behind, you just try and get stuff going.
Yeah, it's mainly the rest of your team that has to pick up the slack there.
As we might have some...
Oh, Kitty Cat surprise. Guon tries to spell shield it, but doesn't manage to. As the Raptor camp going to be started off here. Blender Nocturne doing what he can.
Ooh, Lucid and Poolbay ready for the 2v2.
Could be dangerous here as Guon gets into the brush and Lucid just steals it away because the
Nice
ward
call.
was there. And Lucid now just going to move in and look to do a bit of a drive-by and head towards his Krug camp that is coming up.
It's taxiing.
Yeah, kind of like that. Just pays a visit. Doesn't elaborate. Thumb wandering around here in this lane on his pants. And Rahel going to make his way back down. Got his cheesies. Feeling good as Poolbay taking Foxfire to the face. Oh, that Orb Deception also doing a bunch of work here. Oh, did you... I felt it. I felt the flash charm. I felt it.
Yeah, at the same time, though, Poolbay still has a teleport, so I think he's not going to be feeling too bad here if he's able to... Especially if he's able to hold the wave there, catch it, and then TP back. And I actually really like this back timing from Romer here, because if he doesn't back and Poolbay TP's in and is like a full back up on him and actually has his full health and whatnot ready, it's going to be very tough. Now Poolbay, though, as a result, because Romer backed, might be able to get the shove out on this next wave, which isn't the cannon wave, and then just walk back himself. So interesting to see how these waves are being played out in mid. I do think that Poolbay, as in I think any early game where he played Tristana, actually gets out, gets a lead out early, but it's the mid game where he has really struggled in this series, and where we need to see him improve.
And
because if you miss that.
Yeah, I don't think it's even necessarily the mid game. It's like certain decisions
In
are a bit inexplicable. You know?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Pays a visit. Nice, Brendan.
Pays a visit. That's a reference to the Gen.G player, isn't it?
You mean the challenger player?
No, he's on the Gen.G main roster all year.
No, I wouldn't know.
Ah.
I hadn't noticed. Yeah, never talked about him.
No, just letting you know.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
That's the AD carry. You replaced a guy called Ruler.
Is he good?
No, I don't know. I haven't watched whichever region he's in now.
Who cares?
I assume they're not very good, just because they're not in the LCK anymore. That's what I assume.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
Reasonable take.
Yeah.
Actual
looking forward to
fighting?
Worlds where, you know, we just win. And it's fine.
Yeah. Did you watch MSI? By any chance?
No.
Oh,
I don't watch MSI.
I don't think...
as a general rule.
Yeah, no, if you're
I'm a very
LCK
happy
fan.
LCK fan.
Yeah.
And so therefore,
sense.
obviously, I don't watch MSI.
Yeah. Yeah.
Outside of that one in like 2016.
So, D+ are getting ahead. And they do have Maokai.
Yep. I mean, they're getting ahead by 100 gold.
They got an early Drake.
True.
It's a Chemtech Soul, you know.
Well, it's a Chemtech Drake
Yes.
next. It's not a
Oh,
Chemtech
sorry,
Soul.
yeah, no, that's my... Yeah.
Oh, Lua's trapped in the pit. He's like, I'm done. I'm out of here. Now he's going to have to walk around again. He's on vision for a moment, but he'll be all right.
Yeah, given how the early game is played out, Guon has been kept down because of the invade, so Lucid actually building up an XP lead, even with taking the dragon. We also have a call for Rahel, and if D+ pick up an early objective as well, like Hanwha Life, I think this type of composition really shines if you can get one good mid-game skirmish. You just need one, like 2 kills for your Zeri, or Nocturne gets like you know, a kill or 2. Maybe Romer can pick something up. Because if you don't get that, and you're just going in on full item parity against a composition with Rel, Maokai, and Cassante, you're not getting... Like, even with Nocturne ult, they're going to stand on top of Poolbay and Rel.
Yeah.
And life's going to be a little tough.
I think it's true. I think it is very easy to create enough chaos, especially in Challenger, where you can find people caught out of position. And I think when a team has a weak link, it's easy to capitalize on that with Nocturne compositions especially.
I mean, the side laning from D+ has been pretty lackluster as well, right? As Pool... Oh, he's selling this.
He's just baiting Guon.
He's selling this very well.
Just barely outranges. That's beautiful.
And that's going to be a free Herald here for D+.
Yeah,
Big
Lucid
top.
just comes on over, grabs the eye. You get the bad news a little bit too late as Guon comes in, looks to steal away a blue buff. Poolbay taking a fair bit of damage, but able to deal back a fair bit of damage as well. As we're just trading blue buffs. So it's not even actually going to be a steal, it's just a trade. And in fact, the entire topside jungle may also be removed by Lucid because he's not on vision, a luxury that Guon does not have. Yeah, relatively uneventful. I would agree.
There's not a lot going on.
Yeah.
It was meta commentary. I was
what's your favorite cracker to have with cheese?
I don't have a preference.
Really?
No, because I don't really know names of different crackers. Like, we have a bunch in the Netherlands, but those are brands that you wouldn't know. So it's really hard for me to compare. I like just the basic, I think it's called a saltine, like just a
saltine?
Just a regular, like
I do like a good saltine.
Slightly salty cracker, because for me, with crackers, it's about the topping, you know, cream cheese or normal cheese or fig jam or whatever you end up putting.
Just dips of
Yeah,
assorted
dips.
varieties.
I mean, you know I'm
Good
I'm-
hummus.
You know I'm a big fan. You know I'm a fan of hummus. You know I'm a fan of dips. You know, some spinach artichoke.
My
I've
all-time
been-
favorite cracker is
enjoying-
a Savoy.
No idea what that means.
They're just amazing. They had two names. They're Jats as well. I think it's an Australian brand.
That's so cool. Bible is streaming himself or watching, no in-game. So he's doing a
that's cool.
live viewing of the game. That's so cool. I love that.
So he's just doing like a live viewing. That's really, really cool.
Aww.
I like live viewings the most because you don't take away viewers from the main broadcast. I learned how to have the stream on and mute the sound to my stream so that I could have everyone watch.
Yeah.
And we can talk about the game whilst everyone can listen to not double commentary. I was very proud of myself.
Double commentary. Right now, we do see that it's a slight lead for D+, but until it gets blown up, I wouldn't be too worried. I'm just... The more I see of it, the more I turn into a... Maokai is...
Maokai's broken, yeah.
It needs to be purged. It needs... And it's getting nerfed in the jungle, like his clear is getting hit. But if I'm looking at how a lot of the games go, I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, because it's not really even the jungle clear, it's his existence. And the amount of
Yeah,
map
you can
control
also
that you
just
get.
pick him support into a lot of the engage supports and be completely fine.
Maybe if you just took the slow off the saplings.
Maybe, but I don't know. It's really tough.
I
think
don't
it's
know
the
how you fix
maybe
it.
you give back old Maokai ultimate. Maybe that's the angle.
Hey, the Vengeful Maelstrom?
Yeah.
I was
Where
a
he
big
gets,
fan
where
of
he
the
gets his
Vengeful
little
Maelstrom.
circle around him, and then he takes
Yeah.
less damage, and he presses R, and then he does the damage.
And then you go boom boom with it.
yeah.
Like one of Marin's greatest plays of all time, where he saves the base by
Yeah.
holding the minions with his Vengeful Maelstrom.
Yeah, that could be cool.
Very cool.
Instead
and
of-
while they're at it, they can bring back old Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
And Hextech
While they're at
Gunblade.
it, they can, you know, remove this screen filling anti-engage, but also engage lockdown tool that we have had to suffer through ever since. I don't know who started picking it. It was like Juhan,
Wait, what are we talking about now?
the Maokai. When it was picked around Worlds. Thanatos is just gonna ignore that ultimate.
Yeah, he's
A nice W.
got to press that button. Rooster gets angry, throws a house, and the Thanatos will ignore.
So 2 Drake lead. It's Infernal Drake.
Uh-huh.
There's still a Herald for D+.
Uh-huh. Haven't used that one just
I
yet.
don't
as
know-
Lucid is going to be able to place it down in a moment. There it is. Romo tries to dissuade him from doing so.
I don't know if it is more challengers to go to game 5 or for this game to somehow not be a game. Like, for Humble Life to just get like 2 really good picks and just win the game. Because I can still see that.
Yeah, I can
You know,
see
like,
all of those
Pull,
things.
pull, pull Bay is in the side lane and then he gets hit by Nocturne ult and then it's near Nash and then they take Nash and then just win the game.
Uh-huh.
Maybe Zeri gets a double.
But
I can
also, like, someone could just be out of position at any moment on a ward, and then Guon kills them, and they take, like, 3 objectives, and then it's, like, the whole story of this game just turns on a dime. Like, you could see that.
But you could also see nothing happening and D+ just picks up every objective and Humble Life go for 1 engage and lose.
All right, do you know what my take is?
Hit me.
Lua is ahead. And I'm scared, because it's Zeri.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
Okay.
I'm thinking that if we
But
get to a
I-
point where Zeri is irrelevant, which
But I don't
is
think he's
difficult.
actually ahead because of the. Actually, they got 2 plates as well, so it's probably. He'll probably be like maybe
Well, like,
200,
I think that
gold up.
Zeri, if you're like ever even, you're ahead
Yeah,
because you're Zeri.
he's just he's a full button, not just a head. Okay, Valdez.
Aw, but I thought it was just I thought it was like Futurama.
Play by place, man.
I'm sorry. Well, I think he's probably also a body and a head at this point in time.
Hey,
Do you guys want to know a fun fact? I got a fun fact for the
Hit me.
chat. Fun fact is, Chronicler and I, right now, are wearing the same colored shorts.
yeah, that's a nice light
Light blue shorts.
blue.
Yep. It goes so beautifully with our suit jackets and shirts.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You have legs? No, we don't. Atlas. is
No,
lying.
we're just wearing shorts on just beneath our torso to make us feel like we have legs. And it's great. You know, it makes us feel like real people. We do have a Rift Herald that's being started up here by Life Esports. They made it to a objective fight. Okay, let's see whether it works out as Duro has already ulted. Nature's Grasp comes in as they do try and knock away the tree. And now Paranoia finally comes in. Rooster, the four-man Nara into the backline. Is it going to be enough? The answer is, I think, just a yes. As Rooster is now hunting down Rahel, hits Mininar at exactly the right time. Hyperprocs come in, and the Zeri will die, but not before picking up a couple of kills here as Thanatos and Pulbay now kind of behind enemy lines as Life Esports 4 versus 2 looking to close in. And Pulbay just really likes hitting things, so he's hitting this Sentinel, and he will go down. There's a headbutt Poles! And Duro, he's back on the Alistair and back to looking absolutely fantastic. That's a wipe, and they only lose one.
And that was the combo that we kept talking about. Nocturne and Gnar. Watch this again.
Oh my goodness.
Because this is, at the get-go, this doesn't look that good.
That was a 5-man. I said 4-man because the little bit of wall is what got Pulbay.
It's 5. And the craziest thing is, if Deep has a better target selection, Guwon dies there.
Oh, the charm.
Yeah, the charm. But also, he doesn't die to the sapling because he gets a level up.
Oh my god.
So if that doesn't happen and he gets the kill and Pulbay starts stomping, D+ actually end up even in this fight. Instead, it's a humongous win for Hanwha Life.
That was beautiful.
It ends up being a 1-for-5, which is insane, given how close that fight looked.
Yeah.
Man.
And the beautiful thing is, it was first blood in there somewhere as well. And so that is why we get 5-1 at the top of the screen. Kind of like it when the scoreboard tells you how the team fight went. Means it's a very late first blood as well, as we haven't really had too much ganking or anything like that. And I guess this counts as technically a successful first Paranoia from Guwon, who will have his second one available very, very soon as well.
Oh, they're going to give up Infernal Soul Point. I don't like that. I know you get a lot of gold.
Teleport available.
Yeah, but also with the positioning that Guwon is on and the fact that they are clearly not contesting or fighting for mid-prio, as Guwon is looking for an angle here. Does not have level 2 ults.
Yep,
This is gone.
They get vision of it, but I don't know whether it's really going to work out, as Guwon does put down the Rift Herald. And look, if they manage to get like 2 turrets for this, then maybe there's an angle, as the Drake is taking a while to go down. Does eventually get taken here. And that is a double charge. The Nara is getting to work and does take an inner turret in the top lane as well.
So it is a 3.5k gold lead, and I do obviously trade really favorably when it comes to map control, but I'm of the firm belief that like Soul Point is...
It's pretty strong.
It's
and it's an Infernal
so good. That's the... Yeah, if it was Chemtech, I would like, that's not worth. There's no way. But now, I'm leaning Hanwha, but I'm not you know, any other Drake, and I'm like...
Yeah. Any other Drake and you like him, really? I mean, I think Hextech's way better.
Well, no, Hextech. I mean, I know about way better. Actually, with this comp, yeah, no. Hextech, I'm like...
The fact that you get CC on it as well. Orcs actually brought up something, I think it was Orcs that brought it up. Just the fact that Infernal can do nothing. If you just get perma CC, it just doesn't actually do anything.
That's true.
Whereas Hextech, like, if you've got any sort of poke or any sort of range,
well,
it's always going to have value.
Well, okay, but if you... I think Hextech and Infernal are the same in that way, because if you get value from your poke with Hextech, you also would have gotten it from Infernal.
But you can just like, you don't get a catch with it.
No,
because
okay,
you don't slow them.
Yeah, no, that's true. But you will be able, like, if Rahel gets the free items and he presses W on someone and he has Infernal Soul, then it's still...
Yeah, that's true, I guess maybe they just die really fast.
But I do think that that's actually a reason why I love Mountain. And I think Mountain is just, it feels so safe. Because you can make so many more mistakes and so much playmaking potentials taken away from your opponent.
Yeah.
And now the game state's kind of weird, because it's definitely a very relevant gold lead for Hanwha. But the Soul weighs so heavily on my mind until they get Nash. If Hanwha actually get an early Nash setup here, then I think they're good. But I do think that trying to take objectives as Hanwha is really tough.
I think their turn is pretty good.
Yes, but D+ also have insane engage, and you are reliant on having Rooster being ready.
True.
So if you get, as long as the Narbar management is good, which I think based on the previous skirmish, they are very aware of how they need to play this out. They should be completely fine. Rooster is sitting on a black cleaver over Thanatos that has just a few components, so he's going to be feeling amazing. He's going to be doing a whole lot of damage here.
Is it going to be the hull breaking. Are we breaking hulls?
I would love it, because I think Hull Breaker actually is such a good solution here, even with the objective, or the Dragon's rather, already being in favor of D+, because it forces someone on D+ to respond to Rooster.
Yeah.
And then you can Nocturne out them. Or you can try and get a catch with Roamer or Lure. There's a lot of mobility on the Humble Life team. And the more gold they get, the harder it becomes for D+ to actually get these team fight angles. And yeah, Thumb did get spotted, so should not be able to get anything going here on Roamer, who is going to stay safe. But yeah, just the knowledge that one good smite from Lucid, you know, just walk up, press R and try, definitely is spooky, but they don't have an answer for Rooster as Indic teleport comes.
Yeah, this might be the answer to Rooster as he does flash his way out. The paranoia means they don't really know where he went, although I guess they saw him go over the wall or in that direction. Still has to use everything in order to avoid that, so no flash now on Rooster.
I don't actually know if you get, I think you don't get vision from the Scryers there by using it, because he used the Scryers over the wall, which I assume must have been
I think through paranoia it doesn't give you
Well, that's
vision.
my point, yeah. So it must have been just a reflex there. Kind of funny from Rahel.
So, D+ now with the ability to move towards this Baron and try and look for some control there. And Drake is coming up in a minute. And they can play the do-si-do of setup around Baron, and then Humble Life Esports have to contest Drake. D+ don't necessarily have to.
And we'll see if that'll be enough, because D+ are definitely in a sizable deficit here. And I like the position of Humble in this game. I just think it's closer than you might initially think. Lure does have stopwatch though, so he can play very aggressively towards the backline. Rooster not having flash, I think, is actually quite big. But Guwon with his ultimate can still take away so much of the possible response time here for D+ that we'll see what's about to happen, because Dragon is spawning in about 30 minutes, or 30 seconds rather. 30 minutes would be you know, maybe
That's a while to prepare.
That is a long time. What if you had an objective that spawned once at like 35 minutes? Just spawns in mid lane, you have to fight over it. That just sounds like Nexus Blitz, actually.
It sounds to me like 2015 WE objective. 2015 WE literally did nothing until 35 minutes every game.
Yeah, and then they won.
Yep.
Until they didn't.
Yep. Well, no, they'd often win if they got there, but most of the time they just lose before that. Is kind of how it went.
That's the tale of a lot of Korean teams as well, before we pivoted away to, or away from that, as we do have the objective being started here, and it looks like D+ is just going to give this one up. And looking to maybe hit some item spikes first, you know, Demonic Embrace. Thanatos look like he's going towards a Randuin's. Poolbay really wants to hit as least Quick Blade, so it does make sense, but they don't really get anything on the flip side, so just ends up buying them time.
Yeah, and the fact that they could get set up and have their very strong Gnar take that one down definitely works out for them. Currently, Rooster is about 20 CS ahead, but that should just continue to be the case. As Cassante, not really too many options as the game continues into the Gnar.
It will be Hullbreaker, I think. Although he might go Sterex, but I
think Hullbreaker is really strong here.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards it as well. If there wasn't a Nocturne in the game, I'm like, yeah, try to 5v5. You do have a lot of power there as well, even though Instant D+ it can be kind of tough, but it looks like it will be Sterex though, which is very strong nonetheless. So we'll be able to get a lot of value out of that, as we do have the first Scryers being used.
Each one of those is pretty valuable. Nice little ward. Oh, Roamer actually going to spot that one out, the cheeky one.
That's big.
Yeah.
Keep denying the vision here.
Duro, I don't think it's safe to
Do
try
have
and clear out that
saplings
control
though,
ward.
which does help.
All right, Thanatos spotted out a possible angle here if Rooster does come up, but Guwon not going to try and go for it by himself, as you would expect. They're moving in, and more saplings raining down as Poolbay pushes another wave towards Roamer. We're playing a bit of ping pong, and I think ping pong kind of benefits Humble Life Esports. They've got a Zeri that just wants to scale to as many items as she can have, and I think Humble Life Esports eventually will get to a dangerous spot with the fact that they have side laning they can play towards.
I'm not sure, because I also think that the gold lead is going to become less relevant as the game goes on. It's not like D Plus skills poorly, right?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's an interesting scenario,
yeah,
like
I'm not
scaling-wise. Because you're right, like Kai'Sa does do a lot of damage as well, and they can delete Baron.
Oh yeah, yeah, and again, I think that as you get later into the game, the odds of someone getting picked off and just like a single Drake going over to D Plus just kind of increases. But with the gold lead that Humble Life still have, I think the second Drake or the next Drake at the very least should still be favorable for them. But with how good the D Plus hard engage is, I am a little worried that if that Humble Life like starts up a Baron and aren't ready and just get completely run over. And all the gold is also into Rooster. So if this Mega Gnar isn't available, if the Gnar bar isn't at the ready, then so much of your power is on a champion that effectively is just a secondary AD carry, right? Like Mini Gnar is really good in a 1v1, but in a team fight, you focus him down very easily.
Well, Lucid is just continually throwing saplings at the Baron. That is his plan for today's match. A successful reset comes through for Humble Life Esports. And maybe, do you think they'll be fighting? Do you think things will happen? Or do we have to wait 2 minutes?
So D Plus is not going to fight because they don't want to. They don't have to, right? They're fine sitting around and maybe looking for an angle when this dragon rolls around. And Humble Life don't want to fight because they don't want to throw the game. So no.
Wait. Oh, are there people being sillies in chat?
Oh yeah, but I think Skynet's onto it already.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
Thanks, Skynet.
but Hellbreaker. Love that. Good for you, Rooster. That is definitely the angle.
The right item. And he's in a side lane as well. You love to see it.
He isn't here.
Spotted.
Ooh.
Skynet is runescaping, but he can be here and be runescaping.
Not if he's eating dinner, though.
Oh, that's true. I wonder whether he's having kimchi jokkenbokkeumbap.
That is really good. And if you don't know, you might have thought that Atlas just said a made-up word, but that's actually pretty good. Ooh, and now we have the pressure of Rooster in the side lane.
Yeah,
while simultaneously Baron. This is textbook from Homa. They do actually have to start Nash, though.
They do. Or they need to make sure that they have full control and then send someone to solo the Drake. They could also do that.
Yeah, could try that as well. Basante really... He also, Thanatos wasn't able to actually go for a Sunfire due to atomization, which means that he has not really the best wave clear. Is actually going to take him a sizable amount of time.
He does have a lot of null magic mantles.
Yeah, which I don't know why.
Yeah.
Not too sure. Might end up being a Guardian Stoneblade, probably. As we do have, again, some threat being put down. But I think Humble Life, with the vision lead that they have, should just look towards the Dragon, which I think D Plus no, because D Plus, we're seeing some pings. They're going for Nash, 100%. They're going to go all in on this.
Yeah, they have to. Guon can start this off and then Paranoia in for a potential steal. And there's a lot of vision to clear out before they get here. Lua dashing out of the way of that Void Seeker. I really like that. It's Poolbay going to be able to grab an outer turret here. Roma finds a charm onto Thumb. He's going to get hit by Pulped as well. Not another rotation of spells available here for Roma. As thankfully for DK, the sapling is there to slow him down. But that is just the second Infernal Drake locked down here by Humble Life Esports. And we saw this in Game 1. We saw D Plus just kind of rest on their laurels and say, we can out-team fight this. It's going to be fine as the game goes on. I just don't know whether that is going to be the case here.
Yeah, I think in this game, as long as they pull the trigger on the next one, it is a different situation. Because Rahel now has hit his third item, right? You have actually gotten Rahel on a... and this is really important. See the vision that's being cleared out right now? The reason why Rooster... Oh, I love this.
Oh my god.
I was just about to say, they can go for this. Rahel does have level 2 ultimate, so he will be able to join momentarily. Teleport comes in as well.
Yeah. And Humble Life Esports, they're looking for a team fight. Oh, there's another one onto Thumb as the Paranoia comes in. That is going to stop any sort of engage from that Nature's Grasp. Ooh. So just kind of nullifying it. But Humble Life Esports not going to be able to get back onto the Baron now that the Nocturne ultimate is down.
And nothing happens. We've had
yeah.
one fight. One fight.
Yeah. And it's all because of this control do-si-do that's happening. It's all about the finesse game, isn't it?
Don't call it finesse. You might be called like you might think, oh, Nocturne versus Maokai. Maokai's
It's challengers, Squire.
Squire.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maokai's great CC means, especially combined with two tanks, must mean that they play aggressively. And then Nocturne always going to go for the backline dive. No, one presses the ultimate, and then the other does. Because if Guwon ults in and Lucid ults the team behind him, Guwon dies. Guess what? Happens if we do it the other way around. Same thing.
Yep. The other thing, though, is that you can get an engage to work if Duro finds an angle. If Duro finds a flank angle, then he gets into the back line, and then I think you can press the R button on Guwon. It's that sort of combo that they're going to need.
An objective because Lucid can just keep checking.
Yeah, it's we need Lucid to run out of mana or something.
Oh, Poolbay, GA third. Not messing around.
He took some notes from his first couple of games, and he's making it work. Rooster, though, still going to be the biggest threat in a side lane at this point in time. Poolbay is still going to be dangerous, I think, and can do a lot more work to turrets.
I want to call back to one of the greatest challenger moments of all time. And the arch enemy of D+.
The 0-7 Jax.
And if you thought he was a problem, Rooster is actually really fast.
Yeah.
We'll see how D+ deal with it. This game, you know what's we're like building up to nothing. Someone's gonna get caught, and either Rahel's gonna jump in or Guwon's gonna jump in. The person's gonna die. The team's gonna get the objective, and that's it. That's game.
Yep. Or the objective is gonna be started up, but then a team fight breaks out, and one of the teams is going to win the team fight and then kill them.
I like that. That's a good plan B.
Yeah.
I
feel like it's going to be...
Didn't make playoffs.
It's going to be certain thing.
It's only one of those two.
Nexus. Yeah.
Only those two options exist.
Yep. And I think it's going to happen after this next Drake has gone down, and we're up to the one after.
Because D+,
we need to have 6 elemental Drakes down, both teams on soul point.
D+ can be like, we can give up the next one.
Yeah, and they will.
It's fine. I don't know if they... Oh, Rahel. Okay, he's going Def Cap. Like that. Is it happening?
Well, we're starting off the...
Events are transpiring?
Indeed. Guwon is tanking a Void Seeker as a teleport is coming in. Poolbay takes a lot of damage. Poolbay's teleports have been atrocious, honestly, this series.
He doesn't have a BT this time around either. He went for GA.
Yeah. So when he will at least come back alive again if he does.
I think D+, I think the call, you know what you do? You trade Baron for Soul. I think you have to.
Yeah, I think they should have done that on the last one.
Oh yeah, but they're not doing it.
No.
It's not happening.
Well, I mean, not yet, because the Soul isn't available for them to trade for it.
Yeah, it's like
so
30
it's not
seconds.
on the table. But yeah, you're right. Some setup does need to come through. There is a bunch of vision available for Humble Esports on the bottom side of the map, not necessarily inside the pit. They have an avenue to get there. And it's D+ now going for a reset with 20 seconds before the Drake is going to spawn. Really telling me that it's the next one that will fight.
They're going for Nash. As Last Whisper picked up here for Poolbay. Yeah, this Dragon is 100%. But this is my problem. Why is Lucid backing now?
Yeah, and also, like, they've got Rooster over there. Rooster and Guwon destroy this Drake extraordinarily quickly. And I don't think the DK are going to be able to burst this one down
so it's
fast
the next
enough.
One. No, they would have had to already.
Yeah.
So it's the next one.
Yeah.
I don't think they're ever doing it. I think Half-Life's just going to win, and D+ is not going to do anything.
Or I think maybe we're just going to be in this game forever.
It just never ends?
Yeah. I think that the next Drake, neither team will take. Because both of the teams have to stop the other team from taking the Soul. And so that Drake is never taken, ever.
Oh, hell.
And then we're going to just...
he's Def Cap.
Okay. And then we're going to dance around the Baron.
Is this where they're like, okay, now we're actually going to start doing stuff?
Because they can press
Surely.
W.
Yeah. Well, they could on free items as well, but they didn't.
So no.
It's probably not.
Yeah. Well, there's a GA now done for Rooster. He's also very strong.
Yeah.
Maybe DK are getting frustrated. They're like, what? Humble Esports keep building items as well. How are we supposed to get the leads that we're looking for?
I mean, for hell, it's 2 Ws in like Lure or Roam where they just...
They kind of die, yeah.
They do, yeah.
But I mean, Lure can at least go into the jungle and then heal back up and then come back. It's not like anyone's going to start an objective at that time.
Yeah, there's no way. We don't start objectives here.
Yeah, no, we're not about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are losing our minds.
Um,
It's slowly happening. I'm kind of
I
worried
counteract
what
that
happens
by
if we...
never having my mind in the first place.
That is true. That is true. They can't swap in Bible, because Bible's playing LCK playoffs. Can't play in both. So we are thumbing all the way.
I detect better speech in my Twitch chat, and I dislike it. And I will say goodbye.
As Rooster, look at this. Both Rahel and Lure are like moving over. He gets this turret, which I guess is cool.
Yeah. He broke the hull.
I don't think it's going to lead to anything else. They're so easy to spot, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. He got burned
It's
real hard.
so obvious.
Extendo beams coming on in here.
Rahel hits a W.
No.
Does not hit another.
And, ooh, Extendo beam lands. Thanatos is not going to win. Oh, never mind. Does have an angle.
That's Mini.
And
Doesn't
Rooster is now going to try and just kill him, but there's the Q. We do have an ultimate as the GA is going to get popped, but it's after the Buster shot.
They don't know.
And now there's Rahel down here as well, so the Baron's going to be traded for just Rooster, unless Lucid can be an absolute hero. The charm is going to land, though, and he's going to be CC'd. Still, he gets into the pit and steals it away. Him and Thumb will be destroyed, though, and as the dust settles, it is a 2-for-1, but Baron goes to D+.
I think that's worth. I don't know. I'm losing my mind, Atlas.
Look. Sometimes Lucid
Just
gets into a
Lucid
pit,
and
you know.
Thumb. It's just Lucid and Thumb.
And why are they bursting the Baron here as well?
Oh, the Flash W12. Oh, that was crisp.
Very crisp.
It didn't even. I think it was like 1276, and then it died.
Yep.
Oh man. And now they can stall. And if D+ play their cards right, they can use this Baron buff to get Prio to get the soul.
They could theoretically do that, Chronically. You are absolutely right. Thanatos and Pool Bay both have their teleports available as well, so every lane up there for the pushing. I believe Thanatos is...
Oh,
no, he was alive.
That's another one.
Oh, wait, hang on.
There you go.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
So, 1 minute till Drake. A D+, just take control.
I think they just
use
made
your vision.
this.
Come on. You
Wow.
can do it.
How did they get 3 comments in? As Thanatos takes a bit of damage there from the Orb of Deception. And everyone has a million items.
I think we're going to flip. I think we're going. So I think that all life are going to be like, okay, we don't have vision, we don't have Prio, we're not going to try and contest. And then
They give Soul?
They give Soul, but then they flip for Elder, they get Elder, and then they win.
Oh, God.
We never see that coming.
No, it wouldn't. Like, that has never happened in the history of
challengers?
Whichever,
Oh, God.
online battle arena you've played.
Massively online battle arena.
Yeah.
You know it's multiplayer chat, don't worry.
Massively online
know.
battle arena.
Oh, they don't know.
Thumba.
That ward is going to get spotted as well.
Ooh. Seeking the void.
Kaisa
Finds a
He's
cow.
almost 500 CS.
Yeah.
This.
All right, this
All
is
or
going to
nothing.
explode.
It's
Rooster
gone.
has to get into the pit,
It's gone.
but it is gone, like you say. We're going to try and look for a team fight. Okay, there's Nature's Grasp and Paranoia. Duro goes in, does get a headbutt pole. They blow up the tree, and now it is Zerion time. As he's going to get knocked up, there's the all-out. He's down to the GA. Roma trying to keep himself alive. And 1v3, you ain't that kind of Zeri. That is a triple kill for the Kai'Sa. That is going to be an ace, and I think we are going to those silver scrapes.
It's
the same as the cutlery at your grandmother's house. You know, that's where we're going. Those levels of scrapes.
If you thought the doo-doo-doos were good before, wait till we can doo-doo-doo together in silver scrapes. Does Rahel and Pool Bay push on?
Indeed. Whatever you just said, Chronicler, Rahel is going to take down a turret. They're going to take down an inhibitor. 2 more turrets will then fall, and a Nexus should follow. That is a beautiful cue to come out, but that's a nice pulverize. Goodbye, Rahel. And now they may not have the ability to win the game because the cow is dead, but it does not matter. They have no Baron anymore, and the game will go on.
This is just
We
setting
must
up
trudge further.
for the inevitable Baron flip into Elder flip. Oh god. Yeah. So they get the soul, and then Hanwha Life are like, we don't have a flank, we don't have an R-bar, let's try to fight anyway. And it doesn't really work. A lot of the damage goes on in the front line. And then, crucially, Rooster never hits Mega. So Rahel, that shield is disgusting. Nice stoppage by Roma, but isn't then going to end up mattering. And then they are able to just evaporate Lure, because again, this is Infernal Soul.
I thought he was going to Zeri, but then he didn't Zeri quite as much as I thought he was going to Zeri.
I think the problem with Zeri, that as good as she is, if there was a fat AP full build Kai'Sa with Infernal Soul standing on top of you,
you probably die, yeah.
You don't win,
yeah. Yeah. Just 3, 2, and 3. Behind in farm. 6 items. Just winning. And they've got 20,000 gold each. Like,
you know the worst part is if they plus like say I think that extra reverse sweeps are insanely rare, right? Like I still expect Hanwha Life to be able to pull it together in the next game and maybe ban Maokai or first pick it. But if D plus reverse sweep it, what did we learn tonight? Like, did we learn anything?
We learned that their first draft was terrible.
Have you seen Burn Offs Are Reading?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know the ending where they're like sitting in the office and they're like, what did we learn today? And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, well, we shouldn't do it again.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, and they're like, I don't know what we did though.
Oh, Lucid possibly caught out, does go golden. That is a lot of damage. Paranoia, and they still haven't really started the fight. They're almost dead before it begins. In goes Guon, and he's down to his GA. Rooster finds a key target in Poolbay, and they're going to take him down to his GA. Still, no one's actually died, but I think Poolbay is going to be the first one, and there it is, clobbered in the noggin by a dinosaur. And that should be Baron because it's spawning in 8 seconds time, but Lucid's still alive, so he'll steal it away.
Oh, look at the base,
that is going to equalize it. The base is in trouble.
They need to send someone back.
Well, they also need to not die to a bunch of W's as well, but this Baron is going to go down so incredibly fast. Rooster tagged, but I don't think it matters too much. Lucid going to casually wander towards this pit. Oh, what the heck? It's stolen by a Void Seeker.
No!
That's how it ends.
You can't make this up!
That's how it ends, guys. It probably does more damage than Smite, let's be real. Just block it.
You want to say the line?
No.
You want to say the line?
I'm not saying the line.
You want to say the line?
Because it's not even relevant. It's not even, the line isn't relevant to this situation. This happened at Worlds. Yeah, that did, what? And it almost killed Guon as well. I don't even know what really happened.
Was it actually
That was an infernal proc. That was an infernal proc that killed the Baron right as Guon smited it. That was actually really confusing. I don't really understand how that even happened.
No, this is the second steal this game that happens. Like Baron's health never visibly went down to a point where you could steal.
Yeah, it's like we need a frame rate upgrade for the Baron numbers.
So I don't know. I don't know, Atlas. I don't know what we're learning. The only thing that makes sense to me is if D+ somehow lose this game.
I mean, what we're learning is Maokai is too strong, and this wasn't the answer. Now we've got another team fight. Still, Zeri actually pretty safe in this one. Thom going to be the first one to be taken down. Lucid as well in a bit of trouble, but the Kai'Sa is Kaisering, and she's Kaisering more than the Zeri is Zeriing. And now she's going to dive forward and just eviscerate the Fed Nah down to the GA once again as Poolbay has decided he has had enough of this game, and I sympathize. DK will bring us to a 5th game.
And we are going to a game number 5 only an hour and a half ago, it was looking like a disaster, but as it turns out, maybe running the draft back the second time could have avoided all of this.
Oh yeah, we got to vote for POG.
Oh, we gotta vote. It's Lucid, right?
I'm gonna vote for the Nexus.
Because he got the smite. I don't know. Is it Kaisa? I guess it's Rahel. I guess I don't know.
I want to vote for Thumb because I think this game is silly, but I'm gonna vote for Lucid because he stole that Baron.
Yeah, I'm a Lucid voter as well. It's gonna be Rahel, but that's okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think it'll be Lucid. I think people will like realize that no one did anything that whole game, and that Baron steal was probably what did it. This is the hump that we're witnessing here, the hump of Humble Life
hump.
Esports.
You're lovely. I can't, man. I got Fergie on my mind.
Yeah.
As
the
another
hump.
This is another 44-minute game.
What's gonna happen in the next one?
I don't know.
Imagine if this was a Chemtech ult and
Yeah.
it didn't actually do anything.
So
You know?
we now know that Inferno and Hextech actually are the best souls because those are the only two dragons that could have stolen that Baron.
True.
That one in the game. We figured it out.
Steel Object Baron 1 and 2 is Steel Object. We've got Steel Object for both Rahel and for Lucid. Yeah. Fish down at TB knows it. What a silly game. They won with a 2,000 gold lead at 44 minutes into that game. There was absolutely nothing in it. All right, it's going to be Rahel.
Steel Object Baron. It's not Baron 1.
No, it was.
It's Baron 2.
He stole one Baron.
No, I know.
Yeah, the quantity column is the next part in the database. That is what we're reading off right now. Yeah, I don't understand how the Kaiser got the Baron. But it happened. It existed in the game until it didn't, and it was because of her. So there we go. I find it kind of sad because, like, Kaiser is like a void thingy, and
She takes
shouldn't
down
have
Baron.
extra ability to kill Baron.
I'm just happy that AP Kaisa is getting nerfed, has been nerfed on the life patch. Now, based on solo queue, she's not going anywhere, which is a little bit worrying because I would like Worlds not to be about Void Seekers chunking people for 40% HP, but we'll see.
Unless, like, I'd be okay with it, like, at the beginning of Worlds, and then she just, like, loses a billion games in a row and she's not that good.
Oh,
that
it's
would
like
be fine.
the Amumu situation.
Yeah, but although I actually quite like Amumu.
Yeah, actually, it was kind of sad he didn't really keep it together.
Yeah. Well, I just didn't get played after play-ins at MSI, right? Isn't that how it worked?
Yeah, it was what was it? The Amumu MF.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun.
Last year. Weird stuff. The W didn't hit Baron. No, it hit the it hit Guon, and then Guon smited the Baron as the W hit, and then the splash damage killed Baron or something. I think that's how it worked. I'm not sure. In the break, we could go back and check. But we're not going to. We'll see you for game number 5. G'day everyone, and welcome back to LCK Challenger Playoffs. We are restarting Silver Scrapes because we must have a fresh playthrough. In fact, this is a fresh MP3.
A bang. Okay.
No, not there. Not after a Kaiser Voidseeker hitting a Nocturne steals a Baron. That's a level of robbed that I hope none of us have to experience.
But yeah, I guess.
It's a sad time. We can mourn the loss of the mental of Halma Life Esports after we have confirmed its demise here in game number 5.
I don't know. I've long given up on trying to understand what is happening in these games. And I don't think we will start in game number 5. As please show shorts. I don't. Are we going to? Are we? Okay. Well, yeah. You know, blue shorts.
Shorts.
Yeah. We did it.
Can confirm that we both have shorts and,
And
they're
legs.
both blue.
We do have legs. My eyes.
Yeah.
Nice. Pog.
We have now confirmed legs. I'm sorry for those who believed for so long that in fact we did not, and we were hovering torsos. I like to think that we had little jetpacks that are holding us up, or magnets or something.
And now there's been at least one good thing that has come off of that steal, because now people know we are wearing matching shorts.
Is it a good thing? Is it not? We'll never know. Really,
I think it's good. I think it's a glass half full situation, Atlas.
I guess that kind of makes sense. Is Yundo watching? Because I imagine Yundo is probably like really had a look through and determined exactly how it was. We did come to the conclusion ourselves that it was an infernal situation that took it away.
Yeah, so it is what got it, because we actually saw, you know, the W procced on Nocturne, so it wasn't that. It wasn't W hitting. It was specifically the explosion somehow, which I still don't really know how that could do enough. Especially after Lucid also got a steal off, where it looked like the Baron was...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Quizzical. Strange. Is it dress code for casters to wear shorts during their live cast? What?
What a horrible company, LCK.
I don't understand, Princeps123. Our legs are literally never shown.
So,
what we wear, well, apart from if we stand up and show you.
They took away Baron regen during combat because of situations like this specifically. So it's not that. No longer is it a thing. So I don't.
And
think
the level up
is
is definitely not a thing. That one's still that's definitely taken away.
Yeah, they took away both the regen and the level up mid fighting, as far as I know. But maybe the regen is still there, but they took away just the level up. I'm not 100% sure. Also, there was no frame. Yeah, we've had like multiple challenger games come down to this. Like the Baron seemingly going. We don't know. We have no idea.
It feels like each Baron
just
that
a flip.
spawns is always just a 50-50, and it doesn't actually matter how the players interact with said Baron. It just may be that it is secured by the other team. That is just kind of how it goes. And I think Moy Wastekenjur has it right.
Oh. J-Moy was taken. Her.
Ah.
Yeah. Chronicler, which LCK CL player could eat the most throw waffles in one sitting? No idea. I don't know which one have a sweet tooth, so I can't answer that question. Can't conclude this. Okay, even the observers were like, what just happened? That makes sense.
Wow. So even Yundo was baffled. So yeah, there we go.
But I'm
Schwoozy.
I'm
Good
going to be
evening.
honest. I think that if the Baron was taken by Hanwha Life, we just get the Elder flip instead. Because the
I
waves,
think they just win.
No, because the waves were pushed in, and Nocturne still would have died due to the Kaisa, so there would have been a member down. And then by the time that Nocturne was back alive, I think everyone on D+ is also alive. And then Elder was coming up in about a minute and a half, if I remember correctly.
Perhaps.
But we will never know. That's not a... You know what I would give if we had the opportunity to do what you can do in StarCraft 2 and just like load into a replay?
Yeah, right.
That is so... You can just... So if you don't notice, in you can get a replay of a pro player and just jump in at any point and take over control.
Yep.
Oh, that's so cool.
It's very, very cool.
Would have been amazing.
You do have to have an opponent that can also load in alongside you as well, just in general.
Yeah, because you can't...
I think the AI can take over, but you're not going to have a very realistic experience. I don't actually quite remember. It's been a while since I played based on replays.
Is it over?
It's not over. We're just here on camera for a really long time. We might be in pick ban But maybe they decided that we just don't deserve to
Maybe
watch that.
no, it's a 2-2.
It is.
Yeah. So we said earlier it's going to be just a 2-2, and that's it.
And so we're just
Yeah.
going to get stop comments.
So this is Caster and Chat Community Corner, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So how are you guys doing?
It's been a lovely day so
It
far.
has been. Yeah.
Atlas PTSD from solo Casper Cup days. Oh my god. We finished that stream at 3 a.m. No, we didn't. No. That was when Achilleos turned up. Achilleos turned up at 3 a.m. and then we finished a series at that point.
The worst I've done was a 9-hour. Like I've done League to the point where my voice actually broke down at Lens. But the worst thing I've actually done to my vocal cords was solo casting Overwatch for 8 hours.
Ooh. I couldn't imagine that.
No, it was not good. I
think
drank a lot of tea.
I think we did about that. There are a few Overwatch tournaments, like weekend tournaments that went for a long time here in Korea. And back when I was on OGN, I was doing some of the Overwatch ones.
I mean, Overwatch was great to cast, but solo casting Overwatch?
I liked watching the tracking. That was my favorite.
Was it beautiful?
It was beautiful. At certain times it was beautiful, mainly when Taimu was playing Soldier 76. That's generally the best times. Do you guys have GOM TV accounts? You watch GSL where Artie did interviews from chatters? You guys need to bring that back. Wow. Damn, that is a blast from the past. That could actually be really cool. And we just hop into chat.
But that's kind of what we're doing now.
No, but like you just open DMs and then they can ask questions.
Ah.
Yeah, I reckon that sounds real good.
Hey, Brendan Valdez.
Hello, Brendan Valdez. Yeah, we don't know actually what's happening. Hummer Life, so Hummer Life are probably contesting the fact that Baron actually got stolen effectively. And I'm personally unsure of how we come to a resolution there.
This is the face of two guys that might be sitting here for another 2 hours as the investigation is ongoing. So maybe we have to replay game 4 and then we have to replay game 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, So
Yeah.
Gatoran said something at the beginning of the day. He said, 9 games the dream. He knew that it was just a 1 best of 5. However, he also knew that this is Challenger.
I'm not gonna, it's challengers. I'm not doing it. Not for a possible 6-game best of 5. 6 game Sallies. It's back.
6-game Sallies indeed. Oh man, that makes us cringe as well. If we get the 6 games.
Sorry, actually, we have no idea, chat. We're
no.
just speculating. We don't actually know what's going on.
Yeah.
Because usually with situations like this, it's just kind of, well, that's unfortunate. If you don't pause in game, that's the end of it. I
Yep.
know this because I costed a really cool game at Worlds last year. It was GAM versus Top Esports.
Yeah, I remember
And
that
then there
one.
was a crazy upset, and I was like, man, that's cool.
That was a really good game until it wasn't. wasn't it?
Until it wasn't. And then I was like, oh, I costed that game. It's one of Freaks' last costs as well. And,
More of Mao Maudi Mao.
Yeah, the Mao.
good
It
old
actually
Mao
was
of
the
Mao
Mao
Maudi
of
Mao.
Mao Mauritius. Yeah,
it was
getting us good.
We shouldn't actually say it like that because Wolf is starting to actually only know how to pronounce it that way. It's really gotten into his brain.
It's like Kachizis.
Yeah, like Kachizis. Although Kachizis is correct, so that's fine. That game cost you a lot of points in the pick'ems. That would make sense, would it?
We
My
are
pick'ems
casting
were
from Korea.
terrible in
Yes,
that.
like Schmierl. Don't bring it back.
Schmierl exists. Oh, welcome with Anadolia. As we do have the reverse sweep request here from a D+ fan, and it could happen. It depends who gets a Maokai. And D+ were able to mind control Hammerlife Esports away from first picking Maokai, which would have given them a victory. They instead decided to lose to bring us to this ultimate game. The penultimate one would have been the last one. Yeah, a bit of mind control. The players ready to play. We're not
The fan signs.
Yeah, the 3-0. Yeah, 2. I think that's what we're gonna have to accept.
It's interesting though. It's only one cross. They didn't change it to 3-1 after they, lost game number 1.
Yeah, they didn't actually put the 1.
Yeah, they went straight from 0 to 2.
I guess they just knew.
Did they?
I guess. I don't know. It's a bit confusing. Maybe they just knew that their fan signs weren't going to be held up if they weren't on the winning side. So they didn't need to update it. Wow, Rooster went home. How rude.
How Rooster. Okay, sorry, chat. We're losing our minds. But we are in draft.
Ooh.
It is happening. There will be gameplay. There will be a game number 5.
Will there be a Maokai? That is the big question. The other big question is, I wonder what conclusion they actually came to. As we are heading towards game number 5, it shows that we have reached an agreement between the teams, and I wonder what they actually came to the conclusion of.
Maybe it's just a straight-up spaghetti code. We can't do anything about it. Apparently, Yundo has texted you.
Oh,
We'll
cool beans.
We'll see what happens.
Yundo did the heavy lifting.
The blue side ban!
The blue side Maokai ban. That is an interesting situation. So no change to the result, but we're inspecting to see whether it's a bug. So that's basically how it is. So we haven't really found too much of a conclusion. But we'll just have to see. Why is LeBlanc banned? Great question. Really good question.
Why
Love
is the
that.
French flag at the top? It's because they still want representation for LeBlanc, even though she gets banned every game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's representation for it in the ban list.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff. Doesn't need to be. And then we'd have no representation for her at all. And that would be fine. Hammerlife going to be picking a champion, and for the first time ever, it's without Maokai on the Rift. What a beautiful thing. What a time to be alive.
Tristana won a game. So
Hey, that's true.
you can go Sejuani Renekton here if you want to as D+.
I would recommend just locking Rakan Nocturne and then taking Ari on 3.
I love that.
That's what I'd like.
I really would like that, actually. That's a very cool opening.
It is pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Because I think that now that there's no Maokai, the Nocturne value kind of goes up.
Yeah, I do think you definitely go... I think your Nocturne Aria is fine as well. I think Rakan you can substitute for stuff, even though I do think Rakan is really
I
good.
think Rakan's the best, but I think you're right. I think you can take
But
other
you
things.
can't give up... Oh, that's a very different angle. So this is a way of saying, like, okay, pick Nocturne, we don't care.
Yeah, I guess so. And then at least the Civic can see. If she presses Spell Shield at the right time. You can Spell Shield Paranoid.
That's so cool.
Very, very difficult because you have to do it
'Cause you don't know,
preemptively.
yeah. How would you even... Wow, that's crazy.
That's a lot of rel priority, as the Kaiser is going to get through. So, DK, they recognized what they did right in the last game, and they decided that they don't want it, and they would prefer their opponents had it. They're going to give Duro back his Alistair,
Okay,
and
but-
they're going to get Kaiser. And now,
So Kaiser-
is Nocturne
but-
going to be locked in or no? I guess it's not.
Tristana actually has been bad, except when it's Para Maokai, though, in this series.
Oh, true.
It's just Maokai. I think Rahel is a really good Varus player. I don't love the Varus in his current iteration, though. And I wonder what it'll end up being, as it is just going to be Aphelios instead. This is kind of cool, because this means you don't have to ban Rakan. You can just lock in Renekton here on R4 for Thanatos. Just have him be, or Cassandra even, just have him be like a stable topsider. And then, depending on what happens, you can R5 either a jungler for Lucid and flex Rel towards bot, or if they end up going Rakan, you can just pick up the Lulu yourself, and then you have the hard winning lane again because you're playing.
Whoa, they're playing
Oh,
Alistair
wait.
jungle?
Yeah, I don't know why I'm talking about Rakan. Never
That's
mind.
nutty. Alistair top lane's back?
I'm-
Trinity Force Alistair's back like in Season 2?
It's game 5.
I don't even know
have
whether
no
it was Season
excuse.
2. When was that Gamescom that Swiper
I
was
think
playing
I
it
think
in?
it came back like in some of the later seasons as well, didn't it? For like a little bit. For like a patch or
yeah,
two.
maybe a patch
It was
or
like a
two.
little blip where it came back.
It was Season 4. That's when it was permaban. Got it. Good old...
Yeah, because that's one when you could knock up
whatever
and
it
then auto.
Yeah. No, you headbutt auto.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you get that. You get
Super
the auto
interactive.
off. Yeah, get the auto off while, like, as the headbutt damage comes in. So, and if you've got a Sheen, it just like... It's, hi, I can do this to you, and then you can do actually nothing. That's not very fair. Renekton, like you say, going to be picked up on R4. There is going to be a Lulu and a Nocturne ban. I like the Nocturne ban a lot. Of course, synergizes very well with the Ahri, but we're expecting Rel to head towards the jungle, but could be going anywhere. It's probably just going to be the good old Rel and the Rel and Nautilus combination. And Rooster back on his Cassante once again. He's been all right on this champion as
been good,
a
man.
final pickup of a Sejuani to be paired with
Whelmed.
not a lot. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. Loose hit, pick Nidalee.
Oh
Loose hit,
god,
pick Nidalee. Do it.
imagine.
Do it, loose. No, it's going to be Rakan. But can you imagine if he did, how hype it would be?
That would be very
Like,
high. He can
Renekton-
still do it in 16 seconds.
Renekton and Nidalee, you know, you have Rel already for the engage.
Thrench of Failures. A blast from the past there.
French?
Thrench. Thrench is actually how my friend Barry from New Zealand pronounced his name throughout all of my years playing League of Legends in Australia.
He called fresh French.
Thrench every time. Yeah.
Like trench, but French.
Yeah. Thrench.
Why?
No idea. Barry worked in mysterious ways.
Sounds
and
like a legend.
he helped me come up with my name, actually, weirdly enough.
Oh.
Because I had to change it from Slappy Baggins, because Slappy Baggins wasn't allowed.
Understandably.
Why understandably? I didn't understand. I got very upset.
I don't think I can see how that would not be. I know it's a Scrubs reference. But
It's a Scrubs and Lord of the Rings reference.
Yeah, no, I know, but I think it's I get it.
Yeah.
My first game which used to be Phoenix.
Phoenix?
After Phoenix, right?
Nice.
Yeah, because I'm an Ace Attorney fanboy. I also picked my degree based on that game, which is bad life advice, but ended up working out. Because here we are,
That doesn't sound too bad.
casting a game number 5 in a
I didn't know
Challengers
that
playoffs.
Phoenix Wright was an esports commentator.
No, he's not.
Oh.
It was just
Weird.
Phoenix.
Huh. Anyway, oh god.
Who do you think's gonna take it? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't presume to know these things.
Objection. Objection is what I'm feeling.
Because it's buckets, no!
Buckets, please. Please, no.
Keep it
no,
together.
No.
No.
Maybe it was a good change. Maybe Atlas is fine. I'll stop complaining.
Yeah, it could just be called Altus and Atlas instead.
Yeah. Altus.
I think that I don't know. I don't know who's gonna win. I think D plus just because of the reverse sweep plus the Baron steal angle. But it'd be very challengers if Hama just win this game and nothing that happened in the last 2 hours mattered at all.
Yeah, I think it's probably about. Let's rock out a little bit.
We both went high.
Yeah, I didn't even do. I hooed. Yeah.
Like a dog.
I went for it in a weird way. That's a game 5. That's a game 5 do for all you
You know
guys.
what's so interesting is that it feels like in a game 5 you should be able to keep it together because we do game 5s in the LCK as well all the time. But because it's challengers, I still can't keep it together.
Well, and also like we had such a weird series so far as well. I'm going to take my first look at these drafts holistically because I wasn't really focused on that. And I do think that both of them look silly. There's a lot of... Don't you feel that way? Do you feel like... I feel like they're very Game 5 drafts.
Yeah, so you have Thanatos, who I think just doesn't really match up with the rest of his team at all. He's just a Renekton, which I know Korea really values Renekton for the fact that he's just there and he can fit into anything. But
I think Renekton Rel is really strong.
I do agree with that. I think Renekton Rel is really strong. I also think that the backline access is great, but I do think the lack of a frontline outside of Lucid is something I'm a little bit scared about. And then you also end up mid lane Prio in the early game, although Poolbay, as we can see, 8-1. Lucid 0-2, and we know that he was playing 2 games in the Maokai, so I feel like that's not really on him.
Yeah, because Maokai just wins automatically. And he has had very good early games in a lot of them, as level 2 going to be hit by both teams, but the Calibrum Q, Moonfall, I believe is what it's called. I don't quite know. Belio's item ability names is
It's like a
just
whole thing.
it's too much. Like remembering the names of the guns, I think that's enough legwork, to be honest.
Yeah, and that already took a lot of casters.
Oh, it took me a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember putting that off. I was like, oh no,
I don't want to
silly
do this.
champion.
Maybe he won't be good.
I played like a couple of games of Felios, and I'm like, I just don't like it.
Yeah.
I'm just not like, it wasn't really my vibe. I prefer to play Tristana and Ashe, you know?
You're a simple man.
I am a simple man. I like, building Thornmail because I've got physical damage on my opposition. That's what I learned from the tutorial, okay?
Hey, I'm sure there are game situations where going like 5th or 6th item 4 mil is legit.
On
for an
Ashe?
AD carry. I love strawberries. Well, I'm glad you do, Stanny boy. Good for you.
Hey.
So,
Me
yeah, I
too.
mean on Ashe, if you're playing into like a full AD comp, and I don't know though why you would pick it over GA, but I'm sure there could be reasons. There could be a scenario where you should. I just don't know what it would be.
What's the one that you're missing? Crescendum. You're missing Crescendum there. We got a Rocket Jump. Nice Charm connects as Tristana wins the trade. Because the charge goes off. Oh, this is somewhat scary. Could be a 2v2. Low health bars in the mid lane. The invade is going to come through, and Guon is going to find there's nothing in the top lane, top side of the jungle.
I think it's vision. You know, that's valuable.
That
We'll
is
be
true.
able to keep track of Lucid's pathing.
Lucid also just going to check an empty jungle.
Also get knowledge of Guwon's pathing.
Hey, there we go. They both pathed through their jungle, killing the camps.
That they did.
That's the information that has
That-
been gleaned.
They did.
Impressive stuff. Thanatos hitting minions and Rooster at the same time by pressing Q. It's a 2-point special. It's pretty good stuff.
It's a good deal.
Yeah, I like
All
that.
about the deals. As we see the question mark ping, now Lucid will get spotted and is going to give a lot of knowledge as to where he is going to be in the foreseeable future.
Ooh, Thanatos gets a bunch of fury.
Nice timing on the W there, actually gets it off. Yeah, if there were no minions, Roma would have taken a lot of damage, but isn't really the case. This is again though a situation where Poolbay still has TP. So Poolbay TPing here actually, that trade is really good for him because it takes away a lot of the health that Romer has available. Romer's back also was pretty underwhelming, ended up going for Dagger, Longsword, and then Control Ward and Pot. Poolbay gonna be picking up a whole lot as well as.
Huh. Now we're going to pause it. I think someone had a brainwave. They're like, I got it. I know how that Baron was stolen. And they're going to give us the math.
They're just waiting to slam down that equation.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. Figuring it out. I believe it is maybe Rooster?
Oh,
no, it's not.
going
It's someone on
towards
Hanwha.
Duro.
Duro's
monitor
monitor
issue?
exploded.
Yeah, Duro monitor. Okay,
Maybe
that's
it
okay. We can
timed
fix
out.
that.
Maybe we only put enough coins in for what a best of 5 like series should be as
They're
far
gonna
as
chrono
length
break
is concerned.
back into last game. No, no chrono breaking into last game jokes.
Yeah. So his monitor turned off. That's what happened. His monitor turned off, and now we're going to turn it back on, and then play League of Legends. League of Legends.
League of Legends.
Moonlit Butterfly with just the most depressing thing ever.
Oh, that's really sad.
I think we were all happy in 2010. What a year. Actually, no, I think I was sad.
I was not happy in 2010. Well, I was repressing a great deal of emotions in a very fundamentally unhealthy way.
Yeah, well, same. Yeah. Because I was like about as deep in World of Warcraft as a human can be.
Oh, me too.
At that time.
Yeah, that was Wrath of the Lich King.
That was Wrath of the Lich King.
Yeah, I did not have a lot of emotional stability during that time.
I was probably just farming the what is it, Sons of Hodir.
Yeah,
Getting my
Odlar,
shoulder enchants.
maybe some Trial of the Crusader.
Oh, no, I hated TOC.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of
That
boring,
raid was
but
so bad.
I did love, as did everyone, Icecrown Citadel.
Yeah, ICC was great. Really good
Incredible.
stuff. I liked Loot Boat. Loot Boat was so fun.
Oh, Loot Ship?
Yeah.
Wait, was it called Boat?
Lucid's coming in, looking for Duro. He's going to flash, gets a headbutt, but that's going to put him back in danger, which ain't great. He's not going to survive. That is first blood going over to Rahel. And Guon, not going to be able to find anything in return. D+, continuing to find success here with this Aphelios in the bottom lane.
It's game 5. You almost got 3-0'd. Then you get somehow through a miracle to game number 5 and you get the first blood on your Aphelios, who picked up POG.
Yeah. Feels pretty good. Feels pretty good if you're a D+ fan. Looking for that reverse sweep as Lucid's booking it in. And he wanted to crash down onto Duro, and Duro said, let me get that for you.
Actually, really nicely done, though. As he gets knocked out, he still gets the Q off so that Duro is still knocked, or is still stunned. And Poolway was also earlier on the roam there. So kind of a big adaptation from what happened in, I think it was game number 2?
Yeah,
where
let's go with
Roamer was extremely far ahead on every single play. Now, this isn't the end of the world for Humble Life. Again, these double AD carry compositions do have a lot of mid-game explosiveness, but if Rahel gets really fed, it'll be somewhat of a risk as Thanatos definitely in some trouble here. Gonna trade ult for ult as Rooster throws down a control ward. I'm not sure why.
Sometimes you
Rahel
panic ward,
flashed.
man. That's the thing. And Rahel is going to have to flash. Nicely done, Duro, getting that one out. Thumb's going to come back and say, where your flash gone? Rahel will explain himself. It'll be fine. And he's landing these quills unnecessarily because Rahel's at full health. Gorgeous. Don't know what that control ward was necessarily doing. Might have been
maybe,
like a bit of like attack move shenanigans.
Yeah, I just wanted to use the refillable pot and then misclicked and
Yeah,
just
that
put
might
down
be
a control ward. Definitely no gameplay reason, unless he was like trying to get Thanatos to W the control ward, but that's I definitely don't think that's it.
Mind control ward. I like it.
Yeah, just misclick, you know, could happen. And this isn't the end of the world for
Oh,
Life as
the
Duro
head
goes
splash.
in.
There's the headbutt back onto Thumb. He's going to try and grand enter. And now Lure is just going to go underneath the turret, picks up the kill. But red-white guns are there for Rahel, but he doesn't have his flash, remember. So he can't actually follow up on anything.
his
And
ult
Duro is very, very low, but I think they can just walk this one off.
I don't know about starting this dragon, though. That is really optimistic after Lure and Duro just got taken down. Yeah, you definitely have to let this one go. Really big kill, though. Also goes over to Lure. So really nicely done there by Duro, setting up for his AD carry, making sure that Rahel doesn't pull too far ahead. As I've seen this one before.
Yeah. It's a good movie, though, so I'm happy to watch it again. And Thanatos makes it out to safety this time. Lucid taking a little bit of time. He's just going to crash down onto the Ocean Drake and secure it. So first Dragon going over to D+. And they are going to retain a gold advantage to the sum of approximately the first blood that has already gone down.
Oh,
very nice.
God, that's a Kraken Slayer already for Rahel.
Damn. He's very strong.
That is a lot of damage. And I do think we sold there as well. One of the issues that D+ have is that outside of Lucid, if you make a misplay, the amount of CC that's available for Humble Life plus the burst damage between Lure and wasn't here, but Roamer can also pop off in these early to mid-game fights. You can really not afford to make a lot of mistakes as D+. I think that Humble Life have a lot more leeway with how they set up their mid-game objectives. As we do have Lucid right here. Lure has no flash.
There's a beautiful Magnus Storm, a very dead Kai'Sa, and the Alistair's going to come with it, and that's a double for Rahel. I have a feeling this is looking pretty DK for the early stages of the game. Man,
and I'm
things look
gonna
a
go
lot-
back to 2 games ago. You know, when we were like, what would it mean if they pull off the reverse sweep? And you know what? Now that with this beautiful play from Lucid, really good timing here, punishing the flashless Kai'Sa. You know what I think that we learned?
Maokai's busted.
Maokai's bust. That's
Yeah,
it.
That's it. That's the only thing.
That's the whole lesson. That's all we learned.
Yep, and DK also just had weird scrims.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Where that first comp that's supposed to be okay into Maokai being left up and available forever. Yeah,
It's not done. Don't get us wrong.
No, it's
Like,
not. It's not. But and actually, this is kind of what they did in game 1 in the early game.
Yeah, but this time around, I do think that they have a composition that scales a lot better because it's Rakan, Aphelios, and Rel, which I think is not cool to play into. But there's double AD carry, and Lure is going for the AP build, which it's really interesting how both games on the AP build, he's performed so much worse, and I don't think it has any relation to the build at all, but it is funny. Because he died like once on the AP build in like the 2 games, and he had like what, like 20 kills combined?
Yeah,
With a ludicrous. He had like a game where he was what, 14 or 13 kills in.
Yep, something
And
like that.
he didn't even get POG.
Nope. But then Rahel
really
got it
interesting.
on his Kai'Sa because he had some weird Drake soul exploit to get a Baron.
Wait, did Rahel get it last game?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we voted for Lucid.
Yeah, we did.
Who should have gotten.
Who should have got it?
Yeah.
He got the legitimate steal.
And Rahel
He
also
actually stole off.
Rahel also got a legitimate POG in the game before that
Yeah.
on Aphelios. But
He
not last game.
Yeah. Guan does have purple hands, but Rahel has purple guns. Let's see whether that's going to be better. As nice little stab onto Duro. Does get pulverized, but there's Moonlight Vigil. That's going to lock him down. Does have the Unbreakable Will, but there is an auto attack from downtown. That's going to lock down that one. And Guan not able to actually get the Rift Herald down either, so they don't even get that tempo as Poolbay going to get jumped on by Roma. Meanwhile, the fight towards the bottom side is Thumb running the heck away, and look at that crescendo damage. Rahel is just he's very big. He a big boy.
Oh, he big.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Rahel is not afraid. Has Kraken Slayer and Berserker Greaves. Has 2 people tanking for him. And I gotta say, Lucid to me is the big difference maker. The amount of impact that he's been able to have in this Rel game compared to the previous ones is night and day. And it ties back into the lesson.
Maokai.
Which is that Maokai, if there was a Maokai here, this play doesn't work.
And D Plus didn't even learn the lesson because Harmon Life Esports were the team that banned it. Yep. Check him PC for figuring out whether to ban Maokai is something attributed to D Plus or not. Because I don't think it is. Charm is going to miss here as Poolbay doesn't want this Rift Herald to come into his lane, but it will. And there's not a whole lot he can do about it. So that is going to be plate money going on over to Roma and to Guan. Very nicely done. That's going to help even things out quite nicely. Still under 1,000 gold here as far as a gold advantage. So nothing really, like, it's still anyone's game, as we know. And I'm just looking forward to another Infernal Soul, you know?
It's coming.
Can't wait to see it.
It's happening.
What was the sentence, Denunciator? Which one was it? I've said a few.
They have. Oh, the sentence. It's challengers, baby.
Ah, that sentence.
Is that it? I don't know. So D Plus, if they go to 2-0 on Drakes here, I'm gonna be feeling rather good. Although, you know, it took them.
Yeah, whoever
a
takes
lot
the
of
first
Drakes.
2 gives up the next 4, right? That's how it
Free,
goes.
because in the last game, did they actually get the soul, remember?
Yeah, but like game 1.
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
true. Yeah,
take 2, give 4.
As we might have a full-on 5v5 on our hands here. Thanatos might get into some trouble, but it looks like they won't be contesting.
He sliced, was unable to dice, and did not require it. And therefore, everything's fine. It's going to be a Cloud Soul to save the day. I've organized with Riot to make sure that Cloud Soul is unable to actually bug out Barons. Had a long discussion with Freak about it. Just to make
now.
sure that...
Just in the break?
No, the Cloud Soul could stay pure. No, this was a while ago. I anticipated this sort of situation could crop up. Just wanted to make
You are
sure that
so smart,
the
Atlas.
purity of the Cloud Soul stayed there. And so now, we're never going to have any issues, so you don't have to worry. Protected by the clouds.
Protected by the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
We are on Summoner's Rift when Atlas is there.
I like getting the check-in PC copy pasta in there. Appreciate you, Fish, down at TV.
How would you drown a fish?
That
doesn't
in
work.
the type of water that it doesn't like. So you get a
Oh,
saltwater
like salt
fish and
versus-
put it in freshwater,
Do they-
freshwater fish, and saltwater.
Do they actually drown?
I
Because
assume
like,
so.
well, I don't know how the biological process works. Like, does it prevent them from?
Would a fish drown
enough
in
air, or-
frozen water?
Well, they wouldn't drown, right? They would.
Probably
They would not
freeze.
get. Well, they would freeze, but also they wouldn't get access to air. But it wouldn't be drowning.
I wonder what the cause of death would be. Because that's what you have to get to, right? Somehow get a fish to have a cause of death of drowning.
Yeah, but I don't know how you would do that.
Yeah, I don't understand either, and it's a very morbid conversation.
I know.
How did this start?
What's your favorite type of fish?
My favorite type of fish.
It can be culinary. Can be just you think this fish is cute.
My favorite fish. It's a good question.
It's tough, right?
I don't really know. I haven't really considered my favorite fish. Maybe a rainbow trout.
You do. You guys have a lot of great fish. You also have one of the, I'd say, arguably the best fish movie ever, outside of maybe Jaws, take place near Australia.
Ah.
It's Finding Nemo.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That was in the Great Barrier Reef,
It
where
was.
there are a few fish.
I don't recall them having Australian accents though, which I thought was weird. But I
The
guess they're
turtle
f-
did.
Yeah, but outside of that, but the fish were also not Australian, I guess. Maybe they will.
Well, it depends. I mean, they're just Oceanian. As that's a
Some
nice
Sicily.
charm to connect on to Rooster to save us from a conversation about fish and Finding Nemo. Nicely done. Loses just 50% of his health though, so we may have to delve back into said conversation. We'll see.
Second Herald is on the board here. Duro has flash available.
Favorite fish is the orca, and orca is not a fish. It's a mammal.
Mine might be, I don't know, one of the sharks. I never used to really be into sharks, but then my partner
What about a
dives
whale
lot.
shark?
Yeah, those apparently are really cute.
They're really nice.
Yeah. So, might be that. Rahel is a very essential target. If he goes down, it's basically the entire gold lead for D+. So he needs to be safeguarded as much as possible. Those have sums available, though. Should be hard to reliably take down here, as we are just... Oh, lose it.
Has to flash.
Big.
It's actually a huge one. Not going to be able to have that engage
Oh, yeah.
availability.
Even with
Thanatos
Hex
fighting
Flash.
Roma here, wants to find a W angle, doesn't get there, and instead has to use it on a minion. Always very sad when the Crocodile presses W too early and doesn't quite get it off.
Crunker, do you own a Blahash? No, I don't, but I do know what it is. It's the IKEA shark. It's like an IKEA shark plushie, if I remember
That's
correctly.
cute. Yeah. I think I've seen a few of those.
Yeah, so I do think Hex
Oh.
Flash. Oh, again.
Nice
Kobe
job.
also went for Leandries. So he's
Okay.
actually gonna burn through these front lines. I kind of like it.
Not going to have that added layer of pick potential as Rooster's heading towards the bottom lane. And this Rift Herald is going to be given up, and I think that makes a little bit of sense.
Ooh, that's also going to be Soul Point, though. You can segue that straight into it, because they wasted, both teams really, wasted so much time picking this up. Can now just get the Empowered back in. Thanatos still CP, so he doesn't really need to do anything. And just head straight and pick up Cloud Soul Point? Cloud Soul? For
And-
Rakan and Ari and Rel and Renekton?
I actually think it's kind of crazy, though, because I feel like Thanatos could have just gone and grabbed that turret as well, but I guess didn't feel confident with the amount of vision that they had and the rest of his team moving towards the bottom side of the map. Played it safe.
They're playing really aggressive for this objective. Where was this team game one?
I mean, they were there for the first 10 minutes of game one.
Yeah, and then Maokai hit them, and they were like, "Oh God, what?"
And
have
then
we
they
done?
realized every brush they walked into had a sapling, and so it was kind of doomed. And then they learned nothing from that, and then Humble Life Esports saved them by banning it here in this game. It's an interesting scenario. Charm is going to connect as Thumb gets himself out of there. Duro
Thanks, Paul Bay.
is just getting a little bit frustrated.
Ooh. That was if Paul Bay doesn't land the charm there, he might have died.
Oh man, he is fishing for him. It's getting a little bit dangerous though. Does need to be somewhat careful. They are very aware of the position of this Ari. Now sweeping things out, and Thumb is looking for that flank angle. Does have to use the grand entrance, in order to get over that wall, he's going to walk onto a ward. Oh dear. Headbutt Pulve actually used, though. Duro not committing the flash to it. Could have actually been a dead Rakan if they knew that grand entrance was on the cooldown.
That's so hard as well, because if he like turns it around and Lucid flash, Lucid can flash actually, so maybe that was the angle. But now, first Third Blood actually going to get picked up here. Oh, Hanwha Life. This might be the game-deciding fight here. 2.5k gold down.
Thanatos does have the Dominus available, and Rooster taking a lot of damage. Rahel is the only target that Hanwha Life Esports need to focus on. The Drake is going to lose interest. Both of these teams, they know that it's the team fight or bust. Thanatos in an awkward position. The Drake is going to be stolen, but who's going to win the fight? Or is the fight even going to happen? That's a bouncy castle for the Crocodile, and Thanatos just going to be taken down. Hanwha Life Esports, they win out completely in the team fight, and DK not going to be able to find anything.
Really important there. Hanwha Life pick up the Dragon. Deny the Dragon stacking here early on. And I think some hesitation here from 30+. I think that there was actually an angle here to try and get onto the enemy backline, but they don't want to go for it. Lucid crucially gets CC'd, and then at this point, they already have committed to not trying to fight, which means that Thanatos ends up being the sacrificial Crocodile. And the turret in bot side also going to get taken here, as that is a turret with, I'm sure the observers are going to show us, like, I want to say 20 health, maybe 30.
It's funny because this guy just said something mean in chat, and he said that he would have just aced the whole team there, and then I aced him in chat, like really hard with a hammer. It was very funny.
Yeah.
Anyway, Pulve here in the top lane is just going to try and salvage something. I think he missed that cannon as well. Thankfully, Yundo did just get rid of it.
Yeah, it's not dying.
It is 50. There it goes.
They do get it. I thought
Remember, minions got
it.
smarter around turrets. So now they just kill him. So that one is going to go down. Bit of extra money into the coffers of D+, but that gold lead has stopped extending. I like that Duro switched to a different skin, like it's his Game 5 skin. Going for a little bit more of a darker theme.
Ooh, edgy.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty cool.
Only good vibe. If you have something not nice to say, go say it in YouTube. There's actually a bunch of people in YouTube chat that I would have banned if I had the opportunity to, but I couldn't.
Yeah, that's where you can go to say all of those things. And if we figure out a way to ban you, we will. But I don't think we know.
The technology right now
we
is
don't
not
have,
there.
It's a bit limited.
We don't have it, Atlas.
I think we could potentially have it, but we just don't have it. You know?
If we really put our mind to it, maybe.
Yeah. Use mind bullets.
How come we don't see more Renekton's like Morgan who constantly get kills and win against Gen.G? He's born different.
He is. He's
built different, born different.
Don't expect that the man of the shaky hands Renekton emote is going to lose ever. As okay, there is a Magnet Storm. That's Lucid not finding a massive amount of value. Headbutt Pulve does come down onto Rahel, but where's the follow-up? It does not really exist. Still, Unbreakable will keep him alive. Lua trying to get into the backline. Rahel does have Severum and Crescendum. And so, therefore, he does not die very easily. Oh, that Gale Force was just extraordinary. But still, he's ticking down, and dead. It's the cow that picks up the kill. I don't know about that one, Roma. But he's still able to grab a kill off the back end. Whether it was worth or not is something that the historian's going to have to go into when we do put this one into the history books. And Hanwha Life Esports are going to walk away with some kills, and so are D+, and we learn not a lot.
2 for 2. So fine, I guess. So what's really crucial here is that the teleport from Cassandra gets cancelled, because otherwise this fight might be rough. And Rahel, great cleanse there on the ultimate, but then his own ultimate goes into Duro, who doesn't really care about any of this.
He's pretty durable.
He definitely is. And then Renekton is able to disengage and make his way back. Rahel does a really good job kiting here. That Gale Force absolutely pivotal. And then here, I don't know why Lucid is like, I'm going back in. Absolutely zero blue. Might be trying to get there together with Thanatos, but it ends up working out barely. And by the end of it, a lot of summoners are down on both sides. Flash, 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 flash. All 5 down. And then the only one who still has his flash in this game is Rooster.
Yeah.
And I think it was favorable for Hanwha by the end of it, because they were able to somewhat equalize the gold as...
Owie! Thumb is going to get jumped on. He doesn't... Oh, that was gorgeous from Guon. Lucid tries to give a battle dance target.
Oh, they're going to go to Nash.
It's not going to be enough.
I don't know if they should, but I think they're going to try.
I love it. Get your W's ready. Oh no, it's Lua. And so therefore, it's not even going to be a steal. They're going to get the teleport out from Pool Bay as Rooster is looking to try and catch him out of position. This Baron's still going down, Thanatos has the Dominus, wants to try and get in there, but they're going to just boop in away. And that is just going to be a free Baron going over to Harmalife Esports, or an earned Baron, you should say, as Thanatos limps away from that, if crocodiles do in fact have to limp as quadrupeds. Not entirely sure. Still, D+ on the ropes here as Harmalife Esports. Let's see whether this Baron power play is going to be better than some of the others we've had this series.
So the Soul Point is going to go over to D+, but the previous Dragon turns out to be so pivotal here, because if you trade Baron for Soul, I'm not sure if it's worth. This time around, though, it 100% is. Yes, Soul Point is there for D+, but the amount of gold that you should be able to get of the standing turrets, get control of mid lane, take the top outer, maybe even threaten some inners, should be enough to make Harmalife pull very far ahead when it comes to the farm.
Do you know what's amazing? This is winner's bracket. We could just have this matchup again.
Right? And maybe then we don't have to suffer through Maokai and Olga, because this game is fun.
Yeah, this game's fine. I'm okay with it. I don't like Aphelios, but it's kind of working out. And honestly, if I just forget my inhibitions, you know, it just feels pretty fantastic. Roma here towards his bottom side, trying to clear up minion waves.
What's the song? Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. Release your...
No,
No?
that's a Chronicler song.
Feel the... No, you don't... You don't like
Like
that
the
song?
rains down in Africa?
No,
Like
no,
Toto?
No.
Big fan of that one.
Chat knows. There you go. Unwritten. By
Unwritten?
Natasha Bedingfield.
Ah, yep, that is a Chronicler song.
What do you mean? That's a classic.
Yeah, a classic Chronicle song. like any Carly Rae song, you know?
Okay, it's not all car, and I don't think that's a Chronicle thing. You know, there's a
Like
lot
if
of
we
people
have,
that are
like-
huge fans.
I mean, like Nelly Furtado, for example. Like that's another Chronicler vibe, you know?
I'm not really a Nelly Furtado kind of guy, though.
Well, I mean, it just fits into your genre.
I don't think it does.
I think it does.
I don't.
I
Is
know
that
you
how
don't. You don't like. You
Is
don't
that
like
how
being
you
put in a
see
box.
me?
But like sometimes on Instagram, you post the songs that you're listening to, and like it's the kind of vibe, you know. Maybe not like Man-Eater Nelly Furtado. You know, I'm talking like early, like I'm Like a Bird. You know.
Okay, well, I do like that. That's actually, I concede.
Okay, so D+ looking to defend the inner turret from this Baron push that is coming through.
Really big.
Wolf actually on your side.
Thanks,
Bit
Wolf.
of a banger. So
Appreciate
there you
the
go.
support. And if they can hold on, which I think they do, then this Baron, while really good for Hanwha, has not broken open the game completely. And we will continue to have a competitive game of League of Legends.
I like those. They're the best ones. Although, the Baron now ticking down, and it is a pretty decent power play.
It's good.
And with a gold swing, do we feel like now Harmalife Esports are back in the driver's seat? Or is this the type
think
of
it's very
game that D+ can now just team fight their way back into, with potentially a crash down actually working from Lucid?
I mean, I think the crash down was kind of whatever. Good cancel, though, from Hanwha to keep him out of the pit. But the problem was just FUM, right? FUM got caught.
Yeah.
Went down immediately, and this is unfortunately... I think the last few games was a little bit better, but on the Rakan here, it hasn't really been that convincing. When it comes to moving around the map, I do think his team fights have been good, and they're going to have to rely on that really heavily, right? Because Rahel is very fed, but I do think we're getting to the point where Lure is just going to start throwing Ws, and D+ have the engage to make it work and just go in. But that does rely on FUM. And Lucid. And Lucid, I do trust, blindly, understandably.
Yep.
FUM, though, that's a lot of pressure for a player in his first ever playoffs.
And he's looking very nervous.
Yeah, and
throughout
he's
this whole series. It hasn't been...
really young.
Yeah.
And he's been in this team for a grand total of like a month.
Yep.
So that is a tough one. But no, I think this game is very winnable for either side, particularly with how like game one played out with the fights. But in that one, we felt like it was one team with clear advantage because they had Maokai and Azir.
Yeah.
And I think at this time, it's a little bit more even. Just because I think Aphelios and late game team fights is kind of silly.
I do like the two-threat comp. from Humble Life. The fact
Also
that they
true.
have the Trist and
They have great
the
frontline as
Kai'Sa.
well.
Yep.
And I think that the Kai'Sa, to me, is the biggest boon for Hanwha, right? Because it makes it so incredibly, puts so much pressure on D+ to do stuff.
Yeah, they have to pull the trigger. And we know that this team very capable of doing that. So they're not going to be too worried. But maybe they should be. As D+ continuing to catch waves here. Poolbay on the bottom side. Oh, sorry. Poolbay still moving around. I'm so used to Poolbay being the one playing the Tristana, but it's Roma pushing that wave in. Poolbay going to go over and catch it.
Is D+ going to contest for this or no? Because I feel like they can. Looking at the item breakpoints, you have Starix for Thanatos, you have a 2-item spike for Lucid, you have Rahel sitting on a stopwatch, and a full range of tank-busting items. We'll see if they actually want to commit to this. Obviously, Humble Life are currently the ones in control of the map, so I expect that they 100% will rush it down. And they go!
All right, yeah, nice Glacial Prison going to connect onto Lucid, who's trying to get out. Don't know about that Buster Shot completely getting them out of there. And D+ going to be able to back away just fine.
And Lucid definitely going down. This will 100% be the Dragon going over, but yeah, with 10 seconds on the Nash, and a lot of cooldowns being used here, both the Sejuani ultimate as well as Roamers. With Lucid's health bar, I just don't think that you can actually make a move on the Baron here. We'll see if they can catch Humble Life in the rotation, though.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure that they can clear out all the vision. He does still have Magnet Storm and Flash. Still kind of dangerous, and Thumb is here this time. Oh, great Void Seeker to spot him out. Poolbay trying to get over to the side as there's the flash in to go past the Alistar. They've caught the Kai'Sa. Roma's also going to go down. I mentioned the two threats. The two threats are dead. And D+ will destroy them. Rahel is going to go down in the end, but that is not before he does his Moonlight Vigil stuff. And D+ will now take the Baron. A gorgeous team fight, mainly by that main man from the jungle, Lucid, just flashing past the Alistar.
The snap engage there from both teams, I think, amazing. But there's one crucial difference. Rahel listened to Brandon Valdez, and that's actually the difference. He gets the stopwatch. Lure didn't get to press his. Because what happens is both Lure and Rahel, 100% immediately blown up at the beginning of the fight.
Yep, just dead.
But Rahel gets to press his button, and that buys it like 1.5 seconds that his team needs to blow up Kai'Sa. And as you pointed out, once one of the carries on Humble Life dies, that's when they're in deep trouble as they wait for Rahel to stay alive. You love to see it.
Get him the Baron.
Teleport, not going to do anything. Maybe they'll be able to push aggressively towards
look
the
at
turret.
Lucid, like, and watch Duro, right? He flash headbutts, and at the same instant, Duro goes for the engage.
This is the exact reason why this team, like that Lucid Poolbay combo there, was so good. But then it used to be Bible, and now it's fun. And that one engage, where he needed to deliver, he did. And then on the opposite end, as mentioned, I think that Humble Life's frontline actually does a really good job of taking down Rahel. But the problem is, in doing so, their own frontline ends up being wide open. And the Baron power play doesn't really amount to much just yet, so it's not like D+ won the game off of this.
No, I mean, it just started, but now it's their turn to get a bit of a push in. We'll see whether they can clean up these outer turrets at least. This bottom lane still wide open. And we're going to have a look at another... Okay, did Thanatos die?
I think Thanatos just died. Like, he pushed in and then died, which actually explains.
Oh, right, got it. So that's why the Baron power play is not looking as
Yeah.
Roma almost dies, actually.
That's a
4 people.
Is that a 900 gold shutdown go off the Lure?
A relatively
That's
large one.
pretty big.
So now Thanatos is back up again, does have 4 items now completed on this Crocodile.
So...
He is ahead 60 CS as well. He is very, very large.
Yeah. But him going down is really big because now it's Humble Life that has been able to take control and you can't really push out side waves as a result here for D+. So even with the Baron buff, they are the ones sitting in their base. I'm pretty sure Rahel's going to end up going for a BT here, given that he's being very aggressively targeted by Lure with these W's as Poolbay in a flank position. They knew. We saw some people slow down already.
Oh man, Thumb taking a lot of damage off the back end. Lure is just going to go golden, I guess. Now flashes away, but Duro is going to pay the price for his 80 carry sins. And now Thanatos is diving forward. Doesn't have flash available, but that is a gorgeous charm. And yeah, Rooster is going to crow a few times. Okay. And Thumb not going to find him. He's running pretty quickly. But so is everyone because it's a Cloud Rift. Crash down comes in. And good night, Mr. Cassante. Still, Inatara goes down. Roma just going to be left to his own devices.
You gotta say no to the voices, Lure. You can't take that killer instinct. That's a Rakan.
Yeah.
It's a Rakan.
Oh,
Just
man.
walks and he's actually, like, Poolbay doesn't actually get the charm. The fact that he's alive, you should be very happy about, even though they end up giving over 2 kills.
But also the fact that then Roma gets to take an Inatara
Yeah, that's
makes
nice,
it kind
but
of not work.
I think the 2 kills are really big because it does like, in theory, getting 2 kills at this point is not about the gold, it's about the map pressure that it gains you. Because of that, you're able to then move into and set up for the Dragon. And if I'm hoping, as we can see here, almost all the vision that was set up for Humble Life in the jungle or in the jungle of D+ has been fully cleared out. And
True.
now D+ has been able to shove out the waves, is able to set up for this next objective. And I think those 2 kills, yeah, when you look at gold because of the bot lane turret being traded, completely fine. But that is no stopwatch for Lure. And that is also D+ now in full control. I think this is gone. Yeah, you can see they're pinging back to like.
There's no way.
Contested. And this wouldn't have happened. Oh, Humble Life. And there's this is again. It's a Cloud Soul, and as good as it is, I don't think it insta wins you the game.
It kind of does, unfortunately. Cloud Soul is just the greatest and best
Oh,
thing.
so it's over now.
It's over. I mean, D+ might play around for a little bit longer, and because Cloud Soul also guarantees a really interesting and exciting game, it looks like it's still like pretty competitive.
Oh, okay.
But it's actually over.
It's over.
That's
so
a peek behind
reverse,
the curtain
the
for you
reverse
guys.
sweep has happened.
Yeah.
D+ has done it.
It seems like it has happened. As Thumb going to take a lot of damage. See, this is what I'm talking about. So Cloud Soul makes it look like Thumb could die potentially.
But he can't because he's zooming.
Yeah, he is booking it. Get
Sitting
it back
on
on
a
a
ward.
ward now as well. Wow, that is...
He's dead.
He's not... Well, I mean...
Cloud Soul.
Yeah, and quickness.
Look at the movement.
I know. Press's quickness runs even faster as Thanatos has pressed his
Also,
ultimate.
Blizzard's
Now
way.
look at all of the movement speed that he'll have as Poolbay is going to come down. And Rooster is not going to be able to mitigate that CC. Now he's just going to go all out onto the Ahri. But I don't think it's really going to work. It's a nice Q as Poolbay's taking a lot of damage. Actually gets on top of him and has to blow his... I was going to say stopwatch, but it's now a Zonya's. It has evolved.
Rooster. Yeah, hand on his head there. Really unfortunate, but it doesn't lead to that much. The only thing it will gain D+ is the ability to set up. And this is, again, the pick here means that look at the entire jungle of D+. This should be now an opportunity as Aroma picks up another turret. This man is monstrously fed. Hasn't really been...
He is just gigantic, yeah.
Yeah, he is. But I think the map control at this point reigns supreme. Particularly because no team is Maokai, and you know you can't just hack your way into either complete vision control or complete obstruction of vision. And denying any form of flanks. But we're getting to full item breakpoint. It's just going to come down to the snap engages and the team fighting.
And
one
the
team
amount
has a
of
Cloud
beasts
Soul.
that have been drawn. Roma doesn't need to stand that close to a fight now to
He doesn't.
really do a bunch of
Level
damage.
18. But the movement speed, Atlas. The movement speed.
And Wolf is onto something, talking about D+'s main roster. It is actually going to be very hard for them to qualify for Worlds. They have to face Beryl first round of the qualifiers. It's going to make things almost impossible, but thankfully Beryl is at least a former D+ player.
Series is about to end, Atlas.
Had to bring it up.
This is the fight.
And Charm is going to connect onto Guon. He won't have he may still have Aftershock, but won't have Frost Armor available for the next little while. Thanatos has pre-dominist and wants to flash in. He's looking for Lua. But this Baron is down extraordinarily low. The Void Seeker is not going to land as Lucid just finds the Baron. They get a nice two-man queue from Rooster as they get over the wall. Rooster is just going to die. Rahel! I mean, Rooster didn't want that 1v1. Still, Lure is going to take down Poolbay because Poolbay just heard the voices that said that he should probably go in and die. And Guon now looking for Lucid here. Does take a lot of damage from that explosive charge as Roma is going aggressive. Another charge is
Rahul's
down,
here.
but they have no vision in this jungle. It is so dangerous. Thumb looks for it, gets Lua, and Thumb is gonna do it in Game 5! The Cloud Soul! He has done it! The Cloud Soul, the Thumb, and the dream is alive! The reverse sweep will come true as Rahel takes down the cow. And I think they definitely deserve a steak dinner after that one. As Guon, he's going to be stunned up. The celebratory kills will come through, and D+ will stay in the upper bracket in playoffs. I can't speak properly. There's too much excitement in this room.
And it ends with Thumb and a Cloud Soul!
Thumb, a Cloud Soul, a dream and a reality. And it all comes true here for D+.
Why are you emoting, Thumb? You can't do him like that!
That's what he does. He's like, why you no be able to beat me?
Why didn't you just take me down 3-0, huh?
Yeah, why didn't you
What
just
you
win?
doing?
Why didn't you just win?
Thumb! I'm voting
Look
Thumb.
at that guy. Look at that guy. Arms crossed.
I'm voting
Cares
Thumb, bro.
missing.
It should be Lucid, but I don't care. I'm doing it.
All right. Are we thumbing?
You can do Lucid. I think Lucid is the actual vote, as almost always is the case.
Yeah. I think I'll do the real one. Because I don't want him to be robbed every single game. But I mean, that was some things. That was some things that happened.
Oh, challengers.
What a series.
What a reverse
Do you know,
sweep.
the most beautiful part of this is that in a couple of days' time,
It's going to happen again.
it's just happened again. Yeah. Yeah. That's the heads up right there. We've got more of this coming up tomorrow as well. Another best of 5 series.
Wolf's brain is broke.
Yeah. Is that a Tobey Maguire?
Isn't it just Wolf?
Oh my god, it is.
Yeah.
Tobey Maguire Wolf.
Oh, I'm so glad chat was here to experience this with us. This was wonderful. How is it possible that the damage numbers are this close? Look at this. Look
It does look a little bit like Tobey Maguire.
I think the only one that did more damage compared to their opponent is specifically Thanatos, but outside of that, a lot of cohesion here.
Yeah, and I mean, Casante's never going to do that much damage,
Yeah,
especially
of
if you
course.
don't build a Sunfire case. So I think it's totally
it was
fine.
another 40-minute game. It didn't feel. This one didn't feel like 40 though. This one was good.
This was an absolute marathon. From what felt like it was going to be a pretty crisp, like 3-0, like halfway through game 2. This is not the result that I was expecting, especially with Thumb coming through.
You know what I loved is that after game 1, I was like, no, Atlas, it's going to be fine. You're like, no, Mao, look at them. They're in complete shambles. And I was like, I don't know. And then after game 2, I was like, you were so right, Atlas. And then I think by the end of it, none of us were right. And it's just...
I mean, we learned a lot today. Like, I learned that in the Pokemon version of real life, Tobey Maguire evolves like into Wolf. Like, because 2014 Wolf was Tobey Maguire, so like the evolution is directly just into Wolf. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, free Barons.
Oof.
Yeah, I think what we really learned here today is that the power of friendship is there. Sometimes all you need is a thumb, and Ben Maokai.
And then he like sits on the enemy fountain and emote spams. Oh my goodness! After missing 80% of his hooks in game 1.
I think he fits right onto this D+ roster.
Well, I guess I've seen some Bible plays that do remind me of what D+ are missing right now. Oh man. Okay, Lucid going to pick it up. That one Flash Magnet Storm honestly won them the game. It was just gorgeous.
This guy, and I think that the early games gave us a little bit of a false impression. Again, this is, to me, I think this man can be for the LCK jungle what Pace has been as a rookie.
Oh, 100%.
Full 80 carries. Like, it is... I'm so excited, and I just hope he ends up in the LCK. It's all I ask for, because he's so versatile. He's incredible. Still such a young player, but...
We just hope that he really loves Korean food.
Yeah.
So that he has to stay here.
Yes, please.
That's what we need. Like, reliant on his mom's kimchi.
I was
like
talking about Burn After Reading. One, love that movie. Secondly, what did we learn? I don't know. Me neither.
Yeah.
I guess we learned to not do it again.
Yeah.
I don't know what we did, though, but
we won't do it.
But we won't do it.
Let's try something else. I think that's totally fine. Send into Worlds Qualifier, please. Yeah, I still think, and this will come out in the POG state as well. This is something that Wolf has been asking for a very long time. I think that this D+ roster with Bible and Deft, just send it.
I like it.
That's it.
Just send it.
Give Showmaker, Canyon, and Canna a rest.
Because Fam can't actually play in the LCK.
No, he can't. But also,
He's
I don't
too
think you
young.
would. I think you just utilize the four-man strength of the Bible combo.
Yeah.
And then
I don't know.
It is now
where the
time
feed
for
comes from.
the Caster Chat community corner. It's a long time coming. We thought that perhaps this was going to be about 3 hours ago, but it's not how it is. Here we are.
Series was so silly.
True. Put your fangs away, by the way. Fangs away. Thank you. Whew. Dangerous. Almost got outed.
Again.
Yeah.
Second time.
And then the vampire community is going to have to try and cover it up again, and they're going to have to do it to an entire Twitch chat, which is, I think, like quite a few people.
You're on point, Dr. Dinosaur OCE. Atlas is amazing. Right there with you.
No, I need a haircut, actually. It's,
yeah,
it's struggling a little bit.
It's long, but it still looks good.
Damn, 2K
effortless fade from like side into beard. It looks wonderful, man. I think it looked.
I appreciate
great.
that.
Don't forget, we had dinner. We had chicken. It was great.
We did. That was
It
definitely
was
good.
very nice. I ate a lot.
Well, fish down a TV. You said my full name. My mother. Take the compliment, Slappy Baggins.
Chronicler is a vampire. No, we both are. So Caster plays. I mean,
we need sleep. I mean, I do now, actually. I would have contested you had you said this earlier on in the series. But
yeah,
after that one, I'm going to the beach tomorrow.
Particularly for challengers. Usually the series aren't that long because we don't have a desk in between. It's pretty high
pretty
pace.
punchy.
But yeah, we're going to be home late. And then it was a good day, though. I think we had fun.
Yeah, no, it was a great day. I do think that there were some games that were a little bit frustrating. The lack of Maokai being respected was a bit sad. But hopefully both teams have learnt that now.
I think Game 2 was the worst. Game 2 and kind of Game 3
game
as well.
2 to 4.
4 wasn't as frustrating for me, I think, as it was for you. I thought 4 was fun, but I really like Chaos.
I just felt like every game that Maokai was in, like
that
after
actually
the
makes sense.
first,
So,
was bad.
yeah, because 1 was cool, because it was actually a back and forth, and Humble Life looked better, and they had the Maokai, but they also played well, and then D+ still had some great fight. That was cool. Game 2 was a stomp and really not good, and then Game 3 and 4 also had Maokai in them, just on the other end.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
It was just like
No, I
Maokai
get
won
it.
every game.
I respect it.
And then Game 5 was interesting.
Yeah. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, it was a bit sad. And the only reason it's sad is, like, there's a lot of great gameplay around it as well and things like that. But when you just fail to adapt so completely,
It's
very
also
sad.
the Veldis argument, where, like, why do you think that game number 5 had as much action as it did? It's because there was no Maokai.
yeah, no
Because the
free
pick
information.
just smothers. Well, it's not just it's like the combination of everything. It's the CC you provide, so you can't walk up because you get flash W'd on. There's no counterplay except if you flash yourself. There's the saplings and the ult, and like the 3 of those, like if you get ahead, just win the game for free. Can't come back. Can't be done. And then once they were taken out, we had a really good time. I remember knowing I play Kellen Bible. Yeah, we can't do that. Do we
Who's
sparkle?
saying that now?
Oh no, just people in chat.
Oh.
Crony hates Tress. I don't know.
Trees.
Trees. No, I love trees.
Gatorand thinks that you don't like trees.
No, I love trees. What? I'm a big nature.
He was actually
climate
studying environmental law.
I was. Yeah.
He almost likes trees an annoyingly large amount.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely annoying. Still am in some ways. Rich coming from Crossbow. Yeah, exactly. Wanting to kill the ants. What is it with people? Who, like I don't like Maokai. I'm fine with Ivern.
I liked old Maokai. Why don't we just, like, we can leave it at, we want Vengeful Maelstrom back.
You want to start a petition?
Yeah, we should.
We should. We have everyone in chat will join us.
Most people don't really remember how Vengeful Maelstrom even worked, and it even, like, when you were watching it, really didn't make a lot of sense.
It
was one of the best ultimates to be changed.
It was a circle around Maokai and it had like the shields.
It would give damage reduction to your teammates inside the circle.
So inside the circle,
and
you
then
don't
does
die.
damage when it finishes based on the amount of damage that your teammates took while they were inside the Maelstrom of
basically
Vengeance.
what they put on Counter-Strike. just as an
Yeah.
ultimate. And it didn't block basic attacks, obviously. But that's kind of what it is. Yeah, or what it was.
Vengeful Mouse from Maokai would have saplings, though,
Yeah, of
right?
course.
Yes. Maybe
Oh.
the saplings don't need to chase you down, though. Quite as...
I don't think they do anything then, though.
Yeah, that's fine.
We have actually recorded the POC state already, and it will
We
be
have?
out in 2 days, probably. Usually it's like,
Should be out tomorrow,
yeah, like
would assume.
it's Tuesday night or Wednesday. Kind
Yep.
of depends.
It's
We
normally
talked about
Tuesday
the
during
finals
the
a
day.
lot. It was really fun. We had a lot of different opinions, which I always think makes for fun episodes.
I chose the violence path. I don't know what happened on that Sunday night, but I really went in. I was doing some predicting.
Just wait. Yeah, you guys are gonna love it. Unless you don't like barrel or decisive calls, in which case.
Yeah, but you can like just listen to the colors if you don't want to hear about the barrel situation, because it's Valdez and I that we just know that barrel's probably just gonna go to Worlds. What can we do? And so we've embraced it. The other two are using more their brains, but it's more about a feeling, a barrel inevitability.
I mean, I'm also doing it on feeling more often than not. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's just how humans work.
yeah.
And I also, unless you're like, you know, a math or a physics type of guy, but I don't think any of us are even a little bit.
Wait, what is the math and
So
physics
if you're
back
like,
up?
well, if you're very
Like
just-
logical based?
/ data based. So if you're just looking at like these other stats, which stats in League of Legends I think are actually just, it's all smoke and mirrors. League stats are so hard because there are so many different champions and you have drafts and you have all these other factors that,
I think that stats are important.
Really?
It's how you interpret the stats
well, yeah,
that
but
is the most
I think if we would really, and I feel very strongly about this, if we'd really like do justice to the stats, if you try have a statistician look at League of Legends, they just be like, because there's so many
permutations.
Yeah, because how a team drafts or which champion they pick has such a big impact on which stats should be specific ways or what they mean. Or
I think a good statistician would take that all into account, though.
yeah, but I think that practically that is very hard.
I just don't know how, like, the level of statistician that has tried their hand at
Yeah, we don't know.
League of Legends stats. Because
we
we
couldn't
do have a
possibly know.
stats team, but we do know that some of it is done off-site by a team that's not very good at stats.
You're talking about certain percentages.
certain percentages of playoffs capability and things like
Yeah.
that have been algorithmically proposed to us. Good to see that Live Sandbox made it in safe and sound and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, so Baldur's Gate 3, any updates? I heard that you were having a bit of a
So-
rough time as your relatively normal character followed by two bozos.
So what basically happens is I try to be nice. You know, I'm a rogue, so I'm a little bit mischievous, but I don't like try to be evil. And then Orcs does really messed up stuff and blames it on me. And then the
It's
entire
weird because I heard a different side of that story. Apparently, you're just like being a little bit of a jerk, like all the time. Wow, now you're saying this, and Orcs isn't even here to defend himself. Wow, I think I know who to believe. Well, okay. I'll give you the floor. I'll give you the floor.
I have nothing to say for myself.
Whoa, he's actually been caught red-handed.
I know that
Red-handed.
anything I say will just be fueling the fire.
Causing
no point.
Apparently, you were like gonna push someone off a cliff, and then
So now you've set me off. So I was talking to some goblins, okay? I'm going about, I'm like, hey, I know goblins, you know, often they're not the greatest guys, but I'm like, it's fine. Maybe these are nice goblins. So I talk to the goblins. I try to reason with them. I'm like, hey, we want to go over to camp. We want to talk to people, maybe buy some stuff. And then a goblin falls out of the sky. And they start fighting. So we end up fighting, right? We fight the goblins, and then we go back because in Baldur's Gate there's a combat log. There's papers, okay? there's a trail, and we go, and you know how that fight started, not by Orcs saying, "Oh no, he just slipped." It says Orcs shoves the goblin off the cliff. I still got blamed for it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was still your fault. Okay, let's have a look at our playoff bracket as it stands right now. D+ waiting in round 3 in the upper bracket, and Harma Life Esports waiting for the loser of Nongshim and DRX. They're in that lower bracket, and we'll see how it is all going to unfold. A DRX versus D+ rematch could come through, or Nongshim versus D+ rematch could come through.
If anything, I expect tomorrow to be just as close, and I do truly feel that all 4 of these teams are good enough to win the split.
Yeah?
Like, you could tell me any of them makes it, and I would 100% believe you. Because I think that DRX might be my front runner just because of the knockdown factor, and I think Plata has been incredible. But the rest of that team, right? This is going to be, I think, a pretty high-pressure situation for them, and for Frog and Sponge in particular. Maybe there will be some inconsistencies when they're faced by a team that does have a lot more to offer than KT, who I think, even with their LCK performance, are a little bit more on the struggle bus side, particularly during summer.
I also think that DRX matched up really well into KT. Looked like KT were just kind of read like
I
a
agree.
book, which didn't work out very well for them. Hopefully Nongshim can do some of their patented spanner throwing into the works. But that is going to be tomorrow. This is going to be an absolute banger series. I'm going to be watching that in the car while we're driving to the beach. I'm not driving. Just to let you guys know, I would never drive and LCK at the same time.
Passenger Princess Atlas.
Yeah, Passenger Princess, that is
Love
indeed
that.
me. I don't do well driving on the right side of the road.
Also,
it is a struggle.
Driving in Korea is something that every time I take the Brendo bus, I command his bravery for. Wolf as well. Because
and it's Brendan's tolerance as well, because he's always just so mild-mannered about Korean drivers as well.
He's
which I really appreciate. Just
he
like
is.
never says like how awful the driving experience is or anything like that. It's no complaining at all.
I was in Jakarta recently. I'm going back in a little bit as well for some wedding planning, and every time that I'm driving somewhere there by my partner, I'm like,
have you hit any chickens yet?
no, she's brave. I could not do that. That's a lot of chaos. That's a lot of chaos.
Yeah.
That's a lot. And that's maybe that's the beauty of it. That's the same reason why we love challengers, because you never know what's gonna happen.
CC, we're living our best life in where you're stuck where? Hopefully not in like a basement.
Thank you for being very entertaining. Wishing much success to Chronicler. Oh, thank you, Peter Plays It. PD Plays It. You should check out Run Away With Me and Psychedelic Switch by Carly Rae Jepsen. They're both really good.
Is that the new album?
Yeah, so it's a specific song of the new album, which actually is like in my top 3 Carly Rae Jepsen songs of all time. Actually, so good. Doesn't differ in Run Away With Me, obviously, but it's up there.
Well,
chat.
We may have to discontinue comment, and we with very heavy hearts we'll have to acquiesce that request to
Thursday though.
Yeah, we will. We'll be back on Thursday. We're going to take a couple of days, ruminate on this, and watch a beautiful, beautiful Challenger series tomorrow. That best of 5 going to be amazing.
Make sure you tune
Brought to you by Valdez and Wolf, and we'll be in that chat alongside you for that experience. But for now, we're going to have to say good night.
파괴되었습니다. 파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.